False hope. The politics of illusion in the Clinton era. Norman Solomon. Rooms were raided to staff the economic team, which would be commanded by Lloyd Bentsen, the senator from Business as Usual. Leigh Aspin, of all people, was trusted with the task of Cold War demobilization. Ron Brown, corporate lawyer and lobbyist for American Express and Duvalier's Haiti, would supervise a Clinton industrial policy at the Department of Commerce. Mickey Cantor, corporate lawyer, would negotiate trade deals. Warren Christopher, corporate lawyer, would oversee the New World Order. Hillary Rodham Clinton, corporate lawyer and board member at Walmart, the low-wag retailer that's destroyed countless rural downtowns, would supervise health care. Then the campaign's investment budget quickly became the chief executive's austerity budget. In the weeks before the inauguration, Clinton suddenly discovered the deficit problem to be much worse than he ever imagined. Official Bush administration estimates, universally viewed to be nonsense, were suddenly revealed as excessively optimistic. The summer economic plan, putting people first, had become a winter austerity plan putting bondholders first. Bondholders love a slow economy. It means low inflation, which preserves the value of their stock and trade, money. Unfortunately, most people sweat when bondholders thrive. Bondholders have loved the Clinton administration. In the 10 months following the election, bond prices rose 20%. Employment is barely up, and real income is down, but the folks at Goldman Sachs, the bond house that paid Clinton's economic czar Robert Rubin $17 million in 1992 to be its co-chair, are very happy. 10. During the campaign, Clinton said the economy was suffering not a mere recession, but a long-term illness, among whose symptoms is the 16% decline in real hourly wages over the last 20 years, a period when real gross domestic product has grown by more than half. But real wages, the average wage adjusted for inflation, are a statistical abstraction. More pungent measures are available. Since 1973, the time necessary for a worker paid the average hourly wage to earn the average household's yearly expenses has grown 43%, to buy the average new house, 45%, to buy the average new car, 57%, and to pay for a year at Yale or the University of California, 75%. People don't throw about such numbers in public because it would be an unflattering judgment on this supposed prosperity machine. This is a pretty sorry performance for the system that is supposed to have been the one that proved Marx wrong, the one that promised endless upward mobility for the masses instead of harder work and greater insecurity for less pay. The state stripped bare. Since the start of 1993, all public talk of economic policy was narrowed into deficit reduction. There were only two choices: the Clinton plan, or some vague and no doubt cruel Republican scheme. Campaign promises of investment and renewal were scrapped. Peanuts were offered for military to civil en conversion, described by Ron Brown as the cornerstone of the regime's economic policy, and the Environmental Protection Agency will lake an 8% real budget cut. Revenue from stilth taxes oil. 11. The wealthy, a truly fine thing, will go into deficit reduction, not energy research or public housing. Fairness, alas, dictates pointing to the expansion of the Earned Income Tax Credit, a significant benefit for the working poor, that cynically could be seen as a well-disguised subsidy to low-wage employers. But the overall effect of the budget, by restricting spending and increasing taxes, will be to slow the economy for years to come. Other spending cuts promised for late 1993 and beyond, will slow things further. Never in U.S. history have we been subject to a decade of steady fiscal stringency like this. The budget turned tight in the late 1980s, and is likely to stay that way through the late 1990s, barring a revolution. This shouldn't have been a surprise. Clinton's own budgets in Arkansas gave no evidence of fiscal imagination. He ran a very tight ship, and showed a great fondness for user fees, like tuition at state universities. These are fairly regressive substitutes for tax increases. The state tax system, Citizens for Tax Justice figures show, is stingingly regressive. The poorest fifth of the population is taxed at a rate 2/3 higher than the richest 1%. I dwell on fiscal matters because it's my beat, but also because, in the words of a German sociologist, Rudolf Goldschede, the budget is the skeleton of the state stripped of all misleading ideologies too. Clinton still sounds all his rhetoric about fundamental change, innovation, reinvention. But he also told us to watch the bond market. The bond market sees economic stagnation and political stability for years to come. Clinton, it is universally agreed, was elected to fix 12. The economy. In mainstream speech, the economy is always approached as a realm in itself, a domain for experts, set off from the rest of social life. In the papers, most economic news is relegated to the business pages, a placement that reveals whose interests are being served by the reporting, and which helps seal a good bit of truth off from a broader public. But here, from two perspectives, top and bottom, are the fundamental problems of the U.S. economy. From the top. From a mainstream, top-down point of view, growth is too slow, and domestic profits too weak, to justify high levels of productive investment. The share of GDP devoted to investment in plant and equipment, which has been shown to be tightly associated with overall economic growth rates, is one of the lowest in the first world. The managers of the national capital build office buildings or used to, in the 1980s, until most urban real estate markets crashed, but are barely replacing real productive assets as they deteriorate. Here, that is. They invest abroad at enthusiastic rates, not merely in low-wage countries like Mexico, but in high-wage ones like Europe. It's not only private investment that is weak by first-world standards. During the 1980s, government in the U.S. invested only 0.3% of GDP in civilian physical infrastructure, compared with 3.7% in Germany and 5.7% in Japan. Reaching German levels of public investment would require a boost of $200 billion, and Japan, $324 billion. Lion, in U.S. spending. 13. Changing this would require severe strictures on Wall Street, imaginative rethinking of the role of pension funds, which are huge pools of workers' savings that are held and managed by big capital, large taxes on financial assets held by rich people and institutional investors, a huge boost in public investment spending, the creation of new public and cooperative financial institutions, controls on international trade and capital flows, experiments with different forms of corporate ownership and governance. Of course, a regime populated by Ron Brown and Bob Rubin will do none of these things. What we've gotten so far is a tight budget with investment cuts, in the interest of Wall Street, and plans for big federal layoffs in the name of reinventing government, an ideal environment for financial assets, but little else. After increasing under Bush, the U.S. public investment budget will decline in 1994, according to a study by Todd Schaefer of the Economic Policy Institute. 3. As for control over capital and trade flows, Clinton has enthusiastically adopted Bush's North American Free Trade Agreement and the rest of the bipartisan free trade agenda, which holds that the entire globe should be a free-fire zone for multinational capital. Over the years, Clintonites have talked about something like an industrial policy, coordinated, public-private schemes to support industrial and technological development, though the phrase is avoided now as unfashionably anti-market and dirigiste. Though more designed to increase corporate profitability than raise living standards, it is a more rational way to run capitalism, and could mark a minor increase in the level of social control. 14. Overinvestment. We haven't yet seen much in this area from first-year Clintonites. But we can time travel back to Arkansas for clues. An excellent June 29, 1992, piece in the Los Angeles Times by Michael J. Goodman and John M. Broder says almost all you need to know. Presidential candidate Bill Clinton has rewarded the financial elite of Arkansas with lucrative state business and low-interest loans while soliciting them in one instance urgently and personally for millions of dollars in political contributions and campaign loans, the story began. It went on to document intimate relations among a pool of loan recipients and bankers, bond brokers, and attorneys around the Arkansas Development Finance Authority. Bond brokers and attorneys. Just like the Clinton cabinet of 1993. While enriching themselves, they claim to have created 2,700 jobs over 7 years, or one a day. An executive of Stevens Incorporated, the Little Rock investment firm with deep ties to both Bill and Hillary, said that the governor had set up the authority so as to assure total control, thereby politicizing the bond selling process. Clinton's treasury extended $400 million in corporate tax breaks, a fifth of the impoverished state's budget. He showed a special fondness for the state's chicken industry, an industry that keeps its farmers in near indentured servitude, that works its underpaid, frequently injured workers at an extraordinary pace, that discharges 500,000 tons of chicken shit into Arkansas's rivers every year, and which marinates its products in salmonella-tinged conchins before shipping them. 1. It's always energizing. 15. To recall the Arkansas anecdotes, they're a fine preemptive antidote to the strain of Clinton apologias that mourn the way his inner liberal has been frustrated by bad external forces. Moving from broiler barons to bond barons is undeniably a step up the social ladder, but the principles are the same. And the bottom from the bottom, this country produces appalling levels of poverty and social polarization. There's an international collaborative effort called the Luxembourg Income Study, LIS, that, for the last decade, has been gathering statistics on income distribution and poverty around the First World, and analyzing them, too. It shows that by almost every measure, the U.S. has the highest poverty level and most unequal distribution of income in the Northern Hemisphere. A word about the politics of defining poverty. The U.S. poverty line was set in the early 1960s, based on early 1950s research. That research showed that the average household spent 1/3 of its income on food, therefore, the poverty line should be set at 3 times the minimum food budget. That line has simply been adjusted for inflation ever since. This reflects the center-right notion that poverty is an absolute level of minimum consumption that doesn't change over time. As the Thatcherites put it, today's poor person is far better off than the average Victorian was. No allowance is made for the rise in average incomes, or changes in the market basket or social norms over time. Patricia Ruggles of the Urban Institute refigured the poverty line based on modern spending patterns, healthcare and 16. Childcare, for example, and found that 24% of the U.S. population would be poor by a modern definition, twice the official levels. Like many other studies of poverty, the LIS uses another standard to define the poverty line: people with incomes, after taxes and welfare payments, less than half the average are poor. By that standard, in the mid-1980s, 19.8% of Americans were poor, compared with 12.4% in Canada, 6.6% in Germany, and 5.8% in Sweden. Our poor are also very poor. It would take a 36.7% increase in their income to bring them all up to the poverty line, the highest of the 8 countries studied. 5. Not only do we excel in overall poverty, we excel in the subspecialties as well. In all countries, single mother families are the poorest household type. Women earn lousy wages, have a hard time getting full-time employment, and are expected to take care of the kids, too. In the U.S., during the early 1980s, but this is the most recent data available, single mother families had incomes 54% of two-earner families, compared with 59% in Canada, 76% in France, and 84% in Sweden. Surprisingly, however, a large portion of U.S. single mothers are in the labor force, at work or looking for it, 71%, the third highest of 8 countries studied, after Sweden and Norway. Reasons for the higher incomes and employment rates among Scandinavian women include public child care, seriously pursued legal assurances ol gender equality, and high unionization rates. German single mothers have higher real incomes, even though fewer than 60% OT. 17. Them are in the labor force. 6. Wage dispersion, a cute euphemism that economists prefer to inequality, since it suspends value judgments in the US, is also a remarkable thing. The US started the 1980s with the most unequal distribution of wages among 17 nations studied by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, a Paris-based official think tank sponsored by 24 rich industrial countries. From these already high levels, the US experienced the second highest increase in wage inequality, after Britain, among the 17. Why did it happen? The OECD trots out a few explanations, some of which you may have heard on the news, and none of which holds much explanatory power. It can't be that an influx of young people into the labor force, one favored explanation, depressed wages, since the OECD's index of the number of young people in the labor force shows their ranks thinner in 8 countries, unchanged in 2, and up in only 3, and thereby an average of only 5%. It can't be deindustrialization, either. Inequality increased within industries in most countries. An alleged shortage of skilled labor, which might drive up high-end wages as employers bid up wages in the face of short supplies. The number of college-educated workers increased in most countries. Demographic explanations don't fly either. Inequality within demographic groups, people of the same age and occupation, or same educational level, or family status, or work experience, increased in several countries studied. The OECD explains this by an increased importance of skills. 18. Not well measured by educational qualifications, such as the ability to work with other people. Mystery solved. The reason for polarization does not work well with others. The countries that didn't experience an increase in wage inequality during the 1980s, Denmark, Finland, Germany, Italy, and Norway, are ones with strong centralized wage-setting mechanisms, like national multi-industry bargaining. Formal and informal pay-setting schemes were scrapped or weakened in several countries that saw an increase in wage inequality: Australia, Britain, Spain, and Sweden. Minimum wages eroded in others that showed more dispersion: Canada, France, Portugal, Spain, and the United States. Another culprit, the OECD barely concedes, is the decline in unionization. Wage setting, then, was exposed more nakedly to market forces, and dispersion was the natural result. 7. So what would it take to reverse these polarizing, immiserating trends? To start with, a civilized minimum income, vigorous comparable worth and offer. Affirmative action programs, a publicly funded child care system, higher levels of unionization, and a more collective wage-setting strategy. All of this is quite expensive. An administration led by a defy-it-cutter who defended his state's union-destroying right-to-work law, and then bragged about it in economic development ads while he was governor, is not likely to lead the charge in any of these areas. Clinton promises to end welfare as we know it. But the money necessary to do this right-to-rind child care and job creation schemes won't be forthcoming. 19. Believe it or not, one of Clinton's lead thinkers on poverty is none other than Bob Rubin, the $17 million man from Goldman Sachs, where he is sure to have learned much about poverty. But it's not just conservative Democrats who think Rubin knows his poverty, even great urban liberals do. Mario Cuomo had Rubin lead the team that wrote the Challenge of Inner City Poverty chapter for the second report of the Cuomo Commission on Competitiveness. Here, incredibly, is Rubin et al.'s integrated strategy for economic inclusion. The public and private sectors should provide a helping hand by implementing a community-based self-help strategy. No money in that outstretched hand, just an offer of self-help. And what are the ingredients of this strategy? Prenatal care, immunization programs, preschool programs, developmentally appropriate school reforms, including sensitivity training, school-based clinics, mentoring programs in the middle schools, youth centers for struggling high school students and dropouts, as well as second chance centers for adults who require additional help to gain their diplomas, expanded apprenticeship programs, private sector advisory committees, demonstration programs, mentoring programs in business, stepping up, the war on drugs, and, last, a public employment program. 8. The Clinton administration has ruled out the public jobs program. It was probably put in there to satisfy a noisy unionist on the poverty team. The rest of the program's ingredients are either superficial, symbolic, or punitive. No sign of serious money, of course. 20. Semi-cheerful coda. And I've only begun to scratch the surface. Nothing about the maintenance of the US imperium fundamentally intact, despite some base closings and arms cutbacks, the willingness to kill Somalis for no apparent reason, except maybe to restore the exploration rights of several US oil companies interrupted by chaos and war, an indifference to civil rights, and a willingness to play to the bigotry of Rush Limbaugh's America on welfare and crime, the endless compromises and betrayals, Haitians, lesbians and gays, Lonnie Guinier. It's been said of Clinton that if you put him in a room with 20 people, 18 of whom agree with him, he'll try to cut deals with the other 2. All the noise so far is coming from the right, and that's who he'll compromise with. The left, such as it is, has partly silenced itself in the name of giving Clinton a chance. I'll leave it to Norman Solomon to describe the rich mechanisms of self-deception and self-censorship that lead to this: the eagerness to give Bill a chance, to keep quiet in the hope of remaining a player, all the other silly excuses. The broader delusion is that Clinton is just a bad Democrat, one of the principal forces in its drive to the right, but that the party itself is redeemable. To believe this, you'd have to forget the intimate ties between corporate America and the congressional Democrats, or the miserable urban Democrats who run our big cities, hacks utterly in the grip of local real estate and banking interests who promote downtown development above all else. But sometimes self-delusions are junked, self-censorship is broken, and marvelous things can 21. Happen. Maybe the bond market is wrong. Markets are usually wrong when they are at extremes, and the bond market has gone to extremes. Maybe it isn't all stagnation and stasis. When it began looking like Clinton would win, I dusted off my copy of Gary Wills's Nixon Agonists. Wills recalled that in the early 1960s, people had hoped that the replacement of the tired old Eisenhower crowd with a crew of Harvard whiz-bangs would transform everything. Under Eisenhower, Wills wrote, one could still claim that a person, Dulles, say, or an aberrant policy, massive retaliation, was at fault. These were lapses in a system which could be tinkered with. But under Kennedy, if things were wrong, it was not because the wrong party or the wrong man was in charge of the system, the fault must be in the system itself. 9. People are a little less naive about the system now, more willing to believe the worst of it. Clinton is nothing if not a tinkerer. But there's no reason to believe that the new gang of Yale whiz-bangs can do better than the Harvard models of the early 1960s. Must be the system then. Doug Henwood, September 11, 1993. 22. 1. And the invisible hand plays on. The most common stories of American politics are akin to fairy tales endlessly repeated by mass media, and accepted in the internal worlds of individuals. The storytellers may be blamed, yet it is the credulity of the story believers that makes the charade possible. Complete with dramatic noises and plenty of posturing, the highly publicized conflicts along Pennsylvania Avenue have much in common with bogus wrestling matches on TV. The Republicans, observed New York Times eminence Thomas L. Friedman exactly 5 months after Bill Clinton's inauguration, are in an awkward situation. Surely, many of them must think Mr. Clinton is going in the right direction, the only direction available, even if they don't approve of every turn. But they can't afford politically to give him credit for it. Wrangling over budgets. Washington mostly fine-tunes. The fat cats of U.S. politics swallowed a big canary in President Clinton, and are not so indiscreet as to burp, or gloat, too loudly. Why risk goading somnolent liberals on Capitol Hill and elsewhere? No need to disrupt their cautious reveries. The image of Clinton battling the status quo. 25. Can foster a sense of pride in the president for people who found the previous dozen years to be dispiriting. The chance to feel good or at least better about the USA's top leadership has wide appeal. 12 rapacious years can be seen as a long nightmare from which we are now awakening, an ordeal we survived. Important differences exist between the Clinton team and its Republican predecessors on some issues. And, after a long line of wooden chief executives, Bill Clinton seems less programmed, more like a real person. But often, focusing on the president's personality and intimate proclivities, the news media escort us into a swamp of clichés. Wallowing in them keeps us off the political streets and out of trouble, where incisive analysis and action might find progressive voice. We're encouraged to consider the president in personalized terms, so that the political horizons of the country seem to be overshadowed by a never-ending procession of historic personas. Yet, as Mark Crispin Miller has put it, this image of the mighty individual is a corporate fiction, the careful work of committees and think tanks, repeatedly reprocessed by the television industry for daily distribution to a mass audience. The well-known faces are painted on the shells of a game in which the invisible hand is always quicker than the eye. In the United States, the political midway is lined with shell games. For 12 Reagan-Bush years a mythos grew that two basic camps were arrayed against each other. One side was united by its dislike for Reagan and Bush policies, but within that camp were very different analyses. Was the main problem that deplorable people had gained 26. Power, or that their ascendancy had made a destructive system even worse? Such questions may have seemed unimportant or academic while conservative Republicans ran the White House. Now that a Democrat has taken up residence, however, the analysis becomes crucial. It determines, in effect, whether well-meaning people will deceive themselves in the mid-1990s about the nature of the government and its presidential leadership. 2. If Bill Clinton did not exist, it would have been necessary to invent someone like him. In a manner of speaking, he was invented, by his longtime backers at the Democratic Leadership Council, co-founded by Clinton in the mid-1980s and funded by such middle-class bastions as the top echelons of ARCO, Prudential Bank, Dow Chemical, Georgia Pacific, the American Petroleum Institute and Martin Marietta. They boosted Clinton in tandem with the news media that pronounced him the front-runner for the Democratic presidential nomination before a single vote was cast in the 1992 primaries. As a devotee of hyper-pragmatism, Clinton connected with key demographic and economic trends. Fiscal conservatism and social liberalism proved to be an effective campaign formula, the Washington Post's Hobart Rowan noted after the 1992 general election. Fiscal conservatism being a lovely euphemism for harmony with extreme inequities and unequal opportunities. Candidate Clinton spoke to the perceived needs of large numbers of baby boomers and their kids eager for important personal freedoms in areas such as abortion and 27. Lesbian/gay rights, and worried about specters of financial insecurity in the United States. President Clinton has gambled that many supporters grateful for his social liberalism won't challenge other parts of his political formula, such as economic stratification remaining firmly in place, and foreign policies closely resembling those of Republican presidents he used to denounce. Behind the celebrated facades of American democracy, elites go about their business of grooming hired help for high elective offices. Movers and shakers of the Democratic Party put their heads together gathering at the Virginia estate of Pamela Harriman in the lead-up to the 1992 campaign, developing plans and raising millions to propel a new wave of national party leaders. Days after the 92 electoral victory, the former domestic policy director at the Carter White House, Stuart Eizenstat, was adulatory about the coalescence hosted by Harriman. "I can't emphasize how important that was in moving the party to center, a tougher defense policy, the focus on the middle class, the self-examination of where and why we'd gone wrong. It led to the kind of direction Clinton took the party. Fast forward 7 months, in the White House Rose Garden, standing next to his new appointee as top media strategist and advisor, Clinton said that the selection of David Gergen signals to the American people where I am, what I believe and what I'm going to do. Although a dozen years of right-wing excesses had a wide array of Democrats talking the talk of fairness and denouncing undue deference to the rich, their loyal opposition to 28. Reaganomics was more loyalty than opposition. A fact symbolized by the prominence in the Clinton administration of Treasury Secretary Lloyd Bentsen and former Reagan PR flack Gergen, two of the men in Washington most responsible for promoting huge federal giveaways to the wealthy during the 1980s. Epitomizing the narrow non-debate that can seem quite contentious, Gergen and liberal columnist Mark Shields squared off for 6 years on the McNeil/Lehrer NewsHour, as if they represented the alpha and omega of the nation's political universe. When Gergen returned to the White House at the end of spring 1993, near-unanimous mass media praise greeted the appointment, lauded as reflecting the new president's return to centrist sanity. Newsweek hailed Clinton's shift to the right and prodded him to show the backbone to stay there. An errant New York Times editorial, critical of Gergen's record, drew an angry response from Gergen's sparring partner. Shields wrote in his Washington Post column headline "The David Gergen I Know" that the Times had published a truly hysterical editorial amounting to political debate descended to character assassination. Shields declared that the former Reagan operative knows something about successful presidential leadership. What Gergen offers and what Clinton needs is a reality check, the able, honest, smart guy who will speak truth to power. Mahatma Gergen to the rescue. Earlier in the spring, Gergen had publicly faulted the new administration for emphasizing tax increases over spending cuts, a predictable admonition from someone who'd worked al president. 29. Reagan's side. Before agreeing to go to work for President Clinton, according to Newsweek, Gergen reportedly secured a promise from Clinton that he would adhere to a moderate political course. But whatever agreement the two may have reached, Bill Clinton's presidency settled into a groove that David Gergen could find suitably moderate. As he got acclimated to the Oval Office, Clinton showed himself willing time and again to kiss the rings of deficit cutters, while budgets shredded dreams of a new direction for the country. With little debate in mass media, and with notable assists from the likes of Ross Perot, Paul Tsongas, and Warren Rudman, along with the Clinton-Gore duo, the theology of slashing government budgets to decrease social spending is no longer just the Republican credo. It is now the true faith, opposed only by political heretics. The deficit is the devil. A stake must be driven through its bleeding heart by cutting government expenditures such as dreaded entitlements. Business, aided by government, is to be our salvation. The propagation of such beliefs is necessary to sanctify the federal priorities that benefit the rich who are anxious to see the government tighten its belt and loosen their own. Much has been made of Bill Clinton as the symbol of a new generation at one time riddled with dissent and even rebellion now coming to power in the United States. But how you view Clinton depends largely on how you would prefer to interpret the parable of his life, intertwined as it is with the baby boom generation and its winding road to the 1990s. 30. 2. 60s memories, 90s distress. When Bill Clinton put his hand on the inaugural Bible, he embodied fresh leadership promising to help the nation shake off an era of stagnation, dishonesty and greed. None of the supporters of the new president figured more prominently in his political calculus than men and women of his own generation. To a lot of them and to many of their parents and children, Clinton represented the possibility of turning frustrated hopes into realities. During the last decade of the century, it was logical that political products would be extensively tailored to fit people in their middle years. Aiming at the huge first generation born after World War II, Bill Clinton connected with common preoccupations. For many baby boomers, high hopes have collided with repeated disappointments. Perhaps that's an unavoidable collision for most people of any generation, but boomers grew up feeling somehow special and have been, if only by dint of numbers, 76 million Americans born between 1946 and 1964. From advertising to politicking, such demographics draw inordinate attention. As a politician, Clinton seemed to be selling what most baby boomers could welcome in a president: pleasant rhetoric. 31. That indicates humanistic priorities across the board, combined with policies that appear to advance their personal interests. Bill Clinton offered his generation a political path paved with modern technology and few restrictions on personal life. He spoke of an enticing future: rapid advancement for new era professionals and other Americans aspiring to such status. Amid a profusion of cutting-edge computers, information superhighways, and the like, a high-tech horizon would lead us away from a bleak economic landscape. What's more, we wouldn't have to succumb to uptight authority figures, as Clinton himself made clear. Energetic and able to look spontaneous, he was obviously more at ease with sexuality and less rigid with his own body armor than his Republican foes. Clinton could evoke a future of tolerant prosperity into the 21st century. Clinton ran on a 1992 platform titled "A New Covenant with the American People," a sort of revised social contract. The fine print would be hard to read, overshadowed as it was by so much rhetorical camouflage. Painful legacies of history were reduced to a series of unfortunate accidents. In a typical passage, the '92 Democratic Party platform pledged to restore the covenant that welfare was meant to be, a promise of temporary help for people who have fallen on hard times, as if families languishing in poverty had not been pushed and shoved, for a very long time. The call for temporary help echoed the attitude that social spending should be curtailed. Beneath the glossy chimera of high-tech. 32. Progress, many people simply would be excluded from the goodies. Clinton's frequent refrains about opportunity for all, accompanied by a few tepid reform scenarios, hardly threatened to disrupt the vast economic disparities in place across the United States. When hiring occurs for the ballyhooed high-pay jobs, it doesn't take a social scientist to know that poor people will be at the end of the line. They'll be free to work at McDonald's or Burger King. Of course, exceptions are liable to be much remarked upon. The ghetto resident who founds a software firm must be publicized, much like a gas station attendant who wins at Super Lotto. For tens of millions of people in the United States, an unwritten no admittance sign hangs over the promised land of prosperity. During the 1992 Democratic National Convention, I found myself in a TV studio green room with Norman Ornstein, the American Enterprise Institute savant who often appears on the tube as an expert on political matters. "Well, looks like you've finally got the Democratic Party you've been wanting all these years," I said. He nodded, and I went on, "And what about poor people? Where are they supposed to go now?" Ornstein barely glanced up from his finger food. "Poor people don't do very much anyway," he replied. For most baby boomers in the mid-1990s, concerns about poor people are unlikely to be much higher on their agenda than on Norman Ornstein's, or Bill Clinton's. In media parlance and in political calculation, the most important baby boomers have some money and want more, or used to have some money and want it back. In the battles between elite 33 factions, sometimes referred to as influential Democrats and Republicans, poor people are more than ever virtually ignored in national politics. For many political analysts who may have expressed more concern about them in the past, the poor are now passé. Voicing conventional wisdom among Washington pundits, liberal columnist Christopher Matthews, a former aide to House Speaker Tip O'Neill, said on network television in April 1993. "The country is not clamoring for a jobs bill." Complacently self-reinforcing, such pronouncements depict the unemployed and minimally employed poor as irrelevant in the corridors of power. Harping on the middle class, Clinton has concentrated on speaking to the diminished expectations of people who grew up in a rosier post-war era. On the way to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and after moving in, Clinton has been careful to give more emphasis to the poor's responsibility to the government than vice versa. And, to the benefit of his new Democrat credentials, he has avoided making common cause with blacks and Latinos and Native Americans and others still burdened by the awful weight of history in the present day. With much of Clinton's message conveyed by omission, poverty is not to be ranked as a crisis. Often we've been told that Bill Clinton is an archetype for his generation, arriving at the pinnacles of power in the 1990s. Meanwhile, concentric challenges have been emerging, to reassess how we make priorities in our personal lives as well as how we relate to politics. With so many years of Republican presidencies finally behind us, the polit. 34. Eichel terrain ahead might seem markedly changed. Yet our view of the near future is inevitably tinted by our window on the past. 2. Bill Clinton's election as president symbolized a generational changing of the guard, but it also represented a way to square the spiral that many people in his generation had traveled, from 60s memories to 90s distress. Each of our lives, moving through personal and historic crossroads, keeps encountering options that can be difficult or impossible to reconcile: risk and caution, growth and security, the enlivening and the usual, authenticity and imitation, deeper expression or easier passivity, evocation of what might be, or accommodation to powers that be. The heights of euphoria during the 60s are frequently matched by the depths of a sense of loss now. Those of us who felt we were coming of age a quarter century ago might not speak aloud about such feelings of loss, or even think about them, these days. Many of us are too busy. Maybe we've been no less adept at burying troublesome emotions than our elders were, to our often righteous distaste, long ago. Many of the best hopes that flowered during the late 1960s have gone to seed, bouncing along the hard ground of realism and rigidity. But maybe we're now still mourning, as it wondering why the earth stopped opening. The Reagan and Bush presidencies, at odds with so much and so many, gave way to a new leader committed to occupying middle grounds. Personable and comfortable with youthful masculine. 35. Tour symbols. Bill Clinton resonates with many of his generation, he is in sync with common evasions. A popular spin asserts that he has embraced pragmatism without abandoning principles. He has squared the spiral, discarding his past dissent without renouncing it, for instance, endorsing military assaults that took uncounted Iraqi lives in early 1991, and giving orders to take a few more for good measure in mid-1993 without repenting prior opposition to the Vietnam War. As his administration continued, Clinton and many supportive baby boomers helped to justify each other, amid mounting evidence that he could talk ideals and jettison them with equal aplomb. A half year into his presidency, the list of Clinton's obvious betrayals was long enough to disturb anyone left of dead center, yet there was widespread reticence to move beyond equivocal expressions of concern. Sure, the patterns of presidential compromises were disheartening. But if Clinton becomes the nation's scapegoat, progressives are likely to be added to the fire as sacrificial lambs, Mother Jones magazine fretted in summer 1993, in an editor's note by Jeffrey Klein. My generation is particularly at risk, since he could be our best and brightest offering. Finding excuses for Clinton's compromises, we excuse our own, and vice versa. Giving ourselves the benefit of doubts that would be better explored than shut down or glossed over, we do the same for him. For a fleeting moment he was once among the best of us, publicly opposing an immoral war. Now he is closer to the worst, going along to get along with the massive death industry's five-sided edifice. 36. And megafinance matrix. At one time, the cries of the poor, near and far, were heard and amplified, their anguish deemed meaningful, even intolerable. Now, in the Middle Ages of the 1990s, so often, ambitious ears are tuned only to hear a different pitch. Sensitivity may be worn on the sleeve, but realpolitik expediencies keep occupying the mind. By now, media are accustomed to discussing how the 60s affected Bill Clinton and others of his generation who have taken power in recent years. Whether or not we can personally remember the 1960s, they are remembered for us by a profusion of marketed memories hyping and mythologizing that bygone time, as if into submission, muting an era that, at its best, rejected mass-produced substitutions for one's own experience. Intense human connections went hand in hand with attempts to interrupt normal dissembling. But today, reminders of those earlier times may seem like jagged bits of black vinyl, a shattered long-playing record that one might see along the side of a road, shards of past vitality neither absent nor present, even the label faded beyond significance. Ill. Numbness keeps people from questioning too much. Yet the status quo need not numb or block feeling as much as guide it. The ambient noises of media and politics are apt to confine sympathies to circumscribed realms. Emotion and empathy per scare not discouraged. Inappropriately focused emotion and empathy are. Empathize with dying Kurdish babies in Iraq, but not with dying Kurdish babies in Turkey and not with Iraqi children and 37. Because of U.S. government actions. How soon do you suppose that a Hollywood film or made-for-TV network movie in the USA will focus on the suffering of Iraqis under U.S. bombardment? With the mass media process homogenizing so much in the United States, the absence of a clear sense of oneself accentuates vulnerability to traditional pressures and pervasive myths. Yet myths and public pretenses go only so far. Sooner or later, past and present might converge in the loneliest of nights, roiled with disappointments of wanting to live one way but finding ourselves ensnared in another. Unpleasant legacies can cling, and even suffocate. Inevitably, the poisons and possibilities in the air affect people of any generation. The destructive powers of the dominant culture can be as stealthy as cat burglars, stealing our best dreams while we sleep. In the midst of all this, politicians offer us the promise of better days. 38. 3. JFK, Clinton, and the politics of myth. 6 months before Bill Clinton became president, I stood in the press gallery of Madison Square Garden, above the colorful pastiche of the Democratic National Convention, as thousands of delegates and millions of TV viewers across the country watched a carefully crafted movie about Bill Clinton's life. Suddenly, on screen, a teenage Bill appeared in the Rose Garden of the White House, shaking hands with President Kennedy. The blurry footage lasted only a few seconds, yet its effect was electrifying. A thunderclap struck. In an instant the delegates went wild, their delirium shaking the huge convention hall. Like some pre-planned spontaneous combustion, both orchestrated and authentic, the explosive response seemed to be insisting on making history. Political manifest destiny was in the air. A torch was being passed, over our heads. To a great extent, John F. Kennedy's heroic image comes from how he spoke. Kennedy can be remembered most fondly for words and appearance. At a time when the TV age was young, he came 39. Across as articulate and comfortable, even urbane, on screen, unlike the sweaty and dour Richard Nixon, a crucial difference for the 1960 election. The enduring lines are majestic, almost Shakespearean, in retrospect. For the emotive substance of America's political memory, JFK achieved most in the first few minutes of his presidency. Let the word go forth from this time and place, to friend and foe alike, that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans born in this century, tempered by war, disciplined by a hard and bitter peace, proud of our ancient heritage and unwilling to witness or permit the slow undoing of those human rights to which this nation has always been committed, and to which we are committed today at home and around the world. All this will not be finished in the first 100 days. Nor will it be finished in the first 1,000 days, nor in the life of this administration, nor even perhaps in our lifetime on this planet. But let us begin. And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. A purpose of such rapturous oratory was to induce a kind of prolonged swoon speech as seduction, carried to new heights. Firm resonant voice delivering patriotically charged poetic lines, forefinger jamming the air, youthful man rugged and erudite, he was a new president out of central casting, and as it happened the first president born in the 20th century. In public realms, with politics largely about the riches of symbology, JFK was loaded. 40. The shocking assassination transformed John Kennedy into instant mega-nostalgia, and more. He rapidly became a deity, above and beyond the customary patrimony of presidents, with ascent to the political heavens as swift as a NASA booster rocket. From then on, JFK was to be the prototype for a myriad of political rescue fantasies. To many American minds, a raft of subsequent national dysfunctions and disasters could be dated from his untimely departure from our midst. One effect was to encourage citizens to focus on politician heroes as superstar personalities, so that viewing the USA's history as it happens could entail becoming more passively childlike than ever. It was almost as if the head of a beloved TV household, the Andersons or the Cleavers, had been taken from us suddenly, senselessly, at the height of their relevance. Jimmy and Ward, we hardly knew yet. In the secure tragic-sweetness of memory, we could always mourn the loss of JFK, and imagine how he might have set things right had he lived, a yearning understandable in children, yet prone to grow attenuated and even pathetic among adults. 25 years after John Kennedy's death, former President Jimmy Carter used his speech at the 1988 Democratic Convention to egg on the PR prattle then making the rounds about a reprised Boston-Austin axis. As if the new national ticket was auspicious indeed, Mike is being compared to John F. Kennedy. He is from Massachusetts. He has chosen a running mate from Texas, and he's going to defeat an incumbent Republican vice president. As prescient as myth-hawking blather usual, Carter's statement was part of something much 41. larger than nostalgia for victory in a presidential race. John Kennedy is the archetype for the great Democratic leader taken from us, leaving an empty space yet to be filled. With impressive cinematic virtuosity, the JFK movie released at the end of 1991 stirred all manner of soupy emotions. Attacked for pretty much all the wrong reasons in the national press and on the airwaves, Oliver Stone's film did have the value of upsetting the most powerful news media. The barrage of journalistic assaults on Stone came from the same quarters that had been trying, with no small illogic, to defend the dubious Warren Commission report since the mid-1960s. But JFK the movie tearfully cast JFK the man as the slain incarnation of all that had been good in the political life of the United States. Inflamed with grief and outrage over the murder, JFK stoked old fires of passion for one man, as if he had been our true hope for a better tomorrow. The problem with all the resurgent Kennedy hero worship was that it had little to do with useful political analysis and much to do with illusions. John Kennedy may, or may not, have been less inclined to escalate the Vietnam War than LBJ turned out to be, and he undoubtedly had made enemies among far-rightists inside and outside the U.S. government. But his presidency was not about aiding the wretched of the earth, it was about crushing them, as can be seen from any realistic look into Kennedy's pet counterinsurgency programs and his vigorous support for U.S. alliances, for progress or whatever, with brutal aristocrats throughout the Third World. Many a peasant or 42. Nizar and trade union activist in a poor country caught a U.S.-financed bullet in the head during the Kennedy administration before its namesake's own tragic assassination. The muddled view of United States history as hinging on the personal propensities of presidents may lend itself to standard plot lines of Hollywood and the good old two-party system. But why feed such myths? Yes, individuals and their character do matter, in the Oval Office and elsewhere. But the most powerful forces that shape U.S. government policies, foreign and domestic, are geared toward maintaining and extending corporate control, in this country and overseas. Such a real-life plotline may not seem ideal for creating high-tension cinema, but the realities of political power that routinely determine so many lives and deaths are far removed from morality plays about the betrayals of shining princes. Little is gained, and much lost, with mythology asserting that the people had the U.S. government in an earlier time and that it was taken from them as if the country had ever been theirs. Such false nostalgia feeds current falsity, and passivity, about how substantive change might be created. If a great leader was taken from us, triggering the country's downward trend, then another great man might be just the ticket to set things right. Enter, Bill Clinton. That Clinton both idolized and imitated JFK was, we can assume, reasonably genuine in addition to being politically shrewd. Fad Ty Clinton grew up without Kennedy's privileges. Wealth could only sweeten the populist Americana storyline for an Arkansan with a childhood closer to 43. Tom Sawyer than Little Lord Fauntleroy. A man in his early 20s preoccupied with maintaining future political viability would hardly be oblivious to the advantages of patterning himself after John Kennedy. Likening a politician to the martyred president is an ultimate compliment, and it was a comparison that Clinton's aides worked hard to encourage in the media long before he became president. By early 1992 the preferred Clinton mythos was well established, casting the youthful candidate as JFK, the next generation. The great leaders are great communicators, Clinton's media advisor Frank Greer proclaimed. And Bill is the best communicator we've had since John F. Kennedy. Clinton's autumn victory cemented his claim to Kennedy lineage. By then journalists were falling all over each other to conflate old and new legends. The torch passes, declared the headline over Newsweek's lead article, which quickly recalled a film clip that made its way into a widely seen campaign ad, a beaming, 16-year-old Bill Clinton on a sun-drenched White House lawn, shaking the hand of his and his generation's idol, John F. Kennedy. With Clinton's sweeping victory this week over President George Bush and Maverick Ross Perot, the footage rises from mere advertising to the realm of prophetic history. For it documents JFK reaching across the years to a boy he did not know and to whom the torch of leadership now passes in an emphatic statement of America's desire for change. There was more. Like Kennedy, Clinton offered himself as a new kind of youthful, centrist Democrat. And, like Kennedy, Clinton and his 44-year-old running mate represent a new meritocracy. 44. Reaching the pinnacle of power. In the afterglow of Clinton's win, news media were obsessive about a nascent Camelot too. Now the torch is being passed to the generation that was touched and inspired by Kennedy, Time reported. Indeed, the most memorable moment in the convention video about the Man from Hope was the scene of the eager student being inspired by Kennedy's anointing touch. A few weeks later, when Time named Clinton Man of the Year, the cover story began this way: "For years, Americans have been in a kind of vague mourning for something that they sensed they had lost somewhere. What was best in the country, a distinctive American endowment of youth and energy and ideals and luck, the sacred American stuff. They had squandered it, Americans thought, had thrown it away in the messy interval between the assassination of John Kennedy and the one custodial regime of George Bush." Time's headline, "The torch is passed." Like his hero, Clinton has a flair for rhetoric that some might hear as pleasantly radical. It was not only that he could call for change, but also that especially during the '92 fall campaign he could articulate the necessity of change so insistently. A populist tone is especially important for Cap. Touring the White House these days, Carter, Reagan, and Clinton all successfully got in by claiming to be outsiders. Even Perot felt obliged to make such claims, and he took in millions of voters, despite the absurdity of a corporate billionaire posing as just a regular guy. Bill Clinton deftly showed that a poll at JKN can win nationwide by accomplishing two key 45 tasks, satisfying elite interests that he will not rock their boats much, while simultaneously satisfying non-elites that he cares about getting them out of the economic swamp they're stuck in. This can be an unbeatable combination, appealing to people wherever they live. A candidate big on symbols and small on inclination to alter the status quo is apt to be welcomed for denouncing greed and undue deference to the rich, even while serving them. January 20 of 1993 was an uplifting day. Clinton spoke of forcing a new spring for the nation, and minutes later, from the same spot, Maya Angelou read a moving poem she'd written for the inauguration. We were to get far better poetry than policy out of the Clinton administration. Our presidents at their inaugurals make us the dupes of our hopes, if. Stone wrote a few days into the Nixon administration. Presidents from both parties came in declaring peaceful sentiments, while committed to huge military outlays. Kennedy proceeded to step up the arms race, Stone recalled, and Nixon is pledged to do the same. Bill Clinton was able to take the presidential oath of office because the 1992 Democratic campaign's depiction of GOP villainy had reverberated widely. Telling the public that its concerns were his own, Clinton arrived on the scene to rescue us from the ravages of out-and-out rightist Republican politics, upper-class looting that got out of hand, along with economic torpor and dreadful disregard for the value of human rights. The prospect of going back to a marvelous future could be alluring, even dazzling. The morning after Clinton won the presidency, I was on the phone with the radio producer for 146 of California's biggest talk shows, who joyfully exclaimed, "It's going to be like when Jack Kennedy was president." By late '92, enthusiasm for Clinton often included at least a vague belief in the vision of some sort of second Camelot, belief enhanced by illusions about the first. On the road seeking political support, John F. Kennedy used pernicious nonsense to fuel momentum for his presidential quest. He repeatedly flayed a bomber gap and a missile gap, both non-existent. And there were the less renowned whoppers too, as when, in a speech on December 15, 1958, he declared, "I realize that it will always be a cardinal tenet of American foreign policy not to intervene in the internal affairs of other nations, and that this is particularly true in Latin America." During the early winter of 1960 to 1961, John Kennedy was careful to consult with venerable foreign policy officials before moving into the White House. He accepted their worldviews, and heeded their advice. Blue blood national security elders from the Truman administration, Dean Acheson and Robert Lovett, recommended a fellow named Dean Rusk for Secretary of State, and to run the Defense Department. Lovett told Kennedy, the best man would be Robert McNamara. When it came to staffing the top echelons of Foggy Bottom and the Pentagon, Clinton also deferred to the sensibilities of the wealthy and unwise after his electoral triumph. The preferences of the upper crust were clear. During the early winter of 1992 to 1993, influential pundits urged Clinton to stick with some familiar policy hands that had steered the ship of state in the pot. Soon alter the 47 election, New York Times columnist Leslie Gelb, himself a former State Department official in the Carter administration, advised Clinton to appoint a national security team of moderates and conservatives. The rationale was that such appointments would keep hawks from squawking. Thus was the script played out, a Democrat at last back in the White House, anxious to head off criticism from the right on foreign policy. When it came to facing down the Pentagon establishment, Bill Clinton's presidency was not qualifying as a profile in courage. Christopher Hitchens had it right when he wrote midway through 1993, "The most consistent thing about Clinton, and the thing least noticed about him in a press that swings on the pendulum between sycophancy and bullying, is his surrender of civilian authority to the military-industrial complex **." Ripple effects became apparent stateside in the summer of 1993, terrified at the prospect of publicly tangling with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who ostensibly serve at the pleasure of the President. Clinton underscored just how easily his supposed commitments could collapse when he embraced a repressive "don't ask, don't tell, don't pursue" formulation for gay men and lesbians in the armed forces. Even if he'd tried, President Clinton might not have been able to fulfill his campaign promise to lift the ban, given the national firestorm of bigotry that exploded against the idea in early 1993. But the commander-in-chief didn't try. Instead, he issued a directive that he presented as a real step forward for equal rights within the armed forces. Days later, however, on Capitol Hill, 48, the Defense Department's General Counsel testified that Clinton's order involved no new substantive or procedural rights for gay people in the military. In essence, the Clinton directive reaffirmed discrimination. "It sends a very strong signal that anti-gay prejudice is still very acceptable," said author Randy Shilts. Gay rights leader Thomas Stoddard asserted that Clinton acceded, without a fight, to the stereotypes of prejudices he himself had disparaged. David Mixner, a gay activist who'd been a key fundraiser for Clinton during the '92 campaign, was blunt: "No matter how they try to gift wrap this in politic language, it's not a compromise, it's a capitulation. Eager to gauge which way the winds are blowing, Bill Clinton brokers compromises with his presidential finger permanently lifted in the air. It is rare when more than a faint breeze from the left reaches him. We may shrug that a weather vane cannot be held responsible for the political climate, or we may decry an absence of leadership. But people who express warm regard for Clinton's personal attributes are missing the same point as people who vilify him in personal terms. Assumptions about a president's internal integrity or perfidy, starstruck fandom or demonization distract from the key question. Whose interests is he serving? Clinton may be the least pretentious, most intellectually cogent, and most psychologically healthy president in our lifetime. He may also be among the more craven and cleverly disingenuous when he wants to get out of tight political corners. His personal style may make a difference, but he was in a position to ascend to the presidency in the 49. First place because of alliances he built and functions he proved able to perform. Appreciating or blaming Clinton personally is a waste of energy. And a diversion. Our appropriate response is not psychoanalysis but political analysis. Anyone shocked by Bill Clinton's deference to the nation's powerful after he became president was not paying very close attention beforehand. Clinton became a national figure offering to reconcile the unreconciled. He called for moving beyond the stale orthodoxies of left and right. He was verbal and even witty, a humanist without excessive humanism, able to invoke spine-tingling patriotic themes without seeming old-fashioned or hokey or extreme. Most importantly, Clinton was adept at working both sides of a populist street, schmoozing with the money bags and denouncing them as soon as he got across the road. Lining up with him early on was the chair of the Democratic National Committee, Ron Brown. Inflatable as a mini-myth, blown up just big enough for the purposes at hand, Brown helped preside over the party's convention. His presence at the podium was ho-hum until a brief adulatory film about him was shown on giant screens to the assembled delegations inside Madison Square Garden. Suddenly his reappearance at the rostrum was met with a mighty cheer. None of the Clinton delegates I talked with that week seemed troubled by Brown's recent history as one of the more reprehensible of Washington lobbyists. As a partner at the Patton, Boggs & Blow law firm where a computer program matches the interests of corporate donors with the most relevant Congress members looking to raise money, Brown 50. Assisted clients including an array of U.S. and foreign business interests, as well as the regime of sadistic Haitian dictator Jean-Claude Duvalier. But concerns about such matters were far away in July 1992. A Democratic victory was in the wind. 2. On a sweltering day just before the 1988 Democratic Convention opened, several thousand people spanned the meadow of an Atlanta park, waiting all humid afternoon for an overdue caravan from Chicago. A choir of black women and men in robes filled the steamy air with one pulsing song after another, part gospel, part rock and roll, all spiritual. Then lines of TV cameras aimed toward one side of the stage, where Jesse Jackson, wearing a striped polo shirt, emerged from a swelling mass of people. He turned and pointed thumbs up, beaming to the crowd chanting Jesse. Jesse. On stage, he spoke, and I took notes. We the people must keep hope alive. The pain of a hungry baby. Whether white, black, or brown, hunger hurts. Those who want the human race and not the nuclear race. We want a democracy of the many and not the aristocracy of the few. All blood is royal blood. It's so basic. We want to share. Hold on. Don't surrender your dreams. Across town at the convention, the open ardor of Jackson delegates made party regulars seem, in contrast, like accountants using words that came out as calculations, their emotions displayed flat spreadsheets. The prevailing pragmatism SWLNJ on the jams of power that was personal, economic, political depended on pervade myths for the 51. Country at large, myths that served as spoonfuls of sugar to help the bromides go down, keeping them palatable, digestible, habit-forming. No acceptance speech could mention, much less set out to confront, the extent of racism and class inequities in everyday national life. Dukakis had been saying there could be only one quarterback, and Jackson had been saying that cotton pickers should have a role in deciding how rewards get divided in the big house. One man was playing football, the other was tracing legacies from before the Civil War. For some, the 1988 convention seemed to be progress. The number of black delegates was at an all-time high, 23%, and the tone that permeated the convention hall's sound system and video screens was self-congratulatory, moving pictures of triumphs, then brave, now safe and in the can, glory days of civil rights struggles a quarter-century old. The venerated footage was being shown largely as a substitute for living in the present. Little was offered for someone residing in a neighborhood battle zone where people kept falling, later added up as statistics. Malnutrition, untreated diseases, and unemployment could be quantified in numbers, but despair and anger and desperation were too visceral to be easily empirical, too deep for the surface-skimming operation of running the National Party. In labyrinths of Atlanta's World Congress Center hosting the convention were hordes of journalists, delegates, campaign workers flushed with importance. Meanwhile other eyes, throughout the massive edifice, watched and blinked and kept watching, unnoticed, part of the backdrop, black service workers, enormous Jesse Jackson buttons. 52. Nearly the size of teacups pinned to their clothes with pride that was palpable, and silent. They had no standing at this convention, no credentials except the ones that permitted them to scrub the urinals and toilet bowls and sinks. At the end of the week, in front of the ornate facades of glassy hotels, delegations said goodbyes next to taxis and airport shuttles, while at the convention complex, banners and displays were coming down with the help of black women inside white weave service uniforms. Jackson 88 Keep Hope Alive saucers still pinned on their gauzy blouses, mutely defying the convention's verdict. Any number of blues songs told of a train always gone, rear lights fading from view, the past few days added to memory another rickety whistle-stop platform, a blood-red sun sinking into dim routine. The day had not come when all the false dawns would be supplanted by one more real. 4 years later, when the 1992 Democratic National Convention formally nominated its presidential candidate, one journalist in the press gallery had a special reason to feel excitement. If any book had served as a theoretical blueprint for Bill Clinton's primary campaigns, it was reporter E.J. Dion's Why Americans Hate Politics. The book appeared in early 1991 with adulatory endorsements on the cover from media heavies Mark Shields, Cokie Roberts, William Schneider and Leslie Stahl. But, as it turned out, the most unperturbed fan of the book was the Governor O.L. Arcani, trying to hone his message out on the hustings as he spoke to Democratic Party leaders in state after 53 state. By late spring '91, Clinton was praising Dion as a very gifted political writer and crediting him for a frequent catchphrase in Clinton's speeches: false choices. Bill Clinton was eager to reap the benefits of Dion's analysis, which argued that Democrats and Republicans were stuck in a bad rut of presenting false choices to the electorate. The claim had some truth, and even more practical utility for a presidential campaign in 1992. Dion advised dumping the old liberal versus conservative rhetoric, appealing instead to most people's common interests, though as a practical matter that would mean melding the rhetoric of both major parties. For a Democrat eager to capture center ground, Dion's book offered a political diagram for dodging the liberal label without seeming unprincipled. Critiquing false choices had the potential to sound visionary rather than expedient, down to earth instead of abstract, content-driven instead of ideology-driven. In Dion's words, liberalism and conservatism are framing political issues as a series of false choices. On issue after issue, there is consensus on where the country should move, or at least on what we should be arguing about. Liberalism and conservatism make it impossible for that consensus to express itself. Dion, like Clinton, did not hesitate to place the middle class, a euphemism for white and not poor, at the center of the most important political calculus. In contrast, poor people, including millions of blacks and Latinos trapped in urban dead-ends, were peripheral to the new Democrat vision. Their overwhelmingly Democratic votes were pre-54 dictable, though their election day turnout was likely to be low, unless they had cause to feel a big stake in the outcome. The middle class, on the other hand, was up for grabs. Why Americans Hate Politics suggested painting a political bullseye on a majoritarian constituency alternately referred to as the broad middle class, America's restive middle class, and the restive majority, the great American middle. E.J. Dionne urged politicians to develop a new politics of the middle class, an approach that represents the ideals and interests of the great mass of Americans in the political and economic center. This new political center would be avowedly inclusionary, between the lines, it would also be quite exclusionary. People beneath the targeted middle class would get much less solicitude. Dionne presented his formula as eclectic ingenuity and not mere pragmatism, yet for a national politician, the resulting equation was liable to produce quite utilitarian graphs, maybe apropos for maximizing chances of a win in the Electoral College. While insisting that 1990s politics should not mirror exploitative economic setups, which Dionne dubbed 80s right, the book also maintained that politics should not hammer very hard in teen opposite direction, 60s left, instead of a miner or a hammer. Dionne's book proposed in effect a blender suitable for serving up policy puree. Alter all, in his words, voters increasingly look for to protest the status quo without risking too much change. Stripped of its unctuous language harkening back to democratic civility that never Dionne's book entered a plea for gussing up U.S. 55. Centrism as something new and different. When Clinton implemented Dionne's suggestions, he garnered lots of good press, not surprising, with the Fourth Estate largely sharing Dionne's attitudes. As the country's biggest news weekly, Time was a good barometer. October 19, 1992, the core of Clinton's economic vision is distinguishable from the president's and is perhaps best described as a call for a we decade, not the old I am my brother's keeper brand of traditional democratic liberalism. November 16, 1992, Clinton's willingness to move beyond some of the old-time democratic religion is auspicious. He has spoken eloquently of the need to redefine liberalism, the language of entitlements and rights and special interest demands, he says, must give way to talk of responsibilities and duties. Combining conservative values such as responsibility and self-help with liberal ones like tolerance and generosity, which is precisely the covenant that Clinton proposes, could conquer the corrosive tactic of making wedge issues out of racial fears and sexual prejudices. January 4, 1993. Clinton's campaign, conducted with dignity, with earnest attention to issues and with an impressive display of self-possession under fire, served to rehabilitate and restore the legitimacy of American politics and thus, prospectively, of government itself. He has vindicated, at least for a little while, the honor of a system that has been sinking fast. Dionne's book includes some useful insights into how ideological abstractions leave most Americans cold, in the midst of pressing social problems that have clear negative consequences in daily life. But, typically, his polemic against political 56. Orthodoxy is thoroughly orthodox in its automatic assumptions about such matters as U.S. national security and the virtues of a corporate-dominated society. Adhering to the well-funded myth that the political center can be an island of common ground safely above a nasty sea of ideology, Dionne sets out in search of this lost isle of Atlantis. Drenched with his own ideological suppositions, Dionne's word processor sails on. After citing ample reasons for consternation that Americans hate politics so, Dionne is pleased to inform readers that reassurance can be found close to home. Winding up 350 pages on the meaning of politics, he exclaims, "If you want to know the difference between communist dictatorship and democracy, it is this: in the East, government officials, free from public pressure, nearly destroyed the environment; in the West, government officials, responding to public pressure, cleaned up the environment. In the East, bureaucrats were the polluters. In the West, bureaucrats, the people at the environmental protection agencies, were the foes of pollution." Dionne got it half right, with critical acuities keenly facing eastward. Meanwhile, back in the USA, there is always a bullish market for tall tales from men in pinstripes. How do you like living in a country where the government has cleaned up the environment? And what do you think of political analysis that in 1991 could describe the people at the environmental protection agencies as the foes of pollution? Makes you catch a glimmer of why Anna hate political reporters who purvey book drivel. To Dion, a Washington Post staffer searching for rays of light at the end of the polarized political 57 tunnel, congressional discourse in the days just before the Gulf War was a wondrous and ulterior triumph of substance. After years of political game-playing, soundbite mongering, and just plain foolishness, he wrote, America's politicians demonstrated that they were, indeed, capable of coming to grips with each other's arguments. It was possible in American politics to debate an issue without questioning the motives of an adversary. It was possible to argue fiercely without leaving the country hopelessly divided. Dion's delight at the debate on Capitol Hill prior to the Gulf War is suggestive of the kind of new national order he seeks. Imbued with the popular Take Back America spirit, Dion's book supplies a closing paragraph with an invocation that might appeal to any myth-plying politician, or to Hollywood for that matter, or to vital centrist Arthur Schlesinger Jr., who wrote a 1991 Wall Street Journal column referring to America's slaves as involuntary immigrants. In our efforts to find our way toward a new world role, Dion concluded, we would do well to revive what made us a special nation long before we became the world's leading military and economic power, our Republican tradition that nurtured free citizens who eagerly embraced the responsibilities and pleasures of self-government. The words are on a fishing expedition for nostalgia about a past that never was. Dion's, and Clinton's, expressed intentions may be evocative of a better future, but only sand castles are appropriate for building on foundations of myths. 58. 4. What is myth and what is reality in mainstream U.S. politics? The question raises another, is there much difference, as a practical matter? Myths that loom large are real whenever they are widely propagated by politicians and mass media speaking from the same lexicon. When J use a word, it means just what I choose it to mean, neither more nor less, Humpty Dumpty informed Alice. When the girl posed a dissenting question, he responded impatiently. The question is, which is to be master? That's all. The closed loops of language are concentric with closed loops of power. The most powerful ideologies blend in with everyday social landscape. The prevailing constraints are internalized, automatic judgments about what is possible, practical, reasonable, desirable. Ongoing demands from huge institutions, the weightiest pillars around, become our primers and our points of reference. The political needs of society become individual needs and aspirations, their satisfaction promotes business and the commonweal, and the whole appears to be the very embodiment of reason, wrote Herbert Marcuse. And yet this society is irrational as a whole. Its productivity is destructive of the free development of human needs and faculties, its peace maintained by the constant threat of war, its growth dependent on the repression of the real possibilities for pacifying the struggle for existence, individual, national, and international. The capabilities, intellectual and material, of contemporary society are immeasurably greater than ever before, which means that the scope of society's domination over the individual is 59. Immeasurably greater than ever before. In countries ruled by heavy-handed tyrants, public expression of opposing views may not be allowed at all. Words are thick doors of perception already slammed shut and bolted, so that in the words of French social critic Roland Barthes, there is no longer any delay between the naming and the judgment, and the closing of the language is complete. But the United States is not ruled by tyrants. We enjoy important freedoms, for the most part won with enormous human efforts and many casualties along the way. Our tangible freedoms are precious, yet far less, inherently, empowering than they're cracked up to be. The First Amendment is a good example. A.J. Liebling's famous remark, freedom of the press is guaranteed only to those who own one, could be supplemented with an even more ominous conclusion: those who don't own the media are subjugated by those who do. Mass communications and government can reject proposals before the public hears them, Our social possibilities are foreclosed before glimpsed, like shuttered horizons kept off the mental map and off the public agenda. Questions that belong together, such as who profits and who suffers, are fragmented, too rarely asked in the same breath or pursued with a steady eye on causality. From the vantage point of elites looking down from huge institutions casting large shadows over our lives and across the planet, our current uses of freedoms are small impediments to their power. Customary political activities, often made to sound earth-shaking, hardly make those. 60. Elites tremble. Illusions of freedom get in the way of exploring how we might be able to transform the present into a really different future. Amid constant delusionary babble, the language of choice is key. We are kept preoccupied and even mesmerized by a profusion of prefab choices on store shelves and showroom floors, on cable TV systems, on newsstands, on election ballots, choices we are free to make after the options have been pre-selected for us. And they call it democracy. While reflecting manipulative systems already in place, language also serves as an instrument of control, even where it does not transmit orders but information, where it demands, not obedience but choice, not submission but freedom. In the process, Marcuse added, this language controls by reducing the linguistic forms and symbols of reflection, abstraction, development, contradiction, by substituting images for concepts. It denies or absorbs the transcendent vocabulary. It does not search for but establishes and imposes truth and falsehood. At the time, 30 years ago, Marcuse's observations may have seemed to be overstating. Now they understate the fusion of enterprises selling us politicians and inanimate products alike. If the EN gauge of politics tends to become that of advertising, thereby bridging the gap between two formerly VRV different realms of society, then this tendency seems to express the degree to which domination and administration have ceased to be a separate and independent function in the technological society. This does not mean that the power of the profs. 61. Cyanal politicians has decreased. The contrary is the case. The more global the challenge they build up in order to meet it, the more normal the vicinity of total destruction, the greater their freedom from effective popular sovereignty. But their domination has been incorporated into the daily performances and relaxation of the citizens, and the symbols of politics are also those of business, commerce, and fun. Bill Clinton playing a jazz saxophone may be a pleasing image, whether a campaign performance on the Arsenio Hall show or a commander-in-chief performance on a U.S. military base in South Korea. Lee Atwater loved to publicly pick up the blues guitar, even as he designed the racist Willie Horton television commercials for the Bush Quail ticket in 1988. The diversionary photo ops of politics, simultaneously decried and fed by mass media, are in sync with contradictory images we have of ourselves. Most people believe that most people are influenced by TV commercials, but most people contend that they are not among those people. The marketplace of ideas is supposed to be an ennobling concept, yet the phrase itself, meant to be reassuring, is a demeaning fraud, as if genuine ideas can be offered and considered in roughly the same way as new cars and frozen foods. The heavily promoted ideas are standardized building materials for mass-produced structures of belief, acceptance, and accommodation designed to snap together like Lego blocks. The marketplace of ideas has been walling off ideas for a long time. 62. 4. For many kids in the huge baby boom generation, fresh housing tracts may have had a cookie-cutter appearance, but they offered some real delights, and were part of the only childhood we would ever know. It was a time of expectations and of myths writ large, with frequent self-adulation segueing neatly into Disney TV show heroes and a panoply of other mass-marketed icons as the 50s went on. The intensive circumscribed kaleidoscope that dominated our living rooms was powerful. On network TV with new episodes from 1954 to 1960, Father Knows Best was one of the leading televised family models as boomers grew up. The program's gentle humor and mild pathos enabled the Andersons to overcome difficulties with endearing grace. Now it is nostalgia and camp, but then Father Knows Best was immediate, visceral, and formative for millions of kids and quite a few parents. "I'm ashamed I had any part of it," Billy Gray, the actor who played Bud, told an interviewer 2 decades later. "People felt warmly about the show, and that show did everybody a disservice. Hundreds of kids, hundreds have come up to me and said, 'I really got raked over the coals because of you. My mother keeps asking me why I wasn't like Bud. I feel responsible to sonic degree lore that I, 63, felt that the show purported to be real life, and it wasn't. I regret that it was ever presented as a model to live by." Gray commented about the Father Knows Best cast, "I think we were all well motivated, but what we did was run a hoax. We weren't trying to, but that is what it was. Just a hoax." Meanwhile, away from the scripted TV dramas, a crisis of national conscience was accelerating. As civil rights activists confronted white supremacy in the South, many endured savage brutality as they struggled for equal rights, exemplifying the best of the human spirit. Across the country, Caucasians widely assumed that the white edifice was the best thing going, and integration would mean elevation for Negroes. But in the first years of the 1960s, James Baldwin was among the black writers beginning to question the merits of moving into what he called a burning house. The structures that concerned him were, as much as anything else, psychological. His astute analysis of the psyches of white Americans was in stark contrast to their own assessments. Overall, we whites seemed fairly enamored with our images of ourselves. Disquiet was muted, very much privatized, or fringy, as with beatnik types and avant-gardes of other stripes, who mattered little in the early 60s mainstream scheme of things. For many white guys, careers were booming along with the tract home industry. In a lot of families, Dad was getting hefty raises. Except for juvenile delinquents, stubbornly poor people and other such disreputables, we were in the midst of grabbing the modern world by the tail. With discontent. 64. Mostly kept confidential, white America had never been more flush and full of itself. There was, of course, some audible moaning along the way, back then, about the uniformity of men in gray flannel suits, but the lure of affluence had a way of serving as a domestic superweapon, an all-purpose silencer. Meanwhile, science, in the space age, was to be a savior. If the mix of empiricism and religiosity got uneasy at times, rhetoric provided much glue. Invocations of NASA and God were common during the early 1960s. At that time, as a country, we were finding out a great deal about outer space and productivity, but relatively little about inner space or the human treatment of human beings. 2. In the mid-1960s, the symbol of liberal deference to the Democrat in the Oval Office was Hubert H. Humphrey, a man so brimming with humanitarianism that his eyes often watered. "He matches energy in the right with compassion for the needs of others," Lyndon Johnson said of his pick for vice president on August 26, 1964. Days earlier, HHH had proven his loyalty by helping to quash a challenge from Mississippi civil rights activists who tried to gain representation for blacks at the Democratic National Convention. Unity, for the president and party leader, was at stake. Coming after the traumas of the Cuban Missile Crisis in autumn 1962 and the assassination of President Kennedy a year later, Lyndon Johnson's election victory in '64 was to have represented the end of apocalyptic fears thereafter no more needed. 65. Then LBJ's campaign commercial on TV with the little girl whose future was, mushroom, clouded by a nuclear trigger. Happy Barry Goldwater. Extremism had been defeated. Like the previous year's limited test ban treaty that had banned atmospheric nuclear tests, the national repudiation of Goldwater had strengthened sanity in high places. Yet, even though the nuclear clouds were now being hidden below the surface of the earth, and of our minds, smoke was billowing from urban ghettos of the north, in what was to become a rite of rage for many summers, from Watts to Harlem. Attempts to define race as a regional problem, the South, were failing. The landmark 1964 Civil Rights Act and 1965 Voting Rights Act left unchanged the dire conditions that gave rise to violent upheaval in the cities. There were early portents of discussions about the USA as a sick society. But any such notion was still confined to the margins. The main political view saw nothing wrong that the National Guard and perhaps a war on poverty couldn't cure. Our society was not destined to be ill, it was destined to be great. Like Jimmy Carter and Bill Clinton after him, Johnson saw that most liberals could be manipulated to stay in line behind a presidential Democrat. And LBJ's rhetoric was quite appealing, for a while anyway. March 16, 1964, I have called for a national war on poverty. Our objective, total victory. May 28, 1964, so I ask you tonight to join me and march along the road to the future, the road that leads to the great society, where no child will go unfed and no youngster will go unschooled, where every child has a good teacher and every teacher 66 has good pay, and both have good classrooms, where every human being has dignity and every worker has a job, where education is blind to color and employment is unaware of race, where decency prevails and courage abounds. But, as would be true 15 and 30 years later, the Democratic president's budget priorities were soon to negate the lovely sound bites. Hubert Humphrey led the rationalizers pragmatists all, not unlike the Clinton loyalists 3 decades later who could not dream of breaking with the Democrat in the White House. While sending several 100,000 troops to Vietnam, the Johnson administration stepped up daily bombardment of the countryside across wide areas of Indochina. Official documents, later released by Daniel Ellsberg as the Pentagon Papers, make clear that the U.S. government was uninterested in a peaceful settlement. As the war escalated, so did the presidential mendacity. August 10, 1964, our one desire, our one determination is that the people of Southeast Asia be left in peace to work out their own destinies in their own way. April 10, 1965, we love peace. We hate war. But our course is charted always by the compass of honor. June 3, 1965, the American people want to be a part of no war. But the American people want no part of appeasement or any aggression. January 12, 1966, we fight for the principle of self-determination, that the people of South Vietnam should be able to choose their own course. February 23, 1966, our purpose is solely to defend against aggression. May m. Strident emotionalism in the pursuit of truth, no matter how disguised in the language of wisdom, is 67. Harmful to public policy, just as harmful as self-righteousness in the application of power. May 17, 1966. There will be some nervous Nellies and some who will become frustrated and bothered and break ranks under the strain. And some will turn on their leaders and on their country and on our fighting men. The most pertinent response came from the streets, from outside the bounds of sanctified discourse. Realistic leftish voices warned that denunciation of the incumbent Democratic president would help the Republicans. Those voices had to be defied. In April 1967, the first anti-Vietnam War march in excess of 100,000 people wended through Manhattan to UN Plaza, where Martin Luther King Jr. and others denounced the war as illegal and immoral. Inch by inch, the near consensus behind the war's buildup was unraveling. Yet, in 1967, to publicly oppose the war invited avalanches of ridicule and vilification. Dissent grew. More of us North American boomers started to believe that we were part of a great leapfrog forward. Necessity demanded that we be lithe, audacious, and unattached to the past, however recent. Feeling unbound by history had its benefits, however temporary, and so did the blending of new left and hippie sensibilities. More than a few flowers, inserted by anti-war protesters, were photographed in the barrels of rifles held by members of the U.S. Armed Forces. Naivete and brilliance tended to overlap in a peace movement milieu that was inclined to turn mystical as convenience dictated. For a time, the melding of any number of thought streams could work just dandy. We could throw the cultural 68th kitchen sink at the $y$10 and screw it up royally. There need be no serious contradiction between Timothy Leary and Herbert Marcuse, Ho Chi Minh and Hermann Hesse, Che and Siddhartha, Watts, Allen, and Watts, California, Marx, Karl, and Marx, Groucho. Drug-bridged eclecticism seemed to work as a tactic against the American establishment. According to that establishment's script, the intellect, rational and increasingly civilized, was to determine human activity. Any discomfort along the concrete road was to be accepted as part of the regimen of the affluent society. But young intellects began to notice less linear cornucopias, yielding sensory delights and psychological exploration. As marijuana wafted in the air, the intellect could not do much to reconcile such pleasures with rigid mid-1960s social norms and the moral postures of U.S. officials who kept exhorting support for warfare against Vietnam. Make love not war was more than syncopated rhetoric, it was a concise statement of preference, an attempted solicitation and injunction. First a few, and then more, and then millions of American kids reached out for the bomb that flower power offered. To take one's own feelings seriously, to place them above the edicts of authorities, and to act on this new sense of priorities the world was opening. Pot and psychedelic drugs helped loosen the strictures of social straitjackets, while new winds of music, clothes, politics, language swept through hair like the flowers in Scott Mackenzie's sparkling ode to San Francisco and the Summer of Love. In 1967 the underground went over the top, waves upon waves in nonviolent assault for our senses. 69. And against the rigidity of a dominant society in the United States. In this place, and more particularly, in this time, generations appear to flower, flourish, and wither with the speed of light, James Baldwin wrote. He added, the flower children were all up and down the Haight-Ashbury section of San Francisco, and they might have been everywhere else, too, but for the vigilance of the cops with their long hair, their beads, their robes, their fancied resistance, and, in spite of a shrewd, hard skepticism as unnerving as it was unanswerable, really tormented by the hope of love. Their flowers had the validity, at least, of existing in direct challenge to the romance of the gun. Their gentleness, however specious, was nevertheless a direct repudiation of the American adoration of violence. Yet they looked alas doomed. They seemed to sense their doom. They really were flower children, having opted out on the promises and possibilities offered them by the shining and now visibly perishing republic. I could not help feeling, watching them, knowing them to be idealistic, fragmented, and impotent, that, exactly as the Third Reich had first to conquer the German opposition before getting around to the Jews, and then the rest of Europe, my republic, which, unhappily, I was beginning to think of as the Fourth Reich, would be forced to plow under the flower children in all their variations before getting around to the blacks and then the rest of the world. The flower children were in the streets in the hope of becoming whole. They had taken the 71st step. They had said, no. Whether or not they would be able to take the second step, the harder step of saying, yes, and then going for their own most private broke, was a question which much exercised my mind, as indeed it seemed to exercise the minds, very loosely speaking, of all the tourists and policemen in the area. The eyes that watched seemed to feel that the children were deliberately giving away family secrets in the hope of egging on the blacks to destroy the family. And that is precisely what they were doing, helplessly, unconsciously, out of a profound desire to be saved, to live. But the blacks already knew the family secrets and had no interest in them. Nor did they have much confidence in these troubled white boys and girls. The black trouble was of a different order, and blacks had to be concerned with much more than their own private happiness or unhappiness. They had to be aware that this troubled white person might suddenly decide not to be in trouble and go home, and when he went home, he would be the enemy. In the years that followed, many hippies and political dissenters did go home, one way or another, to relative comfort and security. Social assets and safety nets, such as white skin and some measure of affluent upbringing or academic access, could stand them in good stead. It's true that rebels were apt to encounter harsh treatment from police and courts. As usual, crackdowns were harsher against blacks and Latinos and Native Americans, but as time went on, financial stresses and inducements would prove more powerful than overt repression in getting many fledgling leftists to straighten up and fly right, or at least closer to the center. 71. Yet, in the meantime, much was gained from breakthroughs large and small, social and intimate, in the course of a few tumultuous years. Across the country, some cohesive momentum emerged to resist deadly assumptions. One of the most vital of the spreading realizations was that authenticity could not be bestowed from above, it had to be sought and lived, personally and collectively. Over a period of a few years, millions of people, including a sizable minority of the USA's baby boomers, participated in a life-affirming new kaleidoscope of energy that encompassed countless demonstrations for peace and social justice. Certainly the movement in the 1960s had many flaws, some serious. As per their conditioning, males were often arrogant and oppressive toward females, with sexism the routine order of the day. Whites inordinately dominated many organizations that should have had multiracial leadership. Concerns among white and affluent constituencies too often overshadowed issues affecting the daily lives of the poor and racial minorities. By 1968 portions of the New Left were tangled up in Leninist rhetoric and facile romanticization of picking up the gun. Flighty and superficial participation existed side by side with deep and lasting commitment. Even at its best times of the most inclusive and assertive nonviolent protest, the movement did not actively involve most boomers, let alone most Americans. Yet the achievements were many, and creative ferment in the air blended counterculture with political resistance, an explosive combustion of opening minds, music, sensuality, and direct action. If saying no to a grim itinerary is far easier than 72. Saying yes to an arduous quest for becoming whole, then drugs are much more useful for the easy part. In the late 60s, drugs were supposed to provide shortcuts, but unfortunately, even in the middle run, life doesn't shortcut too well. Even the best drugs, like marijuana or psilocybin, could easily turn out to be accompanying us along a rocky road paralleling the established highways. It should have been obvious that drugs had no inherent political or ethical qualities, stupid claims by the likes of Timothy Leary notwithstanding. A soldier could smoke pot or drop LSD and throw grenades into peasant villages, a stockbroker could trip out on ticker tape. Yet it was tempting to fantasize that a drug could somehow counteract the leverage of the power structure. Like the idealized lawns in the new suburban tracts and the old hometowns, our minds were supposed to stay carefully trimmed and edged. A lot of mental energy went into setting aside feelings. For many who were adolescents or young adults a quarter of a century ago, the clash of cerebral and emotional reactions became crucial back then. The battle fought inside many of us and within family after family and school after school centered on what to do with unauthorized feelings. At the outset they had, in most situations, virtually no place to go. When we discovered ways to express them, we found that the everyday world around us could undergo drastic change. In 1967 a classmate of mine printed up and distributed a leaflet headlined Napalm AII in which he announced that he would be burning a dog on the high school's front 9 steps as a protest of 73. The Vietnam War. The ensuing uproar was such that he got expelled, partially with the rationale that any number of students couldn't wait to beat him up. Living perhaps a dozen miles from the White House, he had done something scurrilous, almost kamikaze-like, in a social context where it was fine to napalm human beings but not canines. The drastic measure of expulsion, a suburban testament to grievous sin, was an index of his foolhardiness. Ill. Turning and turning in the widening gyre. The falcon cannot hear the falconer. Things fall apart, the center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. The blood-dim tide is loosed, and everywhere the ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. It was logical that more than one pundit would find in W.B. Yeats' lines some coherent dismay applicable to the late 60s. But in the long run, however fraught with corruptions and contradictions, the center could hold. "The man can't bust our music," a record company ad declared, but much that accompanied the passage of time could. Institutions with status quo agendas could fall back on vast material resources, continuity, and staying power. The center had a way of reasserting itself. For many, what became remembered as the 60s lasted only a few seasons. It was, measured against a lifetime, not much longer than a memorable storm. 74. Punctuating the course of a year. Yet the changes were often searing, and even if shrugged off they left their birthmarks and scars. We kept getting older, of course, but much more was at work. We were backtracking after too many shortcuts, taken in a frenetic time that encouraged its share of sloppy conceits, such as notions that one's upbringing could be discarded, and various other cultures could be tried on, like hats stocked on department store shelves. For a while it was pleasant to believe that we had changed irreversibly, and almost effortlessly, turning away from craven conformity and cold comforts, but time would tell. We were all part of a continuum of history, social environment, personal foibles, economic conditions, the obvious which wasn't terribly obvious in the midst of all that 60s commotion. A mindset of insurrection could be a good weapon against a numbed culture, but not necessarily much of a basis for constructing something different. We could define ourselves in terms of what we weren't. It was more difficult to even begin to create who and what we wanted to be. It was easier to step away from the usual, the abhorrent, the predictable, than to plunge toward a far more wispy future. Options worthy only of contemptuous rejection were everywhere. The questions we might be enthusiastic about answering in the affirmative were just starting to be asked. Decades as epochs are commonly more hype than real dividing lines. Yet, it turned out that transitions between the 60s and 70s were fairly brusque. Certain intensities seemed to peak around the same time. A conspicuous shared 75. Rents came in the spring of 1970. The U.S. invasion of Cambodia had hardly begun when the peace movement responded with an outpouring of protest across America. Tear gas was the national analgesic. Bullets from law enforcement troops killed 6 students, at Kent State in Ohio and Jackson State in Mississippi. Suddenly, in early May, the Pentagon death merchants were on the defensive. Hundreds of campuses shut down entirely, except for demonstrations. Hundreds more went through stages of paralysis. There would, it seemed, be no turning back. And yet, when autumn came, the campuses opened with little more than a murmur. Maybe we had reached our limits, collectively and personally. The exact sequence could be more than a little murky. Additional years of the Vietnam War followed, along with less cohesive opposition at home. Even when anti-war protests surged, the mass media downplayed their importance. In 1971, when May Day demonstrations in Washington resulted in thousands of arrests, news coverage was sensationalist and fleeting, with little mention of the life and death reasons behind the large-scale civil disobedience. Increasingly, many peace advocates put energy into the campaign of Democratic presidential candidate George McGovern, yet an independent anti-war movement kept asserting itself. At the Republican National Convention in August 1972, as Richard Nixon was being renominated for president in Miami, several thousand people were in the streets outside, day after day, protesting the still horrendous Vietnam War. I remember Daniel Ellsberg saying, "We are not on the wrong side in Vietnam. We are the wrong side." 76. Dave Dellinger, in the midst of a long fast, read from a letter smuggled out of a Nazi concentration camp 3 decades earlier. "It was hard at first, but we got used to it." Referring to present-day destruction of so many people in Indochina, Dellinger said, "Although it was hard at first, there is a real possibility we will get used to it. There is, we have," I wrote in my journal. After mace and tear gas, more than 900 people were arrested for civil disobedience, but the mass media ignored us. Times had changed. In 1968, the news coverage had been immense when anti-war protests filled the streets of Chicago as that city hosted the Democratic National Convention. Violent attacks on protesters by club-wielding police angered some of the viewers who saw the bloodshed on nationwide TV. In 1972, Danny Schechter observed in a Boston Phoenix article, "More demonstrators turned out in Miami this year than in Chicago 4 years ago. Almost twice as many ended up getting arrested." The demonstrations themselves represented a much more diverse group of people, and many of the protests were among the more creative in conception. Only this time, when the whole world was watching, they saw the imported youth galleries chanting, "For more years," rather than the photographs of Vietnamese horror being carried in the streets. In their postmortems, the television commentators assured their audiences that the protest movement had had its last hurrah. Few of the activists were interviewed, little of what they had written or said was reported or taken seriously. The banal and insulting coverage accorded the anti-war movement in Miami suggests that television can no longer be relied on. 1177. Ever it could, as even an unconscious ally. By 1972, anti-war sentiment was widespread but somehow diffuse, and largely discounted. News media promulgated the idea that the movement had collapsed. 4. During the 1970s, numerous alternative institutions dug in, or evolved, or got started, for the long haul. People organized projects ranging from listener-supported radio stations to food coups to credit unions to activism on a wide variety of political issues. Yet many other individuals and groups fell by the wayside. In the long run, many of the holes punched in retaining walls of duplicity were patched up and smoothed over. The trend among many baby boomers could be partly explained by economic concerns. By the mid-1970s, meeting basic expenses required appreciably more income, and there was little money to be made outside the mainstream. Yet all we'd ever had was daily life, if much of it was taken up, yet again, with doing things we didn't particularly want to do, going through motions of being who we didn't particularly want to be. In some senses our lives were slipping away. After exploring some depths, many people felt constrained to return to the surface, like explorational divers who'd tired of the pressure and risk. As the 60s became memory, large numbers of those who'd identified with the counterculture, apolitical or not, gravitated to some form of me-first ideology with their lives, if not with their mouths. Often bent on chasing lots of dollars. There were 78 careers to be built, families to be raised, and money to be made. The danger was that, perhaps in imperceptible increments, we would become a new generation's version of the people we'd warned ourselves against. As the Vietnam War and the Watergate scandal wound down, the system was pleased to portray both as aberrant incidents that had unduly roused us from serenity. "Our long national nightmare is over," Gerald Ford proclaimed when sworn in as president after Richard Nixon's resignation on August 9, 1974. By then few U.S. troops remained in Vietnam, though the Pentagon was still assisting with the savage Vietnamization of the war. When Saigon fell the following year, the war was over. Though people across Indochina were left to mourn dead loved ones numbering into the millions, and to cope with ecological disasters such as dioxin poisoning that the American protectors had left behind. In the United States, the misapprehension that the Vietnam War had been some kind of aberration from the system, rather than a particularly murderous manifestation of it, was well expressed by a taunt aimed at former peace activists: "Now that the war is over, they won't have anything to protest." As the anti-establishment furor that had rocked the country for several years passed into history, many of its enthusiasts floated back toward the mainstream. Even the most buoyant of activists had to agree by the mid-1970s that the US level was somewhat adrift. A lot of its rhetorical and ideological excesses had dissipated as well, which was generally to the good. But the movement was smaller. 79. Or at least less visible and vehement, progressive politics became more scattered, and often more hazy. In January 1977, a Democrat arrived in the White House who never managed to talk straight about Vietnam. After 2 months in office, President Carter explained that the United States had no responsibility to provide post-war aid to Vietnam because the destruction was mutual. True, it could be said that Carter was better than his Republican predecessors. And the former governor who'd gained national prominence with help from powerful and wealthy patrons spoke in very moral tones. But contrary to his enduring humanitarian image, burnished by frequent epiphanies for peace and human rights, Jimmy Carter's presidency set in motion a new wave of horrific policies. For instance, to take a few military-related matters, he pushed forward an array of new nuclear weapons systems such as the Trident, MX, Cruise, and Pershing II missiles, scuttled possibilities for a nuclear test ban under pressure from the weapons labs, and boosted the Pentagon budget at the expense of domestic social programs. The warm feelings that many humanistic people expressed about Jimmy Carter while he was president and still express today reflect the kind of tenacious illusions that now prettify perceptions of President Clinton. Relief at the departure of Republicans from the White House encourages rosy visions as an idealistic-sounding Democrat settles in. All too often, the public relations image makes a lasting impression that overrides the grimmer realities of presidential policy. 80. Lovely speeches aside, Jimmy Carter opted for guns over butter. His 1976 campaign pledged to expand social programs. Instead, during the Carter presidency, the federal spending for them had a growth rate of 4%, compared with 8% during the Nixon and Ford years. The Carter administration, writes Manning Marable, halted the creation of new programs in human services areas, increased defense spending to all-time highs, and vowed to cut inflation and to stimulate the business sector at the cost of higher unemployment. By 1978, President Carter was giving the green light to huge budget increases for the Pentagon, laying out scenarios for new weapons deployments and other military buildups that the Reagan administration later fulfilled with a vengeance. Meanwhile, despite all his trumpeted emphasis on human rights, President Carter funneled large amounts of money and military hardware to many a bloodthirsty dictatorship. Indonesia was a case in point. Inaugurated 13 months after Indonesia's December 1975 invasion of East Timor, Carter ordered a step-up in U.S. military aid to the Jakarta regime, which was continuing its wholesale murder of Timorese civilians. The death toll was to reach an estimated 200,000 by the time Carter began his last year in the White House. By 1977, Indonesia had actually begun to exhaust its military supplies in this war against a country of 700,000 people, Noam Chomsky recounts, so the cartel administration took some time off from its pieties and self-acclaim about its devotion to human rights, the soul of our foreign policy to.ui.m. 81. Large-scale increase in the flow of arms to Indonesia, in the certain knowledge that they would be used to consummate a massacre that was approaching genocidal proportions. How can such a president be remembered with fondness by people in the USA who detested Ronald Reagan and George Bush for their barbarism? Was Jimmy Carter's treatment of Indonesian butchers an isolated instance? Hardly. Central America was another region that paid in blood. Consider El Salvador, ignoring the pleas of Archbishop Oscar Romero, who shortly before his assassination in March 1980 beseeched the president not to send U.S. military aid to the brutal Salvadoran junta. Carter gave El Salvador's terrible war its start with major aid and political backing. Consider Nicaragua. Popular mythology tells a very different tale, but Carter supported dictator Anastasio Somoza virtually to the end of his bloody rule. Chomsky notes, with Israel taking over the main burden at the end, surely with tacit U.S. approval despite official denials when direct U.S. intervention was blocked by congressional human rights legislation. Consider Guatemala. U.S. military aid to the mass murderers never ceased during the Carter years, contrary to what is commonly alleged, and in fact remained close to the norm. Furthermore, the U.S. military establishment maintained its close relations with the Guatemalan military, giving them a convincing signal that the human rights rhetoric was hardly to be taken seriously. While engaging in various behind-the-scenes cruelties, the Carter presidency coincided with years 82 of wide ambiguity among progressive activists in the United States. For many people who'd found a sense of identity in the social ferment of the 60s, political commitment shrank into ambivalence. Still, some impressive protests took root. For example, a strong movement grew to challenge nuclear power with public education, legal interventions, and nonviolent civil disobedience campaigns. Many baby boomers had been turning inward. Some results of the new introspection could be positive, even, to use a much-abused word, liberating. A second wave of feminism during the 1970s raised crucial questions about sex roles and hierarchy, and began to answer them with radical changes in day-to-day life, in the process creating more egalitarian personal relationships and more democratic social groups. Ongoing discussions highlighted the need for women's liberation, gay rights, and an end to male domination. When Edward Kennedy, objecting to White House budget priorities, opted to run for the 1980 Democratic presidential nomination, he didn't get far against the political hardball of the incumbent. The party's center held. One reason Carter could win renomination so easily was that leftists did not despise him as many had learned to hate Johnson or Nixon. Yet, for people who bothered to find out what was going on in El Salvador during Carter's final year in the Oval Office, for instance, such antipathy could easily develop. By 1980, the political culture was such that people who'd been young adults 10 years earlier were now less inclined to be outraged about brutalities financed by the U.S. Treasury from the impoverished neighborhood. 83. Across town to peasant villages many thousands of miles away. As usual, attempts to build a national electoral base outside the Democratic Party proved to be inauspicious. With some fanfare on the left, the newly formed Citizens Party nominated Barry Commoner to run for president in 1980. Although substantial numbers of activists volunteered, the effort was a miscalculation on at least two fronts. The independent campaign did not generate wider support, and could not break through mass media censorship. Yet grassroots organizing gave rise to some successes at the polls. One of the most inspiring campaigns was in Chicago, where extensive community meetings in the city's black neighborhoods developed a detailed political agenda and drafted Harold Washington as a mayoral candidate to move it forward. Adding to the obstacles posed by the city's powerful Democratic Party machine, Edward Kennedy and Walter Mondale went out of their ways to endorse the white candidates, Jane Byrne and Richard Daley Jr., backed by local elites in the Democratic primary. When Harold Washington won enough votes to become Chicago's mayor, his victory was a triumph for people power. Elected in 1983 because progressives of all races put together a strong coalition, he served in City Hall as an unwavering advocate for justice and human dignity. In the 1980s, new movements emerged to go up against U.S. complicity with oppression overseas. Midway through the decade, civil disobedience at 84. The South African Embassy in Washington inspired effective anti-apartheid organizing in every region of the United States. Thousands of students worked to demand an end to college investments in companies doing business in South Africa. Demonstrations led to victories on many campuses. And attention also focused on other vital concerns, among them, events in Central America. Visits to the region helped to create understanding that galvanized growing numbers of people in North America. Intensive solidarity work drew in many thousands, who educated and agitated and protested against continued U.S. aid to the Contra guerrillas in Nicaragua, and to the death squad government of El Salvador, and to the succession of dictatorships in Guatemala. The activism built alliances with the poor of Central America, and also educated U.S. citizens about their own government. Awareness also spread about the dangers of nuclear arms. The Reagan administration provoked alarm with notably reckless bluster as it sought to justify going ahead with new nuclear weaponry that had been backed by President Carter. Intensive community organizing and protests at weapons facilities, embryonic during Carter's presidency, leapt forward with rapid momentum in the early 1980s. At about the time that the anti-nuclear weapons cause was reaching new heights of Union visibility, filling New York's Central Park with 1 million protesters on June 12, L982, and splashing onto the covers of national news weeklies, the Freeze movement took oil. 2. Provided hope, based on intellectual and moral suasion, promoting a pro-85 proposal to freeze U.S. and Soviet nuclear arsenals at existing levels, as a step toward later cutbacks. Respectable, legal, outspoken, and persuasive, with an active support base concentrated among the affluent, the freeze made an enormous impact on mass media and on Capitol Hill. Within 2 years, the national leadership of the freeze and much of its rank and file had become adjuncts to the Democratic Party and its 1984 presidential candidate, Walter Mondale. The former vice president was a fitting champion of pro-freeze partisans fighting hard for Pyrrhic achievements at the polls. 18 months before he gained the '84 Democratic nomination for president, I phoned Mondale's office and requested an interview with someone authorized to speak for him on the subject of nuclear weapons policies. I was referred to an executive at one of the major stock brokerage firms on Wall Street. What happened in 1984 was a classic instance of how top Democrats can get activists to accept an absence of clarity and truthfulness, attributes that distinguish an empowered movement from powerful politicians. Mondale was pleased to claim, as he did after one of his primary victories, that when citizens cast ballots for him they voted to end this insane arms race, so that our children can have a future. In reality, a vote for Mondale represented nothing of the kind. He favored every new nuclear weapons system coming down the pike. A few weeks before the '84 Democratic National Convention, I wrote in an article that Mondale's support for the freeze was more fig leaf than litmus test, and commented, to a remarkable degree, the 86 country's groundswell against nuclear weapons has been willing to project its own hopes onto whoever the Democrats nominate. Soon after the piece appeared in a daily newspaper in California, I received an angry note from the director of one of the main anti-weapons lobbying groups in Washington. He did not dispute the truth of what I'd written about Mondale, but insisted that it should not be put into print. Articles like mine, he complained, would harm efforts to defeat Reagan. A few months later, in his final debate with President Reagan, Mondale assured the country, "I support the air-launched cruise missile, ground-launched missile, Pershing missile, the Trident submarine, the D-5 submarine, the stealth technology, the midget man. We have a whole range of technology." Was it wrong to urge people to vote for Mondale as a way of preventing Reagan's re-election? Not really. Was it wrong to portray Mondale as an opponent of nuclear madness? Absolutely. Whether or not Mondale went on to win the election, such duplicity by nuclear freeze strategists could only be catastrophic for the grassroots movement against nuclear weapons. The freeze handed its momentum and stature over to the 1984 Democratic ticket, which was pleased to squander the gift for electoral purposes. And so the nationwide freeze movement was strangled by its compacts with Democratic Party tacticians. In the name of fueling hope, fervent hopes were replaced with false ones. When the National Freeze Organization and its allies put forward the Democratic Party's liberal politicians as engines for nuclear disarmament, much of the anti-nuclear movement was pulled off track. In the v. 87 of the '84 election, the national freeze and many other segments of the anti-nuclear movement were buried in the wreckage. A few hours after the polls closed for the 1984 election, I wrote a piece that tried to sort out what had happened in the freeze movement's stance with the Democratic Party's presidential campaign. In the person of Walter Mondale, millions of Americans voted for and many worked for someone backing weaponry they detest. The logic, of course, was to defeat an even more repugnant candidate. But by now much of the language accompanying freeze advocacy has been so trivialized that the disarmament constituency is likely to find it more of an encumbrance than a boost in the future. There is something to the old adage about saying what we mean and meaning what we say. In the long run, such an approach, while running the risk of appearing naive, avoids a far graver risk, outmaneuvering our own deeper beliefs. At best, sought-after victories, if won, might truly be weighty victories instead of hollow ones, of the sort that litter the nuclear age landscape of arms control. Paradoxically, what has seemed to be the nuclear freeze concept's strongest feature, a broad base of support, has circumscribed its possibilities. Wide but not deep, in the end the freeze was not anchored much of anywhere. 4 years later, at the Democratic National Convention in Atlanta, there was a pathetic postscript. Two of the darlings of the freeze, Senator Alan Cranston and Representative Edward Markey, were hauled out by the Michael Dukakis campaign to speak against a minority platform. 88. Plank, offered by Jesse Jackson delegates, calling for the U.S. government to pledge no first use of nuclear weapons in any future conflict. Often lionized earlier in the decade as heroic freeze advocates, the pair of liberals delivered their well-placed kicks from the podium. The minority plank went down to defeat. The Reagan administration and right-wing media did not undermine the movement against nuclear weapons. Liberal politicians and mainstream media did, to the great extent that activists trusted them. Eager to heed the advice from friendly voices in Congress and the nation's newsrooms, all too many activist groups deferred to moderating influences. The pattern was customary. What looked like pragmatism turned out to be co-option, greased by mass media. 89. 5. In 1984 George Orwell wrote about the conditioned reflex of stopping short, as though by instinct, at the threshold of any dangerous thought. It includes the power of not grasping analogies, of failing to perceive logical errors, of misunderstanding the simplest arguments if they are inimical to the prevailing ideology, and of being bored or repelled by any train of thought which is capable of leading in a heretical direction. Today's dominant news media are good at repeatedly covering the same ground, carefully avoiding much exploration beyond the sanctioned boundaries. A narrow band of terrain is trod as if it were the universe of ideas. We may get used to equating what is familiar with what is objective, what is usual with what is balanced, what is repeatedly asserted with what is true. All the while, enthroned pundits fill the airwaves with non-stop droning that offers little diversity. As with broadcasts, so with print, newsstands display dozens of papers and magazines, endlessly repetitions and confined. Words, language, dialogue, and debate are potential tools for breaking out of small conceptual 91 cages. But after the thousands of times that Americans have heard the word freedom in speeches and sound bites and TV commercials, for instance, how much meaning can the word hold? In a hollow din, when the mouthing of words has become a self-referencing closed loop of verbiage, words commonly precede and preempt thought. When words supplant meaning, clichés become its impersonator and its frequent enemy. In 1984, Orwell explained that the special function of certain newspeak words was not so much to express meanings as to destroy them. Repetition of such words and phrases can be much like water on stone. Constant media drips presenting self-evident truths courtesy of government officials and the journalists, commentators, academics, and assorted other experts who seem to have tenure on the networks. Serving as a centralized, nervous system of the country's body politic, U.S. mass media have paralyzing effects. The more ubiquitous that media power becomes, the more anonymous and natural it is likely to seem. Common preconceptions are mistaken for common sense. Even controversial news stories are respectful of limitations. The standard paradigm is to bemoan various ills while omitting specifics about causality. Countless stories describe homelessness but not the real estate maneuvers connected to it. Daily newspapers don't print photos of the profiteers next to the pictures of their victims. Even when journalists focus sharply on the effects of pollution, the extent of the profitable corporate arrogance involved rarely gets into the media frame. And discussions of 92 alternatives stay quite limited. Don't hold your breath for the day when the op-ed page of the New York Times or Washington Post hosts a vigorous debate about the merits of cutting the Pentagon budget in half next year, or putting a legal cap on the profits of corporations and the assets of millionaires, or holding free elections in each workplace to select supervisors and CEOs. Many democratic possibilities are automatically beyond the pale of mass media discussion. Fortunately, even the most powerful manipulators can't be sure of controlling minds. Yet powers that be are much more concerned with actions and utterances than with thoughts or feelings per se. And expression of stray dissenting opinions can be tolerated, perhaps even encouraged, letting off steam while the pressure cooker remains sealed fairly tight. Successful manipulation plays the percentages among the populace, and commands majorities. The process is even more powerful than the content. Mass media cajole people to keep buying products as if they could substitute for or even be meaning. There is, of course, no reason why the new totalitarianisms should resemble the old. Aldous Huxley foresaw in his post-war introduction to Brave New World. He added, a really efficient totalitarian state would be one in which the all-powerful executive of political bosses and their army ol managers control a population of slaves who do not have to be coerced, because they love then servitude. To make them love it is the task assigned, in present-day totalitarian states, to ministries of propaganda, newspaper editors, and ghoul tsc*. 93. But their methods are still crude and unscientific. That was in 1946. Methods are quite a bit less crude now. 2. More and more, a brazen new world blends pacification and repression in a warlock sprue stirred with both carrot and stick. Mass-produced seductions combine with mass-imposed intimidations. But whatever the mix of caressing or bludgeoning people into submission, any effective system of control must go a long way toward obscuring key methods of that control. A society's vaunted stability, amid chronic and extreme inequities, may be an index of just how numbed people have become. In this, the most scientific of ages, people are beset by social engineering that has come to seem normal, even natural. This is not a drum-tight Big Brother society, although US elites have helped to sustain regimes in quite a few third-world countries as brutal as anything described in 1984. Some Americans are apt to feel as carefree as any soma swallower. Yet others, such as many inner-city residents overwhelmed by the system, are as desperate as Winston contemplating the grip of Big Brother. In the United States, centralization of mass media is so intrinsic and so crucial that it must not be discussed in any discerning way via the main media channels that empty into our lives like so much tap water. How many corporations are reaping most of the revenue from US newspapers, magazines, TV, books, and movies? In the early 1980s the answer was 50, by the early 1990s the 94 number had dropped to 20. All the pretensions aside, we will not hear Dan Rather or Peter Jennings or Tom Brokaw elucidate how the corporations that pay their salaries are wielding power in pursuit of the bottom line, close to home and around the world. On millions of TV screens at any one moment, CNN headline news keeps splattering the country and the planet with its jejune ejaculations. Welcome to the global pillage. The technology is awesome, and so is its proven capacity to entrance while conflating actual events with fabricated images, the most pseudo of realities. During the Gulf War, the media acclaim was widespread when CNN aired live video of US cruise missiles reaching Baghdad, yet what we saw on television was little more than a light show, spectacular pyrotechnics in the sky while the carnage below got short shrift. In the closing decade of the 20th century, the media powers have global reach. Meanwhile, criticism is surrounded and absorbed, amoeba-like, by the circuitous mainstreams of what we could call skip thought. Repeating and recycling endlessly. Skip thought habitually jumps over ideas and perspectives that reject the legitimacy of corporate rule. Elsewhere, in places as far away as East Timor or Turkey or China or Burma, rank lies and flagrant violence may hammer human beings from dawn to dawn, but here and now in the United States the lies and violence are apt to be combined with soothing velvet that adorns the dominant scenery. The biggest hoaxes depend on the biggest illusions. Wholesale, they make the reigning freedom possible. 95. The USA's major news media pose no threat to what the late writer Walter Karp called the fact of oligarchy. In the United States, he pointed out, the fact of oligarchy is the most dreaded knowledge of all, and our news keeps that knowledge from us. By Their subjugation of the press, the political powers in America have conferred on themselves the greatest of political blessings, Geige's ring of invisibility. And they have left the American people more deeply baffled by their own country's politics than any people on earth. Our public realm lies steeped in twilight, and we call that twilight news. Journalists are neither more nor less courageous than people in other professions. We can hardly expect corporate paid reporters and pundits to make careers out of biting the hands that sign their paychecks. Those who pay the piper, as the saying goes, call the tune not every note, but the overarching score orchestration that may seem to be nowhere in particular because it is now almost everywhere, with an insistent drum beat that after a while gets confused with the human heart. The political muzak keeps functioning as white noise, constant and familiar, with little variation, and loud enough to prevent us from hearing much of other sounds. To question the divine right of large corporations to occupy America's political throne is a lack of fealty that demands exclusion from the round tables of megamedia discourse, where political realities are framed and reframed every day. For people on corporate payrolls, more than a little parental company discretion is advised. Mainstream journalists are cases in point, criticisms of government and disparagements of 96. The public sector overall are far more acceptable than condemnations of corporate power. Yet the facts are cold and hard. It is beyond doubt that the large corporation has always governed, most importantly by deciding whether untold numbers of people will live or die, will be injured, or will sicken, comments Morton Mintz, who left the Washington Post in 1988 after 29 years as a reporter there. His attitude was rare in the newsroom. Media professionals are almost uniformly unwilling to voice anything that smacks of a systemic critique of the private industry juggernaut. One afternoon in late 1990, I appeared on a radio program with a national reporter for the Los Angeles Times, Bob Scheer, who'd been working for Southern California's dominant news outlet since the mid-1970s. On the air he acknowledged that largely a lot of what we do is to be a conveyor belt of news from powerful government officials and so forth. They basically define what the news is. But Scheer framed his criticisms of the news industry to exclude the massive corporations with media companies among their many business holdings. The issue is, he said, is there pressure within any of these news organizations to gather news in a certain way? I don't think it comes from what they own. In fact, much evidence to the contrary had long been available. Ben Bagdikian's classic book The Media Monopoly, first published in 1983 and later updated, provides a lot of specific examples showing that many news outlets including the L.A. Times skew what they publish and broadcast to serve the 97. Economic interests of owners. Advertisers also have plenty of clout. But to hear Scheer tell it, corporate power presented no problem. As a working journalist and I've been at the L.A. Times for 15 years, I never felt any influence. No one ever suggested that I go easy on anything that they happen to own. I don't know that there's any connection between what the company owns and the way the news is reported. The Times Mirror Company, parent corporation of the Los Angeles Times, is an economic powerhouse. As Bagdikian mentions in his book, the conglomerate also owns other newspapers, cable systems, book publishing houses, agricultural land, urban real estate, commercial printing plants, and other non-journalistic operations. But on the radio show, Scheer made a point of saying, I don't even know what the parent company owns, and I've been there 15 years. A former editor of the left-wing Ramparts magazine during the Vietnam War, Bob Scheer went on to become one of the most independent-minded and enterprising reporters at the Los Angeles Times. That makes his expressed attitudes all the more significant, indicating the limits of acceptable analysis within megamedia journalism. Let's take Scheer at his word, I don't even know what the parent company owns, and I've been there 15 years. Such an absence of curiosity is remarkable, especially for an investigative reporter. But in an odd way it dovetails neatly with the claim that media ownership doesn't really affect content. The most basic goal of owners, maximizing profits, usually eludes scrutiny, even though the per. 98. Pursuit of that goal restricts journalists every day. The boundaries may be invisible, though, we have reason to suspect, well understood and all the more effective as constraints because they need not be imposed in any heavy-handed or unprofessional manner. In fact, the internalized constraints, with all their unspoken taboos, have come to seem integral to professionalism. Corporate control is not interference in the newsroom. If you own an institution, you aren't interfering in it, you're running it. Orwell, anyone? The conditioned reflex of stopping short, as though by instinct, at the threshold of any dangerous thought. The doublethink process has to be conscious, or it would not be carried out with sufficient precision, but it also has to be unconscious, or it would bring with it a feeling awful city and hence of guilt. The debilitating obstacles that face journalists and the rest of us are primarily institutional. If we push hard to challenge the institutions around us, the struggle can change us for the better in the process. Rather than succumbing to the media manipulation that continues to foreclose better options, we can tune up our personal and collective radar screens to track unidentified flying propaganda. Determination to battle for more autonomy over our own possibilities as individuals, as people communicating with each other, and as a society opens up new and vital horizons. In contrast, evading the truth of corporate power over news media is a disorienting mental tralfi pattern that keeps trampling a path ol political confusion. False mapping of society immobilize us. 99. To the great extent that we trust public mythologies more than first-hand realities. Imagine if Rand McNally and its competitors issued maps that had little resemblance to actual streets and highways and terrain. To the extent that we believed those maps, we'd be unable to go much of anywhere, we wouldn't be able to plan our journeys, or meet up with other people, for that matter we wouldn't even really know where we were. The news and punditry provide orientation, guiding the public's perception and navigation of the world. At various times, on various subjects, the media compass needle may actually be pointing south, north, east or west. It's no accident that conventional accounts of politics are disorienting, since they take citizens on detours every day away from clarity about power, who wields it, how, and why. Astute investors would never make the mistake of trying to get their bearings from the A sections of daily newspapers. As informative compasses, the mass media indicate much more about how those in power want us to perceive and navigate the world than about how the world really is. Popularized renderings of reality, however phony, supply us with shared illusions, suitable for complying with authorized itineraries, the requisite trips through never-never lands of public pretense. Privately, we struggle to make sense of our experiences. Perhaps we can create some personal space so that our own perceptions and emotions have room to stretch. But the limits of privatized solutions are severe. Public spheres determine the very air we breathe and the social environments of our lives. The standard detours meander through 100 imposing landscapes. Beyond the outer limits of customary responses, uncharted territory is weird, certainly not familiar from watching TV or reading daily papers. Following in the usual footsteps seems to be safer. Confusion about politics and power denies us clues as to where to go from here. And Wilson Schaef has identified pivotal results of such confusion. First, it keeps us powerless and controllable. No one is more controllable than a confused person, no society is more controllable than a confused society. Politicians know this better than anyone, and that is why they use innuendos, veiled references, and out-and-out lies instead of speaking clearly and truthfully. Second, it keeps us ignorant. Professionals give their clients confusing information cloaked in intimidating language that lay people cannot understand. They preserve their one-up status while preventing us from learning about our own bodies, our legal rights, and our psychology. Third, it keeps us from taking responsibility for our own lives. No one expects confused people to own up to the things they think, say, or do, or face the truth about who they are. Fourth, it keeps us busy. When we must spend all our time and energy trying to figure out what is going on, we have none left over for reflecting on the system, challenging it, or exploring alternatives to it. These have the combined effect of keeping us stuck within the system. And this, I believe, is the primary purpose of confusion. A confused person will stay within the system because the thought of moving out of it is too frightening. It takes a certain amount of clarity to try new 101 things, walk new roads, and cross new bridges, and confusion makes clarity and risk-taking impossible. Mass media encourage us viewers, listeners, readers to suspend disbelief, willingly or otherwise. Stalked by propaganda wolves in chic clothing, we are the intended sheep. Conformity is disguised with appearances of diversity, just as silence about what matters most is in no way inconsistent with constant verbiage. The great triumphs of propaganda have been accomplished, not by doing something, but by refraining from doing, Aldous Huxley observed. Great is truth, but still greater, from a practical point of view, is silence about truth. But silence is not enough. If persecution, liquidation, and the other symptoms of social friction are to be avoided, the positive sides of propaganda must be made as effective as the negative. The most important Manhattan projects of the future will be vast government-sponsored inquiries into what the politicians and the participating scientists will call the problem of happiness. In other words, the problem of making people love their servitude. Getting people to love their servitude is a tall order, but in America more modest conditioning has proved sufficient to make quiescence a common way of life. Within a pseudo-security state, the constant rush to desensitize has become a generic fix. To lives of quiet desperation, and to an ailing body politic, mass media are among the key institutions that administer anesthesia without surgery. 102. 4. Public TV and radio are supposed to be different and alternative. Over the years, the McNeil/Lehrer NewsHour, All Things Considered, and Morning Edition have gained credibility and trust among millions of college-educated people, an audience heavily concentrated in professional circles, including many liberals and more than a few leftists, where restive responses could be especially troublesome to upper echelon managers and policy elites. When push comes to shove, for instance when the American flag goes up and the troops go out, the news operations of PBS and NPR are among the country's most regimented. During the Gulf War in early 1991, they shamelessly served the war makers, a role briefly reprised in summer 1993 when U.S. missiles struck an Iraqi office complex and a number of nearby civilians in Baghdad. The manipulation, usually a bit more subtle than at times of U.S. military attack, is a year-round reality, as the Media Watch Group FAIR has documented with studies of the guest lists and sources of McNeil/Lehrer and NPR's daily news programs. A narrow range of voices, sound bites, commentators, and analysis comes to seem normal, even exemplary. After all, the news is in-depth, with many sentences in a row. Our intelligence does not seem to be insulted. Bogus alternatives of the NPR/PBS variety are part of a mass media bandwagon pulling news consumers along on a short conceptual leash. The absence of critical imagination has been normalized. Big-name journalists, affecting sharp-eyed realism and attention to realpolitik, preen their credentials of discernment and independence. In news media. 103. As in politics, only your essential passivity is sought. All that advertisers and underwriters want are your purchases, all that politicians want are your votes. It's called programming. The puffed-up men and occasional women on network political shows are there to convey normalcy, providing the erudite ambience of in-control continuity from those who know best. They are on the case. Anointed, seemingly confident, practiced and glib, functioning as if professional choruses in some upside-down Greek play. They serve as inverted Cassandras. The real tragedy is that they are so widely believed. Political battles are largely struggles over perception. How we see the world has everything to do with how we will live in it. Dominant assumptions, like familiar gases, are seldom noted, but they keep entering bloodstreams, flooding brains and hearts. Mainstream media are busily focusing views away from possibilities that could undermine management. The mold of prevailing thought is not to be broken. Real politics is presented as the art of the possible, not a battleground for human imperatives. And, the bottom line ultimately being the bottom line, the system's loyalty is always to itself, never to any individual. So, at the top of government, Bill Clinton the man may outlive his usefulness, as Bush and Carter and Nixon did before him. The president is a CEO of sorts, and those who have made the hiring possible are certain to want acceptable returns on their investments. Of course, big business is always looking for new products to put on the market, and major presidential contenders are no exception. A quarter cent. 104. Turiago, when The Selling of the President, 1968 came out, the book's cover featured a photo of Nixon on a cigarette pack and the imagery caused an uproar. Now we take it for granted that candidates will be sold like automobiles or deodorant. But the creation of politician products runs parallel with broader inventions. A power elite that can heavily edit the past and distort the present also reserves the right to concoct scenarios for the future. Television lights up homes everywhere with its narcotic glow, stupefaction par excellence, now enhanced with numerous cable channels and, we are told, the advent of interactive TV technology. The pretense is that you are there, or you have choices. The reality, much more likely, is that you aren't anywhere, and you can choose from the choices that have already been made for you. The delusion of choice from an array of televised, and corporately backed, programs is parallel to the delusion of choice from an array of pre-screened, and corporately backed, presidential candidates. What shines through the screens makes a show of any and all matters, from the situation comedy to the latest war. Yet there is much self-congratulation and hype about how TV has brought war into our living rooms, a claim so ludicrous that one might think it's sometimes necessary to dig shrapnel out of the sofa after watching the news on television. As Mark Crispin Miller has commented, what do we see when we sit at home and watch a war? Do we experience an actual event? In fact, that experience is fundamentally absurd. Most obviously, there is the incongruity of scale, the radical disjunction of locations. While a war is among the biggest things 105 that can ever happen to a nation or people, devastating families, blasting away the roofs and walls, we see it compressed and miniaturized on a sturdy little piece of furniture, which stands and shines at the very center of our household. And TV contains warfare in subtler ways. While it may confront us with the facts of death, bereavement, mutilation, it immediately cancels out the memory of that suffering, replacing its own pictures of despair with a commercial, upbeat, and inexhaustibly bright. In effect, the TV newsman comforts us as John Wayne comforted our grandparents, by seeming to have the whole affair in hand. Since no one seems to live on television, no one seems to die there. And the medium's temporal facility deprives all terminal moments of their weight. Being numb to untoward events is in sync with being passive. For mass media, this is a perfect fit. Television, a powerful numbing asks that we do nothing, don't touch that dial except go out and buy things. Everything is well produced, including the latest war, especially one made in the USA. The slaughter of approximately 200,000 Iraqis in a 6-week period drew on the accumulated capital of America's numbing, as crucial to the Gulf War's success as the monetary resources of the United States, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait's rich families. Day after day, with talking heads galore and not a talking heart to be found on the networks, the anchors filled the media frames with their euphemistic jargon about airstrikes, collateral damage, and pounding enemy targets. Draining life from discussions of life and death subjects, what those who dominated the airwaves and print media kept conveying with their flat 106 tones was that the wholesale destruction of human life could be discussed with pride. The effect was to fog up the horrors that the war entailed at every moment. Correspondents mouthed the language of the military, with human realities rarely even mentioned. Air Force officers, shown in pool video interviews, described the bombing runs in computer terms. "I just see blips on the screen," said one. "And we saw the war's human devastation reported as blips on our TV screens." Television powerfully normalizes duplicity, winks and nods become unnecessary. Advertising can have tremendous impact on people even if they understand cerebrally that the ads are untruthful and manipulative. The same goes for news reporting. Cognitive skepticism is a flimsy barrier when hard-driving media falsehoods constantly batter against it. Ann Wilson Schaaf describes television as one of the habitual commodities that make us numb to our own reality, to seeing what we see and knowing what we know. But behind the madness of TV is an exceedingly lucrative method. Informing, entertaining and selling become interchangeable. Replete with technical virtuosity, ads on television have become art forms. Small wonder that Star Wars movie maker Lucasfilms got into producing TV commercials in a big way. Sales pitches should be entertaining, and entertainment should be pitching for consumption. And when people are reticent to share unscreened aspects of who they are and how they feel, life is stunting itself, imitating the constraints of the tube, absorbing television's complementary messages that keep hectoring for supine quietude among the population. The anesthetic effect renders us comfortably 107. Numb yet uncomfortably on edge, swaddled in media insulation. The passivity of the TV experience is good training for watching history go by. History, even when it's in the process of occurring, comes across as some kind of gaseous time in a shattered bottle. A long dead letter. Here in the USA, the announced end of history is more akin to the end of open feeling and the substitution of the facade for the authentic in public matters. Immersed in such a synthetic meta-world, history can only be disconnected from the moment, eviscerated, both privatized and falsified, part mystery and part dusty facts, like a phone book filled with information and drained of truth. For several decades we've been undergoing the refinement of multimedia inculcation, ever more overbearing and veiled like pollution that becomes less obvious the more it is added to what is already widespread. Yet many of the pervade hypocrisies are hardly subtle. Orwell wrote in 1984 about a process that, in short, means protective stupidity. The approach involves holding two contradictory beliefs in one's mind simultaneously, and accepting both of them. Today, for politicians and their aides, Orwellian maneuvers become second nature: to tell deliberate lies while genuinely believing in them, to forget any fact that has become inconvenient, and then, when it becomes necessary again, to draw it back from oblivion for just so long as it is needed, to deny the existence of objective reality and all the while to take account of the reality which one denies all. 108. This is indispensably necessary. Basic hypocrisy is apt to seem obscure when grim ironies go unremarked and glaring contradictions are not illuminated by mass media. Big-budget PR operations function with the assumption that people can't think of everything, their thoughts have to be guided in certain directions and away from others. We know that crimes against humanity have occurred, and we know when and where they occurred, U.S. Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger declared in a December 1992 speech. We know, moreover, which forces committed those crimes and under whose command they operated. And we know, finally, who the political leaders are to whom these military commanders were and still are responsible. The brazenness of doublethink is enough to take your breath away. In fact, it takes away many people's breath, quite literally. The Secretary of State was speaking about political leaders and military commanders of Serbia. But it was, as well, a perfect description of Eagleburger and those he had worked closely with during the Gulf War a couple of years earlier. That Eagleburger was in a Republican administration is beside the point. If doublethink is anything, it is bipartisan. As he campaigned for the 1992 Democratic presidential nomination, Bill Clinton repeatedly spoke of the necessity that the United States be leading the desert storms in the 21st century. 5 months into his presidency, Clinton ordered a missile attack on Iraq and then backed it up with rhetoric from the same lexicon used by President Bush. Mass media, predisposed to impute the noblest. 109. Of motives to presidents when the U.S. military swings into lethal action, puffed up Clinton after he gave the order to launch 24 missiles that hit an Iraqi intelligence building and residential homes in Baghdad. Time magazine dubbed Clinton's televised announcement from the Oval Office one of his finest moments. He struck the right tone, reasoned but forceful. The next day, the New York Times reported, a near-defiant sense of pride was tangible at the White House. The Times went on, while it was clearly not a motivation for the strike, the likelihood that Mr. Clinton's standing in public opinion polls would rise, as support for most presidents has after military actions, appeared to have contributed to the buoyant mood. To the standard buzzwords and catchphrases of American newspeak, television reports add a narcissistic patina, a translucent glaze over reality, repeating particular words and carefully selected visuals with logarithmic intensity. The repetition is key. Exceptional articles and broadcasts do run counter to the norm once in a while, but the essence of propaganda is repetition, the daily dollops of news and views dominating the nation, steering most people away from unapproved avenues of thinking. The skip thought process is so widespread that it melts into the air, everywhere and unremarkable, like an odor so constant that it seems to have no smell. Impressions of politicians, seen through media lenses, often amount to not much more than assessments of production values. It's largely on that basis that some people like Clinton, despite his betrayal of many principles important to them. Media appear. 110. Answers are inevitably deceiving, they invite us to react with a passive sense of aesthetics. From corporate boardrooms to Capitol Hill cloakrooms, from the executive mansion to the Pentagon, our torpor is much sought after, and appreciated. More than our favor, it is our prior restraint that is curried. Huge fortunes keep being made on the prudent bet that we will remain anesthetized. The more that human imagination can be curtailed, the more it can be profitably sublimated and channeled. There is no devious master plot, only the steady workings of a system masterfully encouraging acceptance, while transforming concepts of what has to be and what cannot be. Preoccupied with root-up mass media offerings, we're on treadmills of variegated conformity. Only authentic imagination can lead us elsewhere. But it is not imagination to picture ourselves as characters in a popular TV adventure show, or to identify with one side in a debate on the McNeil/Lehrer NewsHour, or to prefer one of the budget versions in a House-Senate conference committee. When we select from the options already handed down from on high, we can only imagine what has already been imagined for us. When thought processes are corralled by received notions of realism, then possibilities for independent actions are fenced off. In contrast, as cultural critic Joyce Nelson says, imagination is a truly revolutionary force, allowing us to conceive of alternatives. It is radical in the deepest sense of that word, transforming things at their root, opening up new possibilities, challenging and suspending, for the moment, or longer, the status quo. What we are able to think prefigures what 111 we might be able to do. Political thought, no less than any other kind, takes place in imagination, Rose Goldson wrote. In imagination we move around the social system so that we can peer at social reality first from this vantage point, then from that one, each time taking our bearings from the different slant. Social meanings emerge as we imagine the situation as it could otherwise have been, or be. The otherwise, can exist only in imagination. Today, looking out at the USA's gritty and perfumed landscape, we may feel that we're growing old in a bleak civilization, an era mundane and terrible. The fact that wonderful people are capable of magnificent creations makes our socialized dead ends all the more difficult to bear, and all the more urgent to confront. Precious threads of human continuity and vibrant culture persist. But in contrast to George Orwell's nightmare, there is no need for complete uniformity here. Domination will suffice, as social machinery mass produces and homogenizes human awareness to an immense and accelerating degree. The ability to numb and delude is the ability to control. And the propaganda of anesthesia seems to be nearly everywhere. The hollowing out of words is an enterprise parallel with the hollowing out of lives. A haze surrounds us, mass media fog banks sweep in front of vision, clouding imagination, allowing only glimpses of better possibilities. Under conditions of low visibility, the present moves like the horizon along a centrist road, attentive to the synthetic mist, and missing the outlines of humanity unseen. 112. 6. In the glow of Bill Clinton's election, some readers of The Progressive had been annoyed when they picked up the magazine's December 1992 issue. An editorial reviewed the Clinton campaign. He acted as if there were no homeless and no poor people in this country, so much did he bray about the middle class, and then made a prophetic prediction. Since he knows he'll be hit from the right, it is to his right that he will move. And since he, his advisers, and the pundits are interpreting his victory as a vindication of his rightward strategy, there's no reason to expect he'll abandon it. Sure enough, all the facile talk about the middle class has become a sleight of tongue way to evade the huge gaps between economic strata of our society. The frame of reference keeps moving in advantageous directions to aid class warfare from the top down. Reporting from Southern California in the summer of 1993, under the headline GOP Blitz Against Budget Puts Democrats on Defensive, the New York Times explained on its front page that Clinton was not offering much to people earning more than $115,000, which is middle class in his high COSL region. 6 figures a year, and pari of the Belia. 113. Geward middle class. In 1993, the Clinton administration quickly dropped all but the thinnest pretenses of advocating for people with small incomes. Job programs were not worth fighting for. Aid to the cities wasn't even worth proposing, now that the election was over. Sparse resources would be sought for the projects touted as adding up to a new approach to social problems. It was neglect, scarcely more benign than usual. Nowhere to be found was any kind of White House proposal that might make a significant difference for large numbers of poor people. Urgency. Forget it. That precious commodity had to be reserved for political calculations. Many of the poor are working very hard to eke out a living. But with only 1 out of 7 people unionized in the U.S. workforce, compared with 1 out of 3 a few decades ago, the position of organized labor is weak. Bill Clinton seems to like it that way. His lackadaisical attitude toward raising the minimum wage reflects a general disinterest in doing much for workers, who see their real incomes and job security continuing to slip. When the Bank of America reported gigantic profits in 1993 while reducing the hours of employees to deprive them of benefits, that was part of a nationwide trend. The Clinton presidency abets such efficiency measures. Some minor reforms may include improvements at the National Labor Relations Board, flagrantly anti-union during the Reagan-Bush years. But Clinton, who got to the White House with strong union support, is no friend of labor, as his key appointees indicate. The jury is still out on whether 114. The traditional union is necessary for the new workplace, Labor Secretary Robert Reich stated 6 months into Clinton's term. Commerce Secretary Ron Brown chimed in, unions are okay where they are. And where they are not, it is not clear yet what sort of organization should represent workers. When the new Democratic administration named the chair of the Presidential Commission on the Future of Worker/Management Relations, the post went to John Dunlop, who was Labor Secretary in the Ford administration. In the past, mainstream pundits have lampooned liberals as political cannibals too willing to devour their own. However, the much stronger tendency is to swallow concerns and go along to get along, especially with a Democrat in the Oval Office. Surely, by summer 1993, millions of Clinton voters were fuming about the new president's repeated deference to anti-progressive pressures. But particularly among whites who considered themselves to be liberal, there was a lot of hesitation to criticize Clinton very loudly in public. 2. Yet some elected leaders did not hesitate. Many members of the Congressional Black Caucus set a good example, responding quickly and vehemently in early June 1993 when President Clinton withdrew his nomination of Lani Guinier to be Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights. but when Clinton was asked at a mid-June news conference about Teenanger inside the Black Caucus, he claimed to have .1 good relationship with the group and added that anyone who knew his record could not doubt his 115 dedication to civil rights. A month later, at the annual conference of the NAACP, the organization's chair William F. Gibson said that Clinton kicked us in the teeth by dropping Guinea. Such candor was badly needed. The taste of President Clinton's shoes was already familiar. An articulate African-American law professor, Guinea had voiced alarm that some redistricting strategies transformed the original goals of broad-based voter participation, reform, and authentic representation into the shorthand of counting elected black officials. In local elections, she suggested, innovative at-large voting systems could give each citizen the right to cast several votes, perhaps one vote for each of a number of candidates, or all votes for one candidate. Guinea advocates a profoundly democratic solution to the perpetual racism and corruption of local electoral districting, wrote a contributing editor of The Nation, Bruce Shapiro. It could help end the apartheid that still permeates U.S. electoral politics. Her approach could also crack monolithic local political machines and open up electoral politics to a range of ideas and political interests formerly locked out of the system. When Clinton abandoned his nominee, the policy director of the People for the American Way Action Fund, Leslie Harris, told the press, "This cave-in is a betrayal not just of Lani Guinea but of basic fairness." Yet Clinton's actions seemed less bothersome to many other white-led liberal organizations, inclined to see pragmatism in the president's behavior. Sometimes the contention was that, in his heart of hearts, Clinton was truly well-intentioned, he just had to deal with the tough dilemmas. 116. Of politics in high places. Guinea's refusal to walk the plank made presidential aides angry at her for failing to be a team player, as Time put it. The magazine quoted an administration official, unnamed and resentful. "Lani was not going to pull herself out. It's the MO of the civil rights movement that they are not satisfied until they can go out, declare defeat and say, 'We got screwed.' That's what they wanted. That's what they got." The quote spoke volumes about attitudes at the Clinton White House. It also echoed past liberal responses to civil rights activists unwilling to compromise with a benevolent Democratic president. 29 years earlier, at the 1964 Democratic National Convention in Atlantic City, the president's operatives were infuriated by the refusal of the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party to go along with the Johnson administration's compromise, a couple of at-large seats for the MFDP while the state's all-white delegation could remain in place. The Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party's 68 delegates represented 63,000 black people who'd signed up with the MFDP, in a state where authorities barred blacks from registering to vote. Police and other bigots had inflicted extreme violence on many voting rights workers. "We didn't come all this way for no 2 seats when all of us is tired," Fannie Lou Hamer explained in Atlantic City. But Hubert Humphrey's young protege Walter Mondale emerged from deliberations to tell the press, "It may not satisfy everybody, the extremes on the right nor the extremes on the left, but we think it is a just compromise. We think it is." 117. Based soundly on the law, we think it clearly recognizes without compromising the basic devotion of this party to human rights, and we think it represents and sets the stage for the overwhelming victory of the man who more than anybody else in the world represents the cause of justice and law today, President Lyndon Baines Johnson. As author Nicholas Mills recounts, in liberal circles the MFDP's rejection of the White House offer was proof that the Freedom Party did not know how the game of politics was played. Sophisticated counsel about how to play political games, coming from self-declared pragmatists, was as widespread then as 3 decades later. Anthony Lewis, writing in the New York Times of August 27, 1964, maintained that Mississippi insurgents like Fannie Lou Hamer didn't understand all the progress they'd already made. "It is plainly difficult for those long deprived of the most elementary rights to move from the first actions of demonstrations to the necessarily slowed and often more frustrating business of exerting influence by means of the vote and other political action," Lewis lamented. Unhappy about intransigence within the freedom movement, he worried about trouble ahead. The liberal concern is that a failure of the civil rights movement to accept the ambiguities and frustrations of politics, a decision to go on demonstrating instead, could have dangerous consequences in the long run. Media lauded black moderates, notably Bayard Rustin and Roy Wilkins, were outspoken in their disapproval of the MFDP's failure to compromise. We learned the hard way that even though we 118 had all the law and all the righteousness on our side, that white man is not going to give up his power to us, Fannie Lou Hamer said later. We have to build our own power. We have to win every single political office we can, where we have a majority of black people. She added, the question for black people is not, when is the white man going to give us our rights, or when is he going to give us good education for our children, or when is he going to give us jobs. If the white man gives you anything, just remember when he gets ready he will take it right back. We have to take for ourselves. The choices faced by the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party reverberate today. An organizer for the MFDP, Charles Sherrod of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, put it this way. We were asserting a moral declaration to this country that the political mind must be concerned with much more than the expedient, that there are real issues in this country's politics and race is one. We could have accepted the compromise, called it a victory and gone back to Mississippi, carried on the shoulders of millions of Negroes across the country as their champions. But we love the ideals of our country, they mean more than a moment of victory. We are what we are: hungry, beaten, unvictorious, jobless, homeless, but thankful to have the strength to fight. This is honesty, and we refuse to compromise here. It would have been a lie to AAPL, that particular compromise. It would have said to blacks across the nation and the world that we share the power, and that is a lie well done. The Democrats would have laughed again. 119. At the segregationist Republicans and smiled that their own Negroes were satisfied. That is a lie. We are a country of racists with a racist heritage, a racist economy, a racist language, a racist religion, a racist philosophy of living, and we need a naked confrontation with ourselves. Bill Clinton has been careful to bypass any such naked confrontation with ourselves. And mass media usually seem appreciative. An exception to the dominant media spin on Clinton's handling of the Lani Guinier nomination appeared as an editorial notebook post-mortem in the New York Times. Written by Brent Staples, the piece provided sharp analysis of the Clinton-style race card. The Guinier debacle was damaging in the racial sense, partly because Mr. Clinton's record on race is so problematic. Yes, there are black faces in the cabinet. But racial gambits played by the Clinton campaign still hang heavy in the air. As a candidate, Mr. Clinton seemed obsessed with proving that he could be stern with black folks. To show toughness on crime, he executed Ricky Ray Rector, a brain-damaged black man who seemed unaware that death was permanent. To neutralize the black left, Mr. Clinton scolded Jesse Jackson from Mr. Jackson's own podium at the Rainbow Coalition in Washington. This angered even Mr. Jackson's detractors, who saw it for the spanking the blacks routine that it was. During the Los Angeles riots, Mr. Clinton managed so feeble a response that he sounded like George Bush. As a candidate, Mr. Clinton condemned Mr. Bush's policy of forcing boatloads of refugees back to Haiti, and praised the court that found that approach illegal. As president, 120. Mr. Clinton embraced the policy he'd criticized. Against this backdrop, black Democrats could well see the sacrificing of Ms. Guinier as one more back of the hand from Bill. The reality is that we cannot know what is in a president's heart. To guess is often an exercise in projection, and always a waste of time. It's impossible to know what President Clinton really feels or believes. But even if, for the sake of discussion, we assume his best intentions as a person, the excuses commonly made for him are political cul-de-sacs. Denouncing Clinton will only help the Republicans. The same was said to justify subservience to previous Democratic presidents, as Truman handed down his loyalty orders and paved the way for the witch hunts, as Kennedy waffled on civil rights and promoted counterinsurgency wars in the Third World, as Johnson jettisoned the war on poverty in favor of the war on Vietnam, as Carter expanded military spending at the expense of domestic social programs, and continued backing for brutal regimes in places like El Salvador, Iran, and the Philippines. Clinton can't be expected to fight for what he can't win. With much media prompting, we're apt to miss the key point: Clinton can't win what he refuses to fight for. And we can't win what we don't fight for. We have to be realistic. What does tie mean? The finest moments of political leadership and activism and the most wondrous turning points of history have come with refusals to accept. 121. The reigning definitions of realism. Congress won't let Clinton do what he'd like to do. If a cause were important enough to Clinton, he would make himself part of a national effort to get behind it. In the absence of such activities by Clinton on issues that matter most, he is part of the same obstacle that Congress is. Whether Clinton means well or means ill, whether he is sincere or a snake, the path should be the same for us: push for what we believe in, and declare political war on his unacceptable policies and priorities. President Clinton's inner state is a conjectural matter, but his outward behavior is not. A leader of the Log Cabin Republicans, a gay rights group that had refused to endorse Bush in '92, put it well after 6 months of Clinton's presidency: "It's clear to the religious right now that if you hit him hard enough, he'll roll." The left never hit him hard enough. The fact that Clinton is under frequent attack from the right is liable to dissuade leftists from denouncing him. But the successes of those right-wing attacks attest to just how much the left has failed to exert counter-pressure. The news media's admonitions that Clinton must be centrist and not liberal have served as warning shots across the presidential bow. In the absence of much fire from the opposite perspective, Clinton opts to tack further away from progressive directions. For each of us, rationales are always available for keeping quiet about truth. The silence can be dressed in the stylish clothing of prudence and wisdom. Decisions to wink at what is wrong can be elevated to the status of pragmatic sophistication. 122. There is always a reason to shut up, or to mute a voice that could be forthright, turning it into a private lament or public mumble. There is always the appearance of unity to maintain, another election to finesse, 96, a greater evil to defeat, Republicans, 101 inducements for going with the program. But dissembling and avoidance tend to be habit-forming. Lies, told if only by remaining silent, can come to seem quite proper. Sad and enraging truths come to seem unnecessary to utter, intemperate, exaggerated, ill-advised. White House actions and inaction that would have drawn cries of outrage during the Reagan and Bush eras can often slide by with meager opposition now, no matter how much suffering results. The rationales are plentiful. Republicans are a lot worse. Unless we support Clinton, he won't get re-elected. We need to be patient. The prevailing ultra-pragmatism throws cold water on fiery grassroots activism that can expose power and confront its consequences. Media mists, and the smoke and mirrors of democratic rhetoric, fog the grimness of the status quo. 4. Amid all the talk of change, routine economic brutality is undisturbed, across the United States. Whether in South Central or the South Bronx or the hills of West Virginia, and overseas in countless communities of misery. Meanwhile, in bank towers from Manhattan to Bonn to Tokyo, and in Sweetsoy the benign-sounding Internation.il monetary fund, financiers make a killing each day, corporate ards operating behind ox-like curtains, reinforcing. 123. Opulence and untold anguish. While multitudes of children and adults remain crushed against walls of structural cruelty, the President and Congress maintain the tradition of tacitly abetting their torment. There is not even a rhetorical war on poverty, only purposeful surrender to market forces. All the while, left-leaning minds are encouraged to wander toward pleasant thoughts, perhaps to rejoice in low-budget social projects or the spittle and polish of a humanistic White House facade. We must help Clinton to succeed, or at least not add to his burden. The big sirens of politics beckon us each to avert our eyes from ugly truths. Preoccupied with what Clinton might do, we remain welcome to privatize our anger, and to hope. The extent of such quiescence has been a delight for strategists bent on pushing the country's perceived center rightward. Saluted as above ideology, Clinton's much vaunted centrism is an ideological flag, cemented to corporate terra firma and festooned with ribbons of change. Pleased with the presence of a Democrat atop the executive branch after all these years, we may be eager to avoid seeming marginal, yet we assure our marginality by being pacified with little more than symbols. When we grasp at tokens and find solace in soothing presidential rhetoric, powers that be love to play us for chumps. Consider these sentences from the San Francisco Chronicle about President Clinton's health care plan. Former Clinton campaign advisor Bruce Fried believes that, in the long run, the president can afford to displease his critics on the left. My sense is that they will fall in line, he said. Where else do they go? 124. The same question was asked in the mid-1960s. Thousands of activists answered it with creative energies that built a movement for peace and social justice. One of those activists, Martin Luther King Jr., said in a speech to the California Democratic Council 3 weeks before his death. On some positions, cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Expediency asks the question, is it politic? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks the question, is it right? The moderation of the convention that nominated Clinton is now perpetuating the devastation of uncounted lives. The Democratic Party's platform isn't going to do anything to bring homelessness to an end, said Charles King, director of the nonprofit Housing Works organization in New York City, interviewed a few blocks from the festivities at Madison Square Garden. If we want to discard whole segments of the population, we might have that choice. But we have to be honest about what we are doing. More than that, I think it's important to know that we are creating for ourselves a problem that will become intractable. The AIDS epidemic has been fueled by homelessness, as has the TB epidemic. I think the important point to be made, whether it's homelessness or AIDS or other systemic problems that we're faced with, is that these problems aren't intractable. It's not that we don't have the money. It's not that we don't have the resources. It's simply that we don't have the political will to stand up and say, these are the costs. These are the things we need to do. While the White House is less mean-spirited under Clinton than it was under Bush, the continue. 125. ITY between administrations is profound. A homeless person would have trouble seeing a difference. So would someone with AIDS. So would a Haitian who tried to escape a homeland of terror in 1993, only to be scooped up from a boat in mid-ocean and sent back by the United States government. Or one of the world's millions of children with pencil-thin limbs and bloated belly. Or a torture victim in any number of countries where aid money for the entrenched regime keeps pouring in from the US government. All too often, the Clinton paradigm gets ugly. Take immigrant bashing, for instance. In an effort to be seen as leading on the issue of immigration, the Committee for Health Rights in Central America reported in an August 1993 bulletin, President Clinton has put forward proposals to restrict access to the right to asylum for refugees. Clinton's plan denies refugees access to judicial review and due process by leaving the initial screening up to individual INS agents without providing access to a translator or even an attorney. One New York immigrant rights leader concluded that Clinton's plan gives less right of due process to refugees than to someone who receives a parking ticket. Publicized as one of the most far-left Democrats to enter the U.S. Senate in 1993, Barbara Boxer of California soon jumped on the xenophobic bandwagon. Only a few months into a 6-year seat, Senator Boxer was scapegoating immigrants, blaming them for hard times and proposing heavy U.S. military patrols along the Mexican border. The Committee for Health Rights didn't mince words. Boxer and the state's other Democratic senator, Dianne Feinstein, are asserting that California's 126 economic woes are due to our large immigrant population. Despite the support they garnered from progressive voters, both have made proposals which previously were only advocated by the most right-wing of California's politicians. Since Bill Clinton became president, we haven't lacked for the symbols of caring at the top of the federal government. But would you want your life to depend on the Clinton administration's courage in standing for principle? Clinton managed to nominate his entire cabinet well before his inauguration, but did not name a White House AIDS coordinator until June 25, 1993. Apologists used as an excuse the prior rejection of the job by others. But Clinton placed AIDS at such a low priority that he crippled the post from the outset. The New York Times mentioned in early summer that as the months went on, the appointment was repeatedly delayed as several people turned down the job, amid doubts that the appointee would have real power or access to the president to overcome the expected political pitfalls. Showy symbolism and compassion worn on televised sleeves, such as Clinton giving a thumbs up to Michael Jackson's touching speech about children with AIDS at inaugural festivities, went a long way to insulate Clinton from criticism as he kept AIDS concerns low on his agenda. After waiting 5 months as president, Clinton made a tepid selection for AIDS czar Christine Gebich, repeatedly described by colleagues who served with her on the Reagan administration's Commission on AIDS as a consensus builder. No firebrand or galvanizer for AIDS czar, and no passionate advocate of fight. 127. Ing AIDS in the presidential bully pulpit as the AIDS catastrophe continues to claim our loved ones. Often cited is the real difference that Clintonism makes for abortion rights. But definitions of choice tend to be quite narrow, as the White House showed in 1993 when it refused to take a position for poor women's access to abortion. That refusal was foreshadowed by the '92 campaign. The bigger picture got lost. What is needed is to look at choice in the broader framework, pediatrician Helen Rodriguez-Trias pointed out in the midst of hoopla over Clinton and Gore as pro-choice candidates. Rodriguez-Trias, then president-elect of the American Public Health Association, urged attention to current realities. Today in the U.S., most of the poor people are women and children. About 1 in 5 children in the United States lives in a household below the poverty line that is not even generous to begin with. So we're talking about real dire poverty for millions of women and children in this country. So the issue is, what are the choices? How do we define choices? Do we define choice as the right to have or not to have a child and have that child grow up in a home that has access to food, to clothing, to education, to health care? The notion of partial reproductive rights by looking just at whether you have the right to choose or not to choose abortion, that's necessary, because that's a line of struggle, but that's definitely not enough and does not define the needs of millions of American women and children. President Clinton's ostensible strong points, such as the Supreme Court, are not as strong as 128 they might seem. When Clinton put Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the highest court, she was not likely to be a heavy counterweight. Ginsburg's 13-year record on the Federal Appeals Court bench shows her frequently lining up with conservative judges. A study of her 1987 cases revealed that in divided decisions, she voted with the right-wing Judge Robert Bork a total of 85% of the time, more than twice as often as with the liberal jurist Patricia Wald. Bill Clinton seems to reflexively skate across the veneer of single-issue politics, making appointments that are surface symbols. With women's groups demanding female cabinet members, Clinton responded with his first pick for Attorney General. Ace Corporate Legal was Zoe Baird, the chief counsel for Aetna Life and Casualty, who previously ran General Electric's legal department. Black individuals sounding much more like Malcolm Forbes than Malcolm X in the Clinton cabinet: Ron Brown, Hazel O'Leary, Micah Spy could be passed off as evidence of presidential commitment to black people. In the light of subsequent events, the way that Clinton brought African Americans into the upper reaches of his administration was telling. They did not represent blacks to the white power structure, but vice versa. Although whites who bring blacks into formerly all-white workplaces talk a lot about integration, they seem at bottom to want the appearance of change without its substance, Raji I. Wilkins has observed. The blacks who are deemed qualified for white jobs are usually the most white-like in the population. The expectation often. 129. Unconscious, I am sure, is that though the color in the class picture will look different, nothing in fact will have been changed. That may work where people are installing telephone lines or figuring out how to sell shock absorbers. But when it comes to making, shaping, or analyzing public policy, that white hope is either fool's gold or a black's nightmare. Wilkins wrote those words more than a decade ago. And so in the Clinton era it often seems, yet again, that the more things change, the more. In dozens of countries around the world, regimes engaging in violent repression can apparently count on continued U.S. government largesse, despite State Department noises of misgivings. An example, at the same time that Secretary of State Warren Christopher made a public statement about the need to improve the human rights situation in Turkey, the Clinton administration announced it was bestowing $336 million worth of military hardware on Turkey's government. Yet Turkey's human rights picture has become worse in the last year and a half, said Lois Whitman, deputy director of Helsinki Watch, in summer 1993. In our recent missions to Turkey, we have found routine police torture of both political and common criminal suspects during interrogation. Moreover, Turkish security forces continue to shoot and kill peaceful demonstrators and to shoot and kill suspects in house raids, rather than arresting and trying them. In southeast Turkey more than 500 people were assassinated last year. The Turkish government has utterly failed to investigate these 130 deaths and prosecute those responsible. 15 journalists have been assassinated since February 1992. Journals and newspapers are confiscated and banned. Reporters are beaten, detained, and tortured, and journalists continue to be tried and sentenced for such offenses as insulting Ataturk or the military, or disseminating separatist propaganda. Kurds in southeast Turkey are detained and tortured, and forced either to act as village guards for the security forces or to leave their homes and lands. Denied their cultural identity, Kurds continue to be sentenced for singing Kurdish songs. It is a crime to speak Kurdish at a trial or in another official setting. Turkey, after all, is a solid U.S. military ally, having reaffirmed its value by joining in the Gulf War against Iraq in 1991. After 5 months in the White House, Clinton underscored his unity with the mentality of that warfare by ordering a U.S. missile attack on an intelligence complex in Baghdad. An administration spokesperson at the Pentagon said that a few of the cruise missiles had, regrettably, caused collateral damage. Newspeak for dead civilians away from the target. The main reason given for that attack was an unsubstantiated plot, blamed on the Iraqi government, to assassinate George Bush during an early 1993 visit to Kuwait. Imagine how many countries could, with similar reasoning, fire missiles at the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, as retribution for the U.S. government's involvement in plots to assassinate political leaders in those countries. Clinton was consistent in his support for the prerogative of bombing Iraq at will. He surprised. 131. Some observers in spring 1993, however, when he asked Congress to increase spending for the Central Intelligence Agency after campaigning with a promise to cut the CIA budget by $7 billion during his first term. How much the Clinton team would be willing to engage in direct military intervention remained to be seen. But it was no slouch at winking at vicious bombardment by allies, such as Israel's airborne siege of Lebanon in late July 1993, 7 days that, in the phrases of the New York Times, turned many southern Lebanese villages into ghost towns and displaced some 300,000 people. More than 130 people, 3 Israelis among them, were reported dead, and some 500 people, many of them Lebanese civilians, wounded. After several days of green-lighting the assaults with faint murmurs of disquiet, the U.S. State Department was pleased to get credit for brokering a ceasefire. Continuity between the Bush and Clinton administrations was smooth. Clinton chose Martin Indyk as the National Security Council's senior director for Near East and South Asian affairs. His qualifications for the job included running the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, a group closely tied to the pro-Israel lobby. Indyk was the only Mideast analyst quoted in the New York Times edition that wrapped up news coverage of the October 1991 Arab-Israeli peace conference in Madrid. He profusely praised the Middle East diplomacy of Secretary of State James Baker. Joining Indyk in the new president's inner circle on the region was Dennis B. Ross, appointed by Clinton in summer 1993 to serve as Special Coordinator. 132. Nader for the Middle East peace process. Ross was George Bush's main foreign policy advisor during the 1988 presidential campaign, and worked in his 1992 re-election effort. In the interim, at the State Department, Ross was a key assistant to James Baker, who offered high praise when Ross became a central player in the Democratic administration's policy making. There's nobody better on the problems and the intricacies and the history of the peace process. Seamless bipartisan continuity was also apparent in White House relations with Russia. During 1993, Moscow's plunge into privatization inflicted terrible new hardships on most Russians, while delighting the International Monetary Fund, corporations in the West and President Clinton, who boosted Boris Yeltsin at every opportunity. When the Russian president dissolved parliament on the first day of autumn, Clinton rushed to express enthusiasm for Yeltsin's blatantly unconstitutional move. Secretary of State Warren Christopher quickly defended the power grab, borrowing from Orwell to applaud President Yeltsin and his program of democratic reform. Unequivocal backing from the U.S. government helped set the stage for early October's bloody clashes in Moscow. And, with the Russian parliament building charred from the military assault ordered by Yeltsin, the Clinton administration maintained its full support for a Russian autocrat ruling by decree. By all accounts, Clinton came very close to ordering the resumption of nuclear testing in summer 1993, a move that would have shattered a de facto worldwide moratorium. If he could, Clinton 133 would probably have ordered half a nuclear test to spiff up his credentials as a moderate. His decision to foreclose U.S. tests for a year was no commitment to a comprehensive test ban. In fact, on October 5, 1993, Clinton responded to news of a Chinese nuclear test by announcing that he had directed the Department of Energy to take such actions as are needed to put the U.S. in a position to be able to conduct nuclear tests next year. Nevertheless, the evident pressure not to resume testing was a testament to the value of grassroots organizing that for many years endeavored to halt atomic tests. Rather than ease up after Clinton's inauguration, many activists worked hard to generate what one of Clinton's top aides called the firestorm of public opinion. Without that firestorm, U.S. nuclear testing would have restarted in mid-1993. But the nuclear arms psychosis is alive and well. Under Clinton, the government is going ahead with multi-billion-dollar outlays for retooling the nuclear weapons assembly line. The nuclear threat is still very much with us today, the California-based Peninsula Peace and Justice Center pointed out on Hiroshima Day 1993. Right now, Pentagon planners are designing a whole new generation of nuclear weapons, with the approval and support of the Clinton administration. So-called micronukes, mini-nukes, and tiny nukes are being designed for use against the Third World. They are weapons designed to fight wars rather than deter them. President Clinton's budget includes $1.3 billion for the development of new nuclear weapons. Plunging ahead with nuclear weaponry production, and accepting the 110 commercial nuclear 134 power reactors online in the United States, Clinton has a stance toward radiation that is indicative of where his administration has headed on environmental issues generally. Mild modifications do not break the momentum of the daily large-scale assaults on nature that have been poisoning so much of the world around us. The controversy over a waste technologies industries plant in Ohio was supposed to showcase a sharp contrast between Bush Quayle and Clinton Gore. During the '92 campaign, Clinton vowed to prevent the W.T.I. toxic waste incinerator from opening. So did Al Gore, who spared no passion in denouncing WTI. A mammoth facility set to operate just 300 yards from an elementary school in the city of East Liverpool. Widely celebrated as the national Green candidate, Gore used the W.T.I. issue to appeal for environmental votes. But 2 months after he became vice president, Gore was no longer talking about the need to block WTI. Instead, he spoke of federal obligations to its investors. In mid-March 1993, the Clinton administration's Environmental Protection Agency announced that it would not take action to bar the opening of WTI. So far, the Clinton way of doing business is no different from the Bush way, investigative journalist Leanna Clorfen-Caston wrote in September 1993. The implications for public health were foreboding. In a test burn, W.T.I. emitted large quantities of dioxin and mercury. More than 300 chemicals have been approved for incineration there, she reported, and once operations begin in earnest, the stacks will be allowed to release 4.5 tons of lead, 1.5 tons of mercury, 100 tons of sulfur dioxide and 400 other highly toxic chemical substances each year. Any release from the site, whether as a result of accident, explosion, or misconduct, will likely wind up in the river, a source of drinking water for millions living in towns downriver. After Clinton and Gore made so much noise opposing the W.T.I. incinerator in 1992, why their turnaround after the election? Clorfen-Caston provided some clues in a Nation magazine article. The incinerator project was begun under the aegis of financier Jackson Stevens, chairman of Stevens Incorporated, one of the nation's largest investment banking companies, based in Little Rock, Arkansas. Stevens formed W.T.I. in January 1980 to build and operate hazardous waste incinerators. East Liverpool was one of its first projects. In 1988, Stevens gave $100,000 to the Republican Party, and he and his wife were hosts to an inaugural bash for President Bush. He also once helped rescue a Harken energy project for Bush's son when it was undercapitalized. As is so often the case, the wealthy wheeler-dealer was adept at working with both major parties. In 1992, Stevens, who had earlier supported Bill Clinton in his Arkansas races, raised $100,000 for him and extended a $3.5 million line of credit to his campaign through the Worthen Bank, which is partly owned by the Stevens family. The Clinton campaign deposited up to $55 million in federal election funds in this bank. 136. The conflicts of interest don't stop there. The man now ultimately responsible for EPA decisions on W.T.I. is Deputy Administrator Robert Sussman, a law school classmate of Bill and Hillary Clinton. Sussman previously acted as legal counsel to the Chemical Manufacturing Association, at a time when two of its biggest clients, DuPont and BASF, were negotiating contracts to supply 2/3 of the waste to WTI. He also represented chemical manufacturers in a lawsuit involving enforcement of the Federal Toxic Substances Control Act. The W.T.I. saga is yet another reminder of how easily campaign promises can be betrayed. But Bill Clinton and Al Gore, as individuals, are not very significant. Their behavior, after all, is part of a pervasive pattern, with the personal qualities of a politician mattering much less than the dominant system of economic power. That system has little to fear from the fantasy that we can safeguard ecological balance by electing good people. As autumn 1993 began, I asked the editor of Earth Island Journal for his overall evaluation of Clinton's policies affecting the environment. Gar Smith responded in a way that typified the ambivalence of many environmentalists. Bill Clinton may be the best we'll ever get from government. He has taken some major risks and deserves credit for many accomplishments that would have been inconceivable under Reagan and Bush administrations. Bill, he still represents a divided constituency. People want jobs, industry wants profits, and the biosphere doesn't vote, unless you count floods, droughts and holes in the ozone layer. Clinton style oi. 137. Government by compromise has set us on the road to a kinder, gentler apocalypse. Clinton standing in the middle of the road, trying to find common ground between two enormous forces moving in opposite directions: unchecked growth and life itself. Unfortunately, these forces do share a common ground, planet Earth, and that fact puts them on a collision course. Clinton accepts the premise that economic growth and a consumer society are in fact sustainable. But a sustainable job would be based on enduring natural cycles, not on the one-time extraction of limited resources. Clinton has a technocrat's vision of the future, not a Garden of Eden but a Silicon Valley. It is appalling that Clinton would embrace free trade, which is simply applying the discredited rich man's fantasy of trickle-down economics on a global scale. During 1993, Alexander Cockburn wrote many columns exposing ugly realities beneath the White House eco-hype. At the end of summer he observed that Interior Secretary Bruce Babbitt threatens to achieve victories over environmentalists that the Reagan and Bush administrations never dared dream of, amid reverential treatment from a press corps that hails him as the scion of John Muir. A long-awaited Democratic president has implemented a liberal mode of allowing corporations to contaminate air, water, and soil. The rationales and the effects are familiar: corporate profits and ecological destruction. But, after all, why should nature be exempt from lucrative plans for the world? As Doug Henwood writes in the introduction to this book, the 138th North American Free Trade Agreement is part of the bipartisan free trade agenda, which holds that the entire globe should be a free-fire zone for multinational capital. The strong support for that agenda from both President Bush and President Clinton reflects their shared commitment to serving the bottom-line interests of huge corporations. In the words of economics professor Melvin Burke, NAFTA is, in fact, little more than the latest strategy of orthodox economists and conservative politicians to redistribute income and wealth from the many to the few and from the poorest to the richest countries and classes. Is that what you were hoping for when Clinton became president? 139. 7. Liberal haze and the centrist dream. One hot afternoon in the middle of 1968, I visited Resurrection City in Washington. Martin Luther King Jr. was dead, buried only a couple of months earlier. I was 16, a kid from the suburbs, hearing stories of chaotic despair in the encampment and seeing the disarray of tents marooned in deep mud from the summer rains. What was left of the Poor People's Campaign was falling into a gloomy sinkhole of history. The inhabitants of Resurrection City, and the millions they represented, could wait. And wait. And wait. Definitely, they could wait. Indefinitely. In the 5 years since King had come out with a book titled Why We Can't Wait, the civil rights movement's demands that would cost the government little in dollars, such as anti-discrimination laws and voting rights, had gained enormous ground, but the emerging demands for economic justice went heading nowhere. Nationwide, intractable conditions required a critique of the jobs performed not by Southern police chiefs but by bankers and slumlords and investors and corporate magnates. The 141. North, South, East, and West. Few of the movers and shakers in mainstream politics were ever interested in disrupting the cash flow of big-time profit-takers. Plus, there was a war on, and with the U.S. government's military spending on the rise for warfare in Indochina, conventional liberalism was blinkered at the water's edge. The vice president, HHH, was a symbol of liberals who stood behind policies causing many more deaths in faraway villages with military attention and in urban ghettos with calculated neglect than the toll ever taken by KKK night riders. The bombs in Vietnam explode at home, they destroy the hopes and possibilities for a decent America, King said. He added, we must combine the fervor of the civil rights movement with the peace movement. We must demonstrate, teach, and preach, until the very foundations of our nation are shaken. With such talk, in early 1967, King fully excommunicated himself from the theopolitical confines of hazy liberalism. He unequivocally renounced the Vietnam War at a time when doing so made him a premature anti-militarist. King was giving voice to his anguish about the war. He was also responding to the example set by some activists who had been quicker to openly oppose the war, and were trashed by the press as a result. When King spoke out, his message was clear. A nation that continues year after year to spend more money on military defense than on programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual death. In these Clinton days when institutional violence may be less overt but the consequences of presidential policy are no less profound in terms of 142. Human life. We would do well to remember how out of bounds King was, when he took on the Democrat in the White House. A president with a fine civil rights record. A political friend. So much better than the Republicans. King was all the more threatening to the nation's power structure because he linked ongoing and grievous injustices, domestic and international, encompassing class and race. A true revolution of values will soon look uneasily on the glaring contrast of poverty and wealth, King told an audience on April 4, 1967, exactly 365 days before he died. His call for a true revolution of values was far from abstract. With righteous indignation, it will look across the seas and see individual capitalists of the West investing huge sums of money in Asia, Africa, and South America, only to take the profits out with no concern for the social betterment of the countries, and say, this is not just. It will look at our alliance with the landed gentry of Latin America and say, this is not just. The Western arrogance of feeling that it has everything to teach others and nothing to learn from them is not just. And King spoke about reordering our priorities, so that the pursuit of peace will take precedence over the pursuit of war. Race, we've been told lately, is our national obsession. But I wonder if it isn't also our national evasion which may explain why America's called race problem remains so massive. It's really about the huge obstacles to reordering our priorities. It's about power and wealth and privilege, and the system that sustains them. These are matters of life and death. A quarter. 143. Century after Resurrection City disappeared, in mid-1993, the federal government's National Center for Health Statistics reported a death rate several times higher for the poor than for the affluent. The difference has become more extreme in recent decades. Among various income groups, the degree of inequality in mortality rates more than doubled from 1960 to 1986, said the epidemiologist in charge of the study, Dr. Gregory Pappas. The gap between the mortality rate for blacks and the rate for whites has widened over the last 10 years, and we knew that was happening. But we found that the class gap is also widening. The disparity between the death rates of high-income blacks and low-income blacks has increased. So has the gap between high and low-income whites. Those gaps couldn't be explained simply by unequal access to medical care, said an editorial in the New England Journal of Medicine, noting that socioeconomic status is a powerful determinant of health. The New York Times summarized the study's findings: among people 25 to 64 years old in the United States, this way, the death rate for white men with family income of less than $9,000 a year was 6.7 times the rate for white men with income of $25,000 or more. For white women in the lower income group, the death rate was 4.1 times that of white women in the higher income group. Among poorer black men, the death rate was 5.4 times the rate for black men in the higher income group. The death rate of poor black women was 3.3 times that of affluent black women. And as for adults, so with the young, the death rates of children vary sharply, according to race and 144. Financial bracket. More than 1 out of 5 children now lives below the official poverty line in the U.S., for black children the figure is 45%. Even such statistics are understatements. In 1989, the Congressional Joint Economic Committee issued a report saying that 58 million Americans, nearly a quarter of the entire population, should be considered impoverished, taking into account changes in economic conditions since the poverty line was defined in the 1960s. 2. One hot afternoon in the middle of 1993, on a commuter train outside Chicago, 2 young African Americans were talking about the authorities in a nearby city. One said, "Why do they hate black people?" "I don't know," came the reply. "Only God knows that." Eavesdropping across the aisle, at that instant I wished that I could crawl out of my white skin. Maybe I was guilty of nothing, but I felt implicated, nonetheless. At the time I didn't think of Resurrection City, but later those moments on the train seemed similar to a quarter century earlier, leaving the muddy impasse not far from the Lincoln Memorial and going home. White people commonly know much more about racism than they're willing to acknowledge. Shielded from a barrage of subtle and overt racial bias that falls elsewhere every day. They are aware somewhere in their hearts that the heavyweight of history is a massive burden for many other people. 145. In the present day. But whites usually find it convenient to pretend that the past is mere prologue. James Baldwin called this the fraudulent and expedient nature of the American innocence, which has always been able to persuade itself that it does not know what it knows too well. We cling to the pseudo-innocence, as if by doing so we absolve ourselves of culpability for dodging other people's pain. Today the cumulative despair of poverty and unequal opportunity is pervasive among African Americans and Latinos and Native Americans, people largely unconcerned with glass ceilings because they are trapped below the economic floorboards. Meanwhile, many Asian immigrants are overwhelmed by racism and cultural upheaval. And millions of whites are among the country's destitute. The arrival of a new president in 1993 confirmed, again, that acceptance of poverty is, in practice, bipartisan. While federal programs promise to ameliorate, pitiful budgets guarantee that they won't have much impact. Fervent words and occasional speeches from top Democrats, however heartfelt at the moment, count for little more than elaborate cosmetics. With huge gaps between rich and poor accepted as normal, even empathetic news reports about poor children avoid ascribing their plights to government policy decisions. Among many pundits and politicians, cutbacks of welfare programs are apt to be portrayed as frugal and even courageous stands against special interests and entitlements. Female heads of households, making do with scant resources, are fair game for the vitriol. 146. That lacquers so much discussion of welfare reform, millions of women, noble in their efforts to nurture children and keep families together, are made the objects of resentment, innuendo, and derision. Meanwhile, tacitly or explicitly, the poor, especially black people, are often blamed for their own dire situations. Moralizers who wield the spotlight of blame are adept at eluding its glare. When Newsweek senior editor Joe Klein wrote in 1993 that out-of-wedlock births to teenagers are at the heart of the nexus of pathologies that define the underclass, there was no mention of white racism as any kind of pathology at all. Condemnation of violent street crime is rarely coupled with denunciation of institutional violence, the sort that leaves so many youngsters without access to adequate health care or nutrition, decent housing, or education or employment, in short, without access to a future. When the budget pies get sliced, all the egalitarian rhetoric in the world is beside the point. And when white people sustain old priorities, a brutal past lives on in the present. We may say that the past is in the past. That today we hate no one, but our actions and inaction tell a different story. 6 months into the Clinton presidency, the New York Times reported on a nationwide poll of Ross Perot supporters commissioned by the Democratic Leadership Council, which the Times described as a centrist group that was abased for Mr. Clinton's presidential campaign. The 10th paragraph of the article included, in passing, the 147 sentence, Al from, the president of the Democratic Leadership Council, said Mr. Clinton had an opportunity to form a governing majority just as President Richard M. Nixon did when he followed a Southern strategy to win support from disaffected Democrats who had voted for George Wallace in 1968. The analogy was especially chilling because of what it managed to say and not say at the same time. It implied deferring to prejudice racism, in fact, yet it retained deniability, couched in terms of swing votes and historical parallels of voting blocs alienated from both major political parties. Nixon's Southern strategy itself had been paved with denial, Tricky Dick said emphatically in the mid-1960s that it would be wrong for the Republican Party to court racist white votes he went on to court assiduously in his successful presidential campaigns. Al Fromm's comment should have caused an uproar in the national press. Instead it was taken in stride as hardball politics. And why not? The Democratic Party had won the presidency while lassoing some voters who'd eluded them for a while, and nothing succeeds like success. Clinton's key targets, as Manning M. Arable wrote on the eve of the election, included Reagan Democrats, the white, blue-collar workers who abandoned the party of Roosevelt and Kennedy over affirmative action, busing for school desegregation, and welfare. Noting what was obvious to many blacks and opaque for all too many whites about the Clinton-Gore effort, political scientist Adolph Reed Jr. observed that the campaign has sent out very disturbing signals, particularly in its carefully coded 148. Pandering to white racism. Mondale in '84 and Dukakis in '88 were not exactly fiery champions of equality and social democracy. But this ticket's commitment to retreat from social justice is militant where the others were tepid. Their two predecessors drifted rightward, the Confederate twins steer enthusiastically. They represent the victory of the DLC, the organizational embodiment of the party's southern, white, male wing that has fought against every progressive initiative since the New Deal. And Herbert Hill, a professor of Afro-American studies, put it this way: Clinton's campaign was based on an appeal to the white vote, North and South, while ignoring the most vital interests of the African American and other non-white communities. The rage against white racism among African Americans and other minority groups is very deep, and the cities are now potential battlefields of violent and disastrous racial conflict. But Clinton has no civil rights program. He has, in fact, failed to address concretely the issue of racism, and instead has made every effort to distance himself from civil rights advocates. On his presidential trail, Bill Clinton got into the rhythm of a balancing act, postured forward on civil rights when convenient, while riding a backlash. Quite a few speeches that helped gain him the nomination, particularly as he made the rounds of party officials in 1991, were filled with assertions that people on welfare should be required to prove themselves worthy of government aid. Rhetoric L. Personal responsibility conspicuously addressed only to black audiences, as Adolph Reed described the standard Clinton lingo. No such ultimatums. 149. Were fired in the direction of polluting and otherwise irresponsible corporations. Another Southern poll present at the creation of the Democratic Leadership Council, close Clinton ally Charles Robb, had been explicit back in the middle 1980s when the DLC was formed: it's time to shift the primary focus from racism, the traditional enemy from without, to self-defeating patterns of behavior, the new enemy within. That kind of talk was hailed by many a political analyst as evidence of new maturity among some up-and-coming Democrats. Those same analysts lauded Clinton for his efforts to distance the National Democratic Party from poor people failing to behave as they should. Focusing on behavior, Clinton implied that quite a few people getting assistance were taking advantage of federal, state, and local agencies. If we are going to be the party of government, we can't have people think we are captives of our own bureaucracy and that we don't recognize any responsibility on the part of the people who benefit from government programs to give something back in terms of responsible behavior, he said in a standard speech in mid-1991. While Clinton displayed a far more lenient attitude toward the powerful, he frequently demanded responsible behavior from people lacking power. We're going to empower people to take control of their own lives, then hold them accountable for doing so, Clinton proclaimed. In a keynote address to the DLC's National Convention in May 1991, he maintained that if we give opportunity without insisting on responsibility, much of the money can be wasted and the country's strength can still be 150 sapped. So we favor responsibility for all. That's the idea behind national service. It's the idea behind welfare reform. Did he say if we give opportunity? Yes, indeed. Lost in the verbal shuffle, in all the riffs about responsible behavior, was the principle that real opportunity is a right, not a gift. The final draft of the 1992 party platform was a triumph for ascendant Democrats, young, gifted, and white, reveling in media accolades for their moderate fusion of disparate party elements. But their victory was a loss for Americans getting burned at the bottom of the melting pot. The Democratic platform's emphasis on voluntarism instead of government programs suggested that the document could have been entitled 500 Points of Light. Or perhaps GOP Light. When the platform rejected the big government theory that says we can hamstring business and tax and spend our way to prosperity, the buzz phrases seemed recycled from decades of republicanism, exempting a bloated Pentagon from the big government tag, and echoing the grand old party's denunciations of what all governments must do: tax and spend. The public sector was to be squeezed hard, in a process that along the way codified such rhetoric as new themes for the National Democratic Party. Moderate was the plaudit of choice conferred on the '92 Democratic Convention and its platform. But for many people, the new and improved party centrism had ominous implications. For tens of millions in the United States, there was nothing moderate about economic distress. Even if George Bush were ousted from the White House, how much difference would that make for them? 151. 4. Clichés are enemies of meaning. Yet political clichés are not meaningless, they are instruments and results of methodical calculations. By harping on individual responsibility and behavior, Clinton seemed committed to reshaping the Democratic Party to frame such concepts as political goals more pressing than social justice and equal opportunity. In effect, ritual platitudes aside, many of his political lectures were cool to people still suffering the effects of past and present discrimination. The new party platform told people reeling from deprivation that they'd need to behave properly in order to benefit from government programs. But what about the corporations that, to put it mildly, benefit from government policies? The New Democrats, busy endorsing corporate America's checks, had few unkind words for them. The '92 Democratic Convention confirmed that corporate interests had gained more bipartisan dominance than ever. But news media focused on relatively powerless grassroots groups as threats to Democratic Party unity. When eminent think tanker Norman Ornstein looked up from hors d'oeuvres and told me midway through the convention that poor people don't do very much, it was a hope as well as a judgment. From a centrist vantage point, modern pluralism should balance but not negate the divine right of king-sized capital to circumscribe society's options with the enormous clout of class power. The natural order includes immense leverage wielded by the wealthy, and debilitating inertia suffered by people who live from paycheck to paycheck, or welfare check to welfare check, or no 152 check at all. Meanwhile, the New Democrats were hardly about to upset any big money apple carts. And yet, once nominated, there were many good reasons to vote for Clinton and Gore, to defeat their Republican opponents. And so I will choose two of the four white men, June Jordan wrote. Two of them have not yet proven themselves inhumane and besotted by fantasies of faraway conquest. Two of them have attempted to speak about trees and jobs and the rich. Two of them have yet to go on public record against the necessity and the preservation of public education. Two of them apparently regard national health care as a desirable entitlement rather than a neo-communist threat. Two of them have yet to veto civil rights legislation. Two of them espouse a woman's right to abortion. But after the elation of seeing Bush and Quayle evicted from their tax-funded homes in Washington, it was sobering to see how little change was in the offing. Anyone hardened by Clinton's election year talk about wanting to aid urban America, for instance, was due for a harsh reality check within months of his inauguration. By summer 1993, the cities with millions of residents remaining mired in abysmal conditions had gotten the message from the new team at the White House. Mayors, who were clamoring for more Fed assistance earlier this year, now say that their expectations from Washington have diminished, the New York Times reported. Newsweek declared that for the nation's mayors the futility of complaint has become obvious. There will be slow nibble can't help for them from Washington, nol even from a president who understands their problems, feels. 153. Their pain and more to the point probably couldn't have been elected without their support. Typically, the Democrat serving as head of the National League of Cities, Minneapolis Mayor Donald Fraser, was willing to swallow the disappointment and make excuses. "We're getting more understanding of our problems and greater willingness to help from the Clinton administration. But they are severely constrained by the budget deficit they inherited." Somehow that deficit hadn't prevented the same administration's huge outlays for the Pentagon. It all came down, as usual, to priorities. And inner-city poor people, mostly Black and Latino, weren't. Clinton's basic economic program was in place by late summer 1993, dishing out more of the same to the downtrodden. The administration's proud budget bill could have been pushed just as easily by a Republican president, remarked Emory Curtis, a columnist for the Black-run California Voice newspaper based in San Francisco. He added, "The administration has bought the Republican definition of economic progress: a healthy stock market and profitable companies." The Congressional Black Caucus used its muscle in budget negotiations and got a $2.5 billion expansion of the food stamp program, about $600 million for free childhood immunizations, $1 billion for family welfare programs, and $3.5 billion for empowerment and enterprise zones. Relatively, the total wasn't much, but, without the caucus, the total could have been much lower. The enterprise and empowerment zone concepts are the administration's new thrust for 154. Economic development of depressed areas. It is a Republican idea. Jack Kemp, a former Republican congressman, pushed enterprise zones for the past 10 years or so. However, at best, the authorization contains only enough funds to test the concepts of empowerment and enterprise zones. There is not enough for a real attack on urban area economic problems. President Clinton is pushing for $3.4 billion to pay for 50,000 more police officers on the streets. This makes dollars for police the Clinton administration's central urban initiative. It was a vicious irony that 24 years earlier, an incoming president had received a key memorandum that could have fit neatly on Clinton's desk in the Oval Office. Written to Richard Nixon just prior to his inauguration in January 1969, the memo from Daniel Patrick Moynihan advised that the time may have come when the issue of race could benefit from a period of benign neglect. Moynihan argued for trying to create some equivalence between what government can do about certain problems and how much attention it draws to them. Clinton's pals at the Democratic Leadership Council couldn't have said it more succinctly. With its eyes on the presidential prize in the 1990s, the DLC's main objective was an attack on the Democratic Party's core constituencies: labor, school teachers, women's rights groups, peace and disarmament activists, the racial minorities and supporters of affirmative action. William Guldady said in his book Who Will Tell the People? Its stated goal was to restore the party's appeal to disaffected 155 white males, especially in the South, but the DLC discussions did not focus on the economic decline afflicting those citizens. Instead, it promoted the notion that Democrats must distance themselves from the demands of women or blacks or other aggrieved groups within the party. The Reverend Jesse Jackson and his provocative economic agenda aimed at workers, white and black, was a favorite target of the Democratic Leadership Council, and, on Capitol Hill, the DLC was sometimes waggishly referred to as the White Boys Caucus. At the start of the decade, Grider saw the Democratic Party as divided by nasty ideological combat between the party's Washington elites and its rank-and-file constituencies, the people at the grassroots who are most active in Democratic politics. The establishment's quarrel was with the party's own voters. The people they belittled as activists and interest groups were the very people who cared most intensely about public issues and who formed the faithful core of the party's electorate, win or lose. The Democratic establishment did not wish to initiate a dialogue with these citizens, only to make them go away or at least keep their mouths shut. After 1992, that establishment controlled not only the National Party but also the White House. Its power, and its arguments, could seem even stronger for inducing people with more progressive desires to, now more than ever, keep their mouths shut. Curbing expectancy is part of the campaign cycle, and one of the insidious things about presidential campaigns is that they never end. There is always another election coming up, with ample 156 rationales for doing what shouldn't be done and for not doing what should. Deference to realism as defined by a status quo bound up in corporate biases is always applicable for the next election. In the spring of 1992, Newsweek took warm note of candidate Clinton's steady middle course, adding, conscious of the need to avoid kowtowing to liberal Democratic interest groups, he has largely avoided making promises to labor, ethnic and minority groups. 6 months later, as the fall campaign got underway, the magazine's staff columnist Joe Klein extolled the DLC as the party's most intellectually adventurous group, the kind of hype widespread in news media busily celebrating old centrist wine in new bottles, nearly full for corporate interests and mostly empty for others. Writing in the Progressive magazine that autumn, Manning Marable laid out the grim picture. After a decade of Reaganism, the political cultures of both major parties have shifted decisively to the right. It was in this context of reaction that Clinton and the conservative cabal, the Democratic Leadership Council, seized control of the party's national apparatus. Their conservative agenda represents a sharp break from the New Deal Great Society liberalism. For decades, that liberalism had given little reason for rejoicing, and many reasons for grief, but things could have been worse, and now they were. A campaign commercial told TV viewers in October 1992, "They're a new generation of Democrats, Bill Clinton and Al Gore. And they don't think the way the old Democratic Party did." As if echoing the cogent words of toe-tapping Bob Roberts, the National Democratic Party had gone a 157 long way toward adopting a new anthem for itself. The times they are a changin' back, but, of course, in an intellectually adventurous way. The advantages of Clinton-style centrism have been clear and real enough for the powerful who wish to remain so. Nationally, in 1992, the GOP was tarred with an economic mess and swimming in the deep end of a fundamentalist cesspool on the right. If the White House pendulum had to swing away from Reagan-Bush extremes, then Clintonism was ideal for defining the other end of the swing for corporate America. Fiscal conservatism and social liberalism. For people wanting political change of a progressive sort, warm feelings toward the young president were usually in the context of his being obviously better than the Republicans, but as the Clinton administration settled into power, its apparent virtues thinned on their merits. When people who had despised Reagan and Bush, for all the left reasons, tried to understand what President Clinton was up to, they were increasingly faced with choosing between discontent and delusion. Several months after Clinton's inauguration, the new president could only be admired from the left with credulity bordering on the hallucinogenic. His virtues were, for the most part, mirages, floating across TV screens and web-fed pages, imitating horizons, fulfilling a few modest hopes and foreclosing many others. 6. The moderate Democratic Party of the 1990s has been succeeding at the politics of evasion, avid. 158. Competing in the big national marketplace where denial is sought and bold. If we want to feel good about ourselves as compassionate people and we are somehow ambivalent about challenging the cruel underbelly of American privilege, Clintonism may be the flavor of the decade. Some real advances could be identified, yet they would predictably mean little to many millions of people whose lives were bleak and prospects bleaker. To feel good or even equivocal about President Clinton would require not looking too hard at the daily predicaments of others who may seem real but not too real, whose lives could be tacitly bypassed, left in excruciating limbo or worse. To accept the mirage of a humanistic Clinton administration, it helps enormously to be white and not poor. Tens of millions of people living outside those categories in this country are still shunted aside by the nation's capital. The poor are still lashed to the shell of snail's pace gradualism that Martin Luther King Jr. denounced as totally unacceptable when the Poor People's Campaign was launched nonviolently and militantly with the announced intention of shutting down normal operations of the federal government, at a time when a war on poverty had slipped from the President ID. 1. Agenda. Now, more than 25 years later, with another Democrat in the White House, a real challenge to poverty cannot be found anywhere on that agenda. From the fallow fields of abandonment and betrayal symbolized by Resurrection City, the harvest of democratic moderation is bitter. While dismal implications stretch to the eternity of a lifetime for some, for others the buffering can 159. Only be second-hand vicarious, and optional. Political patience is a virtue that comes easiest to those with the least immediate pain and the most options, the virtuous who can appreciate the nuances of pragmatic accommodation. It is perhaps impolite, but useful, to say that the tenor of your politics is likely to have a great deal to do with where you wake up in the morning. At issue here is tone and urgency more than espoused ideals or self-description, because a sense of urgency tends to be inversely proportional to economic security and social advantage. Inclination to see the bright side of patient realism is apt to be diminished if you are not sure how you will pay the rent next month, if the household surroundings are shabby and not by choice, if the color of your skin subjects you to indignities great and small in a country where the hue of epidermis can affect so much on the street and in a life. Bill Clinton understands well that much of American liberalism, white and far from poor, is patient to a fault, and thus is prone to mush into feeling okay about centrism. With good intentions, but with more fidelity to comforting illusions than to the value of mobilizing behind their best dreams. People can be lulled, and lulled again. A drowsy ambience is enhanced and reinforced by mass media in day-to-day sync with politicians. Every so-called moderate on Capitol Hill is part of the extremism of the great American political middle. George Mitchell to Bob Dole, Sam Donaldson to George Will, a spectrum made to seem reasonable and wide-ranging through power and repetition. Moderate is the ultimate complement for a system constantly re-establishing its genteel and brutal. 160. Bearings. Routine language reflects aversion to clarity. Unseemly political control holds up a mirror to itself and endlessly exclaims at the democratic beauties in the looking glass. Moderate is one of the linguistic cosmetics applied not so much to ourselves as to the mirrors we hold up for ourselves, and for each other, groggy and accustomed to the disingenuous. Honesty is precious and scarce not because we abstractly prefer to hide from difficult truths, but because we so often gauge life to be easier when we avoid candor. In the process, linguicide is among the mechanisms of psychological incarceration, rendering freedoms, of speech and action, largely unused, theoretical and unexplored, existing only beyond the unseen bars rarely passed through. That way, in an avowedly free society, people can readily become their own guards, internalizing and self-censoring while images of luxury and anguish keep flickering across TV screens, touting political and commercial nostrums to provide hazy soporifics for everyday lives. I'm okay, you're okay, most of us are okay, kind of. The image of majority inclusion is a way for us to join in the shrug. Compromise is in the air, recommended as a two-way street, but the heavy traffic is in one direction, fueled by megadollars and rooted at the convenience of powers that be. What can you do? The answer is available from 97 channels on cable: not much. Silence is often the most profound of screaming lies. What endures is adherence to national politics. That absolutely relies on deception as a mode of governance. 161. 8. One day, in 1990, Garrison Keillor gave a speech at San Francisco's prestigious Commonwealth Club. After an amusing monologue about culture and food and gaining weight, he fielded questions. Someone inquired about his current political outlook. There was a weighty pause. He acknowledged feeling more than a little confusion. Certainty was now hard to come by, he went on, given the complex events of the just past decade. Some listeners waited in anticipation of more. But there was no more. And there was no danger that anybody in the well-heeled audience would choke on an after-lunch cigar or become otherwise apoplectic, no reason to worry that the hosts would find their speaker bad for digestion. Next question. Keeler's presentation was being broadcast to radio listeners all over Northern California and beyond. Since food had been a theme of his speech, he might have said something, for instance, about the contrast between the wealthy elite who had just finished an opulent meal and the many homeless only blocks away. But confusion was better. Numbed silence was better. Maybe he wanted to be invited back. Maybe he wanted the audience to like him. 163. Maybe. One can speculate as to motives. But the results were more empirical. Garrison Keillor had been asked to say something of substance. In reply, he said that he was confused. And in those moments, he contributed to the further numbing of America. Keillor was replicating the fuzziness that customarily prevails with reference to politics and power in daily life. Whatever is understood privately, little is discussed openly about dynamics of leverage and suppression, in a family, or in a relationship, or in the workplace, or in the country as a whole. No need to get too heavy, or make people too uneasy. Heard on hundreds of public stations each weekend, Keillor's regular radio program is a popular variety show invoking home and hearth with a little hipness thrown in. The show appeals to an audience that ranges wide. It's a perfect crossover production, a weekly source of sweet tunes and gentle mockery, safe and tinged with daring at the same time, offensive only to those who mind the recurrent spoofing of old-style Lutherans in the Midwest. Supplying irreverence that can be mistaken for substantive dissent, Keillor's broadcast could be understood as a diluted radio analog to the naughty antics of Bart Simpson. In 1992, a teacher at an Iowa community college who expressed vehement political views akin to Pat Robertson's told me that he loved to watch The Simpsons. It was, he said without reservation, a terrific show. Many a leftist might agree. A witty fast pace provides viewers with a variety of delightful moments, provoking laughter and any number of projected interpretations. But unlike Mad. 164. Groening's Life in Hell cartoons that continued to appear in newsprint weeklies around the country, The Simpsons became part of the nebulous mass culture it satirized. When Bart and his family starred in Butterfinger bar commercials on the tube, it was no joke. When millions of children played The Simpsons video game featuring plenty of fisticuffs from the family, and Marge bashing people with her vacuum cleaner, the game's protagonists might be mistaken for imitators of Bluto and Popeye and Olive Oyl, transposed to a video display screen. Soaring with commercial success, The Simpsons became part of the problem. The slide into profitable co-option is entangled in social mores. Prudence insists that one stay within shouting distance, or perhaps stroking distance, of the center. For the most part, to speak clearly against the ruthlessness of power in our midst would be tacky, gauche, impolite, and hardly shrewd. The propriety of covering one's ass becomes a kind of social thorazine. Fixations on, selected, injustice far away often substitute for hard looks at what is happening closer to home. Attacks on the ersatz become ersatz themselves. Mass media are adept at deluging authentic concerns with watered-down products. So, with an environmental crisis all around us, the most widely promoted solutions have frequently been little more than innocuous fluff. As the 1990s got underway, one of the flagships lifted by Wave's OL Earth Day hype was the slim book 50 Simple Things You Can Do to Save the Earth, which sold more than 1 million copies within a year amid much praise, harbinger of ecological awareness for the Maine. 165. Stream. Carefully edited to avoid offending any corporation guilty of pollution, the book stuck to tepid recycling-type suggestions. Soon it spun off into a second manual, 50 Simple Things Kids Can Do to Save the Earth. The new publishing house Earthworks Press was carving out a respectable niche under a superficial Save the Earth crust. Our third book was our first major premium, says an Earthworks brochure. And what better initial client for an environmental publisher than a nuclear power-invested utility? Working with Pacific Gas and Electric, the nation's largest utility, we created 30 simple energy things you can do to save the Earth. It has been used by 26 different utilities. Since then, Earthworks has produced millions of customized books for businesses and government agencies. We've created special editions for Kodak, Nabisco, Clorox, Shaklee, TUM Brands, Wells Fargo Bank, and dozens more. A customized book, the Earthworks pitch goes on, identifies your company with genuinely useful information. Links your name with Earthworks' high standards and reputation. The Earthworks Group guarantees to help you design a book that effectively appeals to your specific audience and reflects your specific mission. The same year that Earthworks' neo-ecology books were topping paperback bestseller lists, Newsweek drama critic Jack Kroll was writing that the American social conscience seems inert or baffled by the problems of a more complex time. Part of being baffled is, as George Orwell observed, refusal to acknowledge that one is playing dumb or that others are also doing so. Social issues often are 166. Abstracted because to be specific could be uncomfortable. It's easier to defer to our complex time than to risk inconvenience or worse. Fogginess surrounds. Complexity serves as a continual excuse. Everything's so complicated, I've got nothing adamant to say, a paraphrase of Garrison Keillor at the Commonwealth Club's dais, circa 1990. Equivocation seems preferable to strong and unsettling conviction, dismissed as appropriate for another era or another land. 2. Many people are thankful that the president who took office in 1993 is not a right-wing Republican. Many others can appreciate, equally, that he is not a left-wing Democrat. Winning points by disparaging stale ideologies, Bill Clinton has repackaged centrist ideology to make it seem relatively fresh. Weary of the tedious polemical strife that persisted while the country deteriorated, we may be drawn to what appears to be practical. A middle ground that displeases the political extremes while creating more social cohesion and getting some positive things accomplished. In August 1993, in These Times published an irate letter from Utah. Listen. Bill Clinton is our knight in shining armor. Unlike dream candidates that we all love, this one gets elected, can RA money to get elected and docs gel some things done. And an irate letter from California. Do you want Republicans back in '96? Clinton's not FAI enough left for you. As an elderly lefty, I'll make do with young Mr. Clinton at this point. And an irate letter from Minnesota. I'm offended at your attacks. 167. On Clinton. What you say may be true, but there's a lot you don't say that is also true. I'd like to see in these times give support and recognition for efforts by the president to hold our country together. If liberals cut him down, then what? Dole or parrot? Don't help destroy what could be a little hope, please. Much of big media goodwill toward Clinton can be traced to his tones of moderation in contrast to polarization that New York Times critic Michiko Kakutani has ascribed, in part, to ideologues on either end of the political spectrum imposing their paint-by-the-numbers formulations on the national debate. In the early summer of 1993, Kakutani's condemnation of strident passions appeared atop the front page of the Times Living Arts section, under the headline Against the Tide, making a case for shades of gray. Articulating an aesthetic of measured response rather than heated advocacy, Kakutani echoed themes that had been sounded for years in the political news pages. Being close to the center line, it was easy to see how out of bounds some contestants could be. Conservatives remember the 60s, when they saw liberals as obscenity-shouting radicals. Liberals remember the 80s, when they saw conservatives as greedy capitalist pigs. And today, an assortment of domestic bogeymen have been proposed by ideologues on both the left and right. On the subject of ideologues of the center, Kakutani's long essay had nothing to say. Propaganda from the center commonly casts itself as badly needed perspicacity, a bastion of rationality above the mean-spirited fray. What better way to flack for the status quo than to downplay its horrors and lump all its vehement foes together? 168. To moderate ears, the extremists are exaggerators who often sound remarkably alike, no matter who they are or what they represent. In the escalating war of words, hyperbole flourishes, as both sides play to the public's fears, searching for easy scapegoats and convenient straw men, Kakutani wrote. Extremes consequently begin to dominate the debate, while the left tries to equate conservatives with Jesse Helms, the right tries to equate liberals with Jesse Jackson. Also regrettable is the tendency to look at all art both past and present through an ideological lens. And alas, even the study of history is beset by the loudest voices that are shrill, admitting little room for rational discussion or common sense. Columbus is either the heroic explorer who opened the gates of the New World or the barbaric imperialist who initiated the rape of Eden. Along the way, when opinions calcify into hardline stands, when extremists on the right and left define the agenda, the middle ground is lost, and along with it, the possibility of consensus. But what do these sober-sounding words mean? Where was the middle ground or the possibility of consensus in earlier times? During slavery? During the suffragist battle for women's right to vote? While Nazis built concentration camps? During the civil rights movement? The Vietnam War? What was the middle ground? Reduction of slavery? Allowing certain women to vote? Capping the number of death camps? Auschwitz OK Bill Buchenwald not O.K. Desegregate the buses but not the lunch counters? End the air war over I and Cambodia, but keep dropping bombs on 169. Vietnam. What would the possibility of consensus entail, other than acceding to enormous cruelties of institutionalized violence? There's a lot to recommend the pursuit of incremental progress that can get things done, a pursuit often seen as feasible, cool-headed, and respectable in pleasant contrast to what it is not, disreputable, marginal, ideological, radical. Staying away from such designations can seem to be a requirement for being taken seriously, and for being effective. But political centrism with its liberal and conservative wings is little more than refurbishment of what already holds sway in the United States. Conditioned to take the nod from what is touted as realism to shy away from questioning the assumptions of big-ticket politics, we participate in processes that are stultifying our lives, hushing unauthorized voices because they might devalue the social currency of acceptance, security, success. Liberalism is a wonderful dream, baited with manifest benefits. But in the United States, liberalism has a tendency to see much of the world as a big Rorschach blot. The vision comes to supersede the shape of everyday life, with convenient projection and denial apt to be mistaken for pragmatism or idealism. Dreams of a marriage between liberal idealism and centrist pragmatism came to fruition in November 1992. The dozen years of blues had a baby, and its name was Bill Clinton. Brash and smart and wise beyond his years, the young governor had sold himself onto the national stage as a comer who could skip over old political labels and get to the 170 point. In the words of a boilerplate 1991 speech, we've got to have a message that touches everybody, that makes sense to everybody, that goes beyond the stale orthodoxies of left and right. The end of ideology was supposed to prefigure an end to rancorous divisions that presumably the society or at least the Democratic Party could no longer afford. The New Democrats were insisting, in essence, that the center could be made to hold, for the common good. It was centrist ideology dressed up as anti-ideology, a commitment to adjust the status quo masquerading as a commitment to change. Clinton's acclamation to the levers of federal power was larded with symbolism. The first president born after World War II had gone from 60s idealism to 90s realism, or so we were told, endlessly, by a national press corps heavily staffed with men and women inclined to believe that they themselves had traveled a similar journey to middle-age importance. By early summer 1993, The Nation magazine columnist Christopher Hitchens was able to write with full justification about President Clinton's shabby, gutless performance, presented by the consensus keepers as the turmoil of a closet leftist coming to terms with the real world. By then, a standard media portrait of President Clinton was that he epitomized the coming of age of contemporaries. The New York Times reported in mid-August 1993 that his pattern reflects two contradictory impulses that Mr. Clinton shares with many bears of his generation: idealism and a preference consensus. With the encouragement of such media. 171. Spins. Millions of people who detested Reagan and Bush were getting used to giving Clinton the benefit of their doubts. Thus, Clinton's accommodation becomes a paradigm for our own. His rationales for compromising oft-proclaimed human values become prototypes for our own. And he serves as a new role model for evoking idealism while setting ideals aside in practice, discarding them as though they were remnants of a bygone and less mature era of pimples and principles. A spirit of reinvention pervaded the convention that nominated Clinton in 1992. Feeling Madison Square Garden shake with Fleetwood Mac's tune "Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow," I kept hearing the flip side, the hit single that goes, "Tell me lies, tell me lies, tell me sweet loving lies." In ongoing attempts to square the spheres of progressive beliefs with centrist boxes, the remolding of words has been helpful. It's illustrative that when the Democratic Leadership Council set up a think tank in Washington, the name selected was Progressive Policy Institute. The emphasis is on being inventive, not in policies so much as in how they are packaged, rationalized, justified, and sold. So, if you're concerned about the way this country has been, we'll invent another one for you. No muss, no fuss. During Clinton's first year in the White House, the Democratic National Committee sent out huge mailings that solicited contributions in the $25 to $100 range. Included in each envelope was a plastic DNC 1993 contributing member card, with a message over Bill Clinton's name: "By accepting this membership card, you will be playing a vital role in reinventing America." A truly appealing. 172. Notion. Reinventing America. With history so routinely evaded and solemnly taught to suit the powerful, why not? Nothing wrong with our nation that a good reinventing can't cure. Ill. In recent years, much has been learned and a lot of insights have been shared about intimate denial of abuse in families and personal relationships. Efforts to confront the realities of abusive patterns have often been brave and fruitful. We're beginning to comprehend the painful effects of outrageous abuses, physical and psychological, commonly inflicted on women and young people. We're learning to stop making excuses for the perpetrators of abuse in a family. But what about the denial of abuse in a society? What about the abuse that is routine and normal, frequently met with a wink or a shrug, or averted eyes, or silence? The silence around the dinner table of an abusive household is replicated, a millionfold, on evening news broadcasts. Coming to terms with an abusive parent or partner is vital. So is coming to terms with an abusive social order, enforced by officials in powerful positions. In each situation, prerequisites for liberation include recognizing what is true, learning to speak it out loud, and taking action to shatter the denial with words and deeds, so that more humane possibilities can be nurtured instead of crushed. When everyday dynamics of manipulation remain obscured, the fogginess gets in the way. People's attempts to improve their living, enhancement of our options as individuals and as 173. A society, will depend on exposing power's intricate forms and various methods. Fierce reactions are inevitable. The first few years of the 1990s saw ferocious media attacks on an array of multicultural activists widely disparaged as enforcers of political correctness for striving to challenge racism, sexism, homophobia, and basic monocultural arrogance. The backlash whipped itself into a sustained frenzy. To great megamedia applause, for example, Time magazine's Robert Hughes flayed the culture of complaint in his book of the same name. There was little media comment on the irony of this affluent white guy complaining so vociferously and at such length about people who complain. After all, pundits aligned with the powerful don't complain, they explain. The counterattack on vital critiques of power structures was more than simply a defense of existing institutions, it was also a defensive fusillade providing cover for denial of pervasive inequities. In a murky milieu, too much discerning analysis just won't do. We're supposed to be smart enough to know that some things are wrong in society. But we're supposed to be equivocal enough not to openly denounce the underlying imbalances of power. Some truths are better left unspoken, especially if they would breach the bounds of proper silence. Yet poet Nikki Finney sums up the consequences: silence is not golden. Silence is a very rusty thing. A rusty thing that makes everything around it squeak and stop working. When some people go to sleep in mansions and others in cardboard boxes, when some people have 174. Access to the finest in food, medical care, education, and opportunities while others are faced with perennial scarcity, when many human rights atrocities by friendly governments are still barely criticized by the White House, when daily large-scale violence against women is not defined as a crisis by the agenda setters of mass media and the federal government, when the grievous wrongs that permeate the society are rarely mentioned in forthright terms by those with the most amplified voices. Then consistent abuse is an unremitting reality. And the president is a key abuser. No, one person cannot transform the country, but Bill Clinton's actions and inactions are choices, with huge effects. We should not be prettying up a president's chronic evasions. We should not be putting the best face on his calculated failures to speak truthfully about the extent of inequities and the dimensions of injustices, and the human outcomes. We should not rationalize complicity with the imposition of so much human suffering. As abuse continues, we should not be enablers in a relationship, or in a family, or in a society. Whatever the context, enablers never lack for reasons to avoid confronting the grim realities. Other men are more abusive. We have to be supportive to help him improve. We need to be patient. It is not our responsibility to make excuses for abusers, or to attribute virtue because others are less humane and more cruel. Yet, too often, we accept injurious actions by personal or political friends that would be unacceptable if inflicted by other people. We may find comfort in giving the benefit of doubts. Politicians are pleased. 175. To count on such generosities as they lavish their attention elsewhere. As in an abusive family, in political America denial is pervasive. If daddy is an alcoholic, a cruel husband, or a vicious father, others in the family are expected not to say so openly. If the president is maintaining policies that perpetuate abject poverty, his essential decency is to go unchallenged in public. Americans, a front-page New York Times article reported matter-of-factly in 1993, have generally regarded presidents as fathers. 4. In the novel The Painted Bird, a young boy wandering in wartime Europe encounters such horrors that he becomes mute. At last, recuperating in a safe haven, he picks up a telephone when it rings next to him. Someone really wants to hear his voice. Suddenly he speaks, in a torrent. Few of us have been as traumatized as the little boy rendered speechless in Jerzy Kosinski's novel. And today few Americans lack for words. But rarely do we break silence about what has become unspeakable. Enveloped in a dim haze, we carry messages yet to be unsealed. What remains unsaid may be on the tips of our tongues, but those tongues are tied, and flaccid like muscles deprived of exercise. Reluctance has become habit. Usually we do not say what we sense most acutely, do not begin to express what we feel most deeply. What has been routine becomes even more so. In personal realms, many people have been struggling to overcome long-time shortages of clarity. 176. And honesty. Feminist critiques have helped to shine light on previously murky aspects of relationships. And analysis of dysfunctional patterns and codependency has drawn attention to key truths. Unspoken does not mean unreal, on the contrary, the most debilitating dynamics can go unremarked. Speaking more truthfully is a prerequisite for acknowledging pain and creating some solutions. The process of replacing silence with candor can shatter the molds that have been constricting lives. The benefits come as we break through old constraints. But many obstacles get in the way of applying those lessons to larger social spheres. In the political economy of denial, there's not much capital behind blunt opposition to systemic abuses of human beings. The deterrents to confrontation are profuse, with towering institutional and financial weight behind them. Emphatic denunciations of dominant power may seem overheated or counterproductive or deranged but, most of all, imprudent. The main societal rewards are conferred for accommodation. Meanwhile, unexpressed perceptions tend to get buried alive, what could be vibrant ends up stifled. In a society that places high value on carefully tending to exteriors, appearances can be deceiving, but over time they can't nourish a hungry heart. By now the organization man may have appreciable net worth but little else, and the offspring, tangled up in ambivalence, are likely to be chafing at binds of their own. For a long time now, cash has been king, a gluttonous royalty sealing lips, perhaps eye with a kiss, and enervating inner worlds. 177. The distances between what we experience and what we assert, what we think and what we say, what we perceive and what we pretend, these are measures of how mute and stultified we have become. Fear need not be sudden terror to be debilitating, immobilizing. Secreted phones are ringing next to where we lie. Someone really wants to hear what we have to say, what has remained unsaid. It's difficult, but not impossible. V. We live most days in an uneasy armistice with the status quo, while disquiet roils somewhere inside. Keener insights usually get stuffed, out of sight if not out of mind. The Encyclopaedia Britannica's discussion of cognitive dissonance is relevant. The unease or tension that the conflict arouses in a person is relieved by one of several defensive maneuvers. The person rejects, explains away, or avoids the new information, persuades himself that no conflict really exists, reconciles the differences, or resorts to any other defensive means of preserving stability or order in his conception of the world and of himself. In day after day stretching toward a lifetime, what is inflammatory to know must be self-rationed, lest it result in actions breaching the boundaries of the system's apparent tolerance. All too often, numbing has become habit-forming, and a habitat for acquiescence to what should never be accepted. The human casualties, whether we see them or not, are all around us. And far away. The USA's wars in the Third World come and go, but the priory. 178. Ties and mentalities that they reflect are ongoing. Domestic support for the Gulf War, with its yellow ribbons and massive slaughter in a matter of weeks, was a grisly parallel to the many years when most of U.S. society embraced warfare in Vietnam as necessary unpleasantness. Now, as then, we can get used to just about anything, our high-tech firepower taking lives with brilliant proficiency, the deprivation crying out in vain for America to make good on our human possibilities, while priorities at home and abroad keep reinforcing each other. Resurrection City has never been mourned, much less resurrected, by the government that demolished it. The violent arrogance behind the Vietnam War has never been renounced by the system that pursued it. Politicians may chalk up Vietnam to past folly, but that war was quintessence, not aberration. In slow motion, every annual budget since then has resonated with similar priorities as the United States powers ahead. We took space back quickly, expensively, with total panic and close to maximum brutality, war correspondent Michael Hare wrote of the U.S. juggernaut in Vietnam. Our machine was devastating. And versatile. It could do everything but stop. Whether or not U.S. weaponry is being fired in anger, what Martin Luther King called the madness of militarism continues to pillage our social end sources. Accompanied by euphemism and denial, the intermittent military warfare in foreign territory has matched constant economic class warfare from the top down overseas and in North America. Yet we seem to have few words to describe the extent of the USA's capacities to destroy life while L-79. Pretending that nothing of the sort is taking place. As Hare put it, the U.S. news media never found a way to report meaningfully about death, which of course was really what it was all about. The most repulsive, transparent gropes for sanctity in the midst of the killing received serious treatment in the papers and on the air. The jargon of progress got blown into your head like bullets, and by the time you waded through all the Washington stories and all the Saigon stories, all the other war stories and the corruption stories and the stories about brisk new gains in ARVN effectiveness, the suffering was somehow unimpressive. And after enough years of that, so many that it seemed to have been going on forever, you got to a point where you could sit there in the evening and listen to the man say that American casualties for the week had reached a 6-week low, only 80 GIs had died in combat, and you'd feel like you'd just gotten a bargain. In the United States, many people feel like they've gotten a bargain when the president is not a Republican. The Democratic administration may seem acceptable, even praiseworthy. But trying to deny or rationalize its brutalities only deepens the tragedies that could have been prevented. 180. 9. The fierce urgency of now 99. The Democrat in the White House was widely viewed as a friend of civil rights. He'd received the overwhelming majority of black votes across the country, winning the presidential race while defeating the Republican right. Leaders of black groups enjoyed unprecedented access to the inner sanctum of the presidency. He could not do all he wanted to do, budget constraints being what they were, but he was an ally. And he was struggling to guide the nation through a difficult period. Many pragmatic reasons existed to support the president. Unfortunately, as time went on, the president's budget did not sustain hopes for a national effort against poverty. Patience would be necessary. In contrast to all the rationales for accommodation with the president, who could have been so much worse, reasons for being forthright were singular. We are now faced with the fact tomorrow is today, Martin Luther King Jr. declared in 1967, no longer willing to pretend that the forward-looking Southerner in the White Mouse had to be supported despite the costs. We are confronted. 181. With the fierce urgency of now. In this unfolding conundrum of life and history there is such a thing as being too late. Procrastination is still the thief of time. Life often leaves us standing bare, naked, and dejected with a lost opportunity. Over the bleached bones and jumbled residues of numerous civilizations are written the pathetic words, too late. There is an invisible book of life that faithfully records our vigilance or our neglect. Speaking out, King was heard as a hostile voice by officials at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and by many Democrats elsewhere, uneasy about some presidential policies but much more fearful of the consequences of a lack of unity against the Republicans. King was in direct conflict with the Johnson administration as he insisted, "Our only hope today lies in our ability to recapture the revolutionary spirit and go out into a sometimes hostile world declaring eternal opposition to poverty, racism, and militarism. We still have a choice today, nonviolent coexistence or violent co-annihilation." It will be objected that King was responding to the extraordinary circumstances of the Vietnam War. But his concerns were much more sweeping than that one terrible conflagration. He stressed that violence was also being inflicted every day in other forms and other places, not just by warfare but also by the deadly synergies of poverty's deprivations, racism, and despair. He protested the U.S. government's complicity with the institutional violence of economic injustice, assaulting millions of people in the United States and around the world. In the 1960s, that violence was widespread. Can we honestly say that it is less so in the 1990s? Can we? 182. Believe that the fierce urgency of now has become less fierce and less urgent? 2. Overall, the Clinton administration reinforces an abusive system, in sync with a broad-based ideology that calls for minor reform accompanied by major rhetoric. The big money alternative to the two-party system, the United We Stand bogus populism orchestrated and financed by billionaire Ross Perot, is a dead end with a megalomaniac for a leader and a deficit-cutting mania for slashing even deeper into government programs that help people. Staying in step with National Democratic Party marching orders may be the lesser of three evils. But, in contrast, a strong progressive movement does not only ask what can be done within current constraints, it also demands to find out how those constraints can be removed, to end the inhuman use of human beings. The main social gains of the past several decades have resulted directly from activist movements: civil rights, peace, women's rights, environmental, gay rights and others. However, in the absence of a wide analysis of how centralized economic power fuels political power, the mass media and politicians have been able to co-opt a lot of social change energy for the purposes of mild reform and major reinforcement of the system as the shepherd for the American hawk. Rather than scrutinizing how so many aspects of our lives keep being subjected to corporate domination, the usual public discussion gravitates towards single issue. Personality-laden politics maintaining a high pro. 183. File in media, and in the calculations of corporate-backed politicians. In the national political arena, vital grassroots movements are apt to be handled, blunted, watered down and siphoned away while the core of the status quo retains its strength. Instead of political analysis, the fixations have often centered on individual rising star politicians and their enticing, comet-like myths. But any particular politicians, and their myths, are disposable. In 1992, Bill Clinton was the comeback kid who could take a punch. His efforts to emulate JFK achieved their greatest resonance when he won the presidency. But Clinton got a rough ride from the press in 1993, dimming his political luster. News coverage of President Clinton soon combined adulation with a lot of sharp criticism, overbearingly from the right. If he was oft compared to John F. Kennedy during the successes of 1992, he was after inauguration in 1993 liable to be likened to Jimmy Carter. No problem. Individual politicians, and mythical parallels, are expendable, they can be cut short as events dictate. The system's loyalty is not to any individual. The president's name changes, the stock exchanges and bond markets endure. Bill Clinton will serve their purposes, more or less, while also serving as a lightning rod for scrutiny that might otherwise focus on the economic powers that maintain themselves no matter who is president. The never-ending personality parade of politics is a continuous psychodrama that distracts from veiled forces at work. Political leaders respond to power exerted much more by the fact of oligarchy. 184. Than by truly democratic processes. Only when people have organized effectively with great effort, as in the civil rights and anti-war movements, have we been able to rattle the political chessboard where government bodies and corporations move their pieces. The individual players at the board change, but the institutional game does not. Some of those players are better or worse than others, but our salvation does not rest in a shift of personnel among the oligarchy's leading servants. Our best possibilities can be nurtured as we activate ourselves to change the ground rules and insist that people are not pawns. Our true hope is in democracy, yet to be created. False hope is better than no hope. Those words, spoken with evident irritation, came from an experienced activist when I mentioned the title of this book. The Clinton presidency was in its 8th month. Since then the statement has returned to my mind many times. False hope is better than no hope. An expression of cynicism, despair, fear, desire for comforts of deception? Labels don't seem VC helpful. What kept striking me was the underlying mood of a tacit deal, psychological as much as political, as if to make peace with President Clinton and what he represents. A white flag waved at wealth and misery. A way to pretend that slight breezes of reform are strong winds of change. False hope. No hope. Two ways of surrendering to dominant power. Those are not our only options. Our authentic hope can be found elsewhere. Regardless of how we might prefer to describe the 185 choices, political, spiritual, ethical, moral, existential, they loom in front of us every day. How will we respond to human imperatives? Will we endeavor to speak clearly? Will we contribute to a culture of resistance and find sustenance from it? Will we affirm the desperate need for radical change and struggle for it? If there is no struggle, there is no progress, Frederick Douglass wrote in 1849. Those who profess to favor freedom and yet deprecate agitation, he added, want crops without plowing up the ground. They want rain without thunder and lightning. They want the ocean without the awful roar of its many waters. Douglas was writing to a white abolitionist in the middle of the 19th century, but his words are as current as each moment in the last few years of the 20th century. The struggle may be a moral one, or it may be a physical one, or it may be both moral and physical, but it must be a struggle. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did and it never will. The belief that power runs primarily through the ballot box is a delusion. Consider the painful realities of rural areas in the Deep South. As valiant and pivotal as the battles for voting rights were 3 decades ago, today the shell of electoral democracy is hollow next to the power of predatory economics. The rule of capital is overpowering. Dollars exercise the most powerful franchise. In Mississippi, after 4 years as Jonestown's mayor, Bobby Walker said in 1993, "You're in charge, but how much can you do? We have 1,476 people, but we may have 100 who actually work. Almost all the stores have closed. The town is basically broke. People expect miracles because there are black PEO. 186. Pie in office, but this town is so strapped, and the tax base is so small, you can barely stay afloat." What voting can't accomplish, community organizing and clarity in public debate and forthright action might. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did and it never will. The power overwhelming us, more than ever in the Clinton era, is the power of big corporations. With their wheels of fortune spinning, the solutions must come, first and foremost, from us. 4. Realism about the Clinton presidency shouldn't be confused with cynicism or passivity. On the contrary, by resolving to fight for what we believe in, we revitalize idealism and activism. By refusing to defer to Clintonism, we can engage in substantive political encounters instead of retreating from them. The kind of coalition building that put Harold Washington in the mayor's office in Chicago a decade ago, overcoming the opposition of National Party liberals like Edward Kennedy and Walter Mondale in the process, is a model that we should never forget. A well-organized coalition made it possible for Mayor Washington to push against time-worn corruption and privilege in Chicago. The multiracial movement behind him showed that big city politics need not be dominated by the corporate flackery that so oiled and kept black faces in high places from Atlanta to Detroit to Los Angeles during the 1980s. Nor should we cede any ground to the liberal-conservative spectrum in elections for state and federal offices. A number of progressives in Congress today, like the Independent Socialist 187, Representative Bernie Sanders of Vermont and Senator Carol Moseley Braun of Illinois, owe their successes to meticulous political organizing over a period of many years. Yet even the most laudable politicians are hardly flawless, and would not be able to bring about basic change even if they were perfect. We need to insist on holding all politicians accountable, while realizing the limitations of electoral avenues that do not reach the centers of economic power. Meanwhile, necessity calls for fighting a profusion of virulent ballot measures that are often anti-gay, anti-poor or anti-immigrant. On a more upbeat note, community groups have been exploring ways to put positive initiatives in front of voters. But our greatest assets do not revolve around what happens on election day. Our strengths are rooted in the potential to be everything that politicians rarely are: direct, truthful, and eager to contest the arrogance of entrenched power with collective social action. In 1993, thousands of activists concerned about health care didn't wait. They intensified efforts to create a Canadian-style, single-payer nationwide system in the United States. From the outset, they refused to go along with Bill and Hillary and the behind-closed-doors Jackson Hole Group. The elite panel fine-tuning a managed competition scenario that could have been titled the Insurance Industry Preservation Act. Huge insurance companies were central to drawing up the managed competition plan. Insurance firms were important early contributors to Clinton's presidential campaign, and donated $850,000 to the Democratic Party in 1992. 188. Coalitions including healthcare workers, consumer rights groups and labor unions helped to force debate about single-payer options onto the national political agenda despite the dismissive attitudes of news media and mainstream politicians. With the Clinton administration insisting that insurance companies remain at the center of the U.S. medical system, many progressives kept fighting for truly universal and democratic health care. No major victories are assured. The easy triumphs are the empty ones. Yet, from local neighborhoods to national politics to global forums, people are organizing to fulfill the imperatives of justice. However much it has been degraded and sentimentalized, the human spirit endures, capable of wondrous achievements in the past, and in the future. Sisepud. Yes, it can be done. V. Why is it so important to dispel false hopes? Clear political analysis hardly guarantees progressive social change, but without such analysis we won't get very far. As Noam Chomsky has commented, it's very hard to get to the point where you can even discuss alternatives until you first peel away layer after layer of myth and illusion. The great social transformations have come from people working together, sharing ideas sonic times painfully and finding ways to evolve from powerlessness to action, organizing independent movements, not looking for an official or a hem or a leader to do it for us, seeing that we can enliven ourselves and each other, that we can create history, not consume it like Wonder Bread. The Break. 189. Throughs can happen at meetings and community gatherings, during educational campaigns and marches and teach-ins and sit-ins and strikes and boycotts, via long-term projects with plenty of difficulties along the way, when people directly confront obstacles, when human energies climb out of the undertows of despair and turn instead into forward motion, moving the turbines of our possibilities. I've seen it happen, on picket lines in front of segregated housing, as we walked through the skyscrapered canyons of New York City in numbers exceeding 100,000 for the first time, to voice anguish and rage at the war on Vietnam, when we picketed supermarkets for selling scab lettuce, when we marched in a counter-inaugural procession along Pennsylvania Avenue, as we met and planned and protested and went to jail, going from draft board office to corporate headquarters to federal building, when we rallied in support of Native American rights as the modern siege of Wounded Knee continued, as we sat in front of nuclear power plant gates and filled jails in one county after another, as we stood on drawbridges and forced military ships to delay their arrivals in port, as we sat in front of a white train carrying nuclear warheads and stopped the death cargo motionless in its tracks for hours, as we canvassed and leafleted and marched to stop the slaughter in Central America and the brutality of apartheid in South Africa, as we went to the Nevada test site, again and again, to end the explosions of nuclear bombs underneath the desert, as we demonstrated to stop violence against people of color, as we demanded jobs and justice and health care for all. 190. Being part of such events has made me feel joy and solidarity that can never expire. We've made mistakes, we've learned some lessons much later than we might have. But marvelous potential has sometimes become reality. The best occurrences took place not by magic or by the leadership of any few geniuses. People did not wait for any president or other politician to say yes or no, they moved with all their doubts and fears and uncertainties to become more alive, and to create a better future. Maybe back in the 1960s many people came to expect swift results and then overreacted to disappointments, coming to settle for too little. But in the 1990s, thousands of organizations and millions of lives can trace their vitality to the cultural and political upsurges of the late 60s. Enduring legacies include networks of individuals and activist groups in every area of the United States. Our potential is enormous. But we've got to be realistic about the Clinton political formulas: free immunization for poor children, and some kind of managed competition, but no single-payer national health care system, Head Start funding but no commitment for decent housing or quality education or job opportunities for millions of impoverished children, lip service for nature's wonders like old-growth forests and wetlands, but federal policies that will ravage more them. We must avoid being trapped by ways that mass media and Democratic Party pragmatists frame issues. Unless we can build major counter-pressure, President Clinton will continue to wooing the center and center rimlet AFL he a primary political goal. It's crucial that we shift the political 191 debate of the country not by pinning hopes on Clinton but, instead, by fighting for the changes we believe in. As a supporter of corporate power, Bill Clinton is doing his job. As opponents of that power, how well are we doing ours? A movement challenging the power of corporations could include constituencies that are strongly anti-racist, feminist, environmentalist, pro-gay rights, anti-militarist, pro-labor, anti-poverty, pro-full employment, pro-consumer, and in favor of single-payer health care. The greatest taboos in mainstream politics and mass media are the most powerful keynotes for a grassroots political theme, analyzing corporate power and mobilizing opposition to it. When AIDS activists adopted the slogan "Silence equals death," they weren't engaging in hyperbole. Inaction takes a cumulative toll, paid with lives. Meanwhile, action equals life. If we speak up, if we organize more effectively, a lot could change. At home, at work, in public discourse, and in the political world, where power brokers strain to prevent our awakening. False hope encourages passivity and unending patience, as precious opportunities slip away. On the final page of his last book, Martin Luther King reminded us, in this unfolding conundrum of life and history there is such a thing as being too late. Near the end of a long ordeal in the labyrinths of the system in response to the question "How am I being deluded?" Franz Kafka provided a parable. In the writings which preface the law that particular delusion is described thus: before the law stands a doorkeeper. To this doorkeeper there comes a man from the country who begs 192 for admittance to the law. But the doorkeeper says that he cannot admit the man at the moment. The man, on reflection, asks if he will be allowed, then, to enter later. It is possible, answers the doorkeeper, but not at this moment. Since the door leading into the law stands open as usual and the doorkeeper steps to one side, the man bends down to peer through the entrance. When the doorkeeper sees that, he laughs and says, "If you are so strongly tempted, try to get in without my permission. But note that I am powerful. And I am only the lowest doorkeeper. From hall to hall, keepers stand at every door, one more powerful than the other. And the sight of the third man is already more than even I can stand." These are difficulties which the man from the country has not expected to meet. The law, he thinks, should be accessible to every man and at all times, but when he looks more closely at the doorkeeper in his furred robe, with his huge, pointed nose and long, thin, Tartar beard, he decides that he had better wait until he gets permission to enter. The doorkeeper gives him a stool and lets him sit down at the side of the door. There he sits waiting for days and years. He makes many attempts to be allowed in and wearies the doorkeeper with his importunity. The doorkeeper often engages him in brief conversation, asking him about his home and about other matters, but the questions are put quite impersonally, as great men put questions, and always conclude with the statement that the man cannot be allowed to enter, yet a man, who has equipped himself with many things for his journey, parts with all he has, however valuable, in the hope of bribing tin doorkeeper. The doorkeeper accepts it all. 193. However, as he takes each gift, "I take this only to keep you from feeling that you have left something undone." During all these long years the man watches the doorkeeper almost incessantly. He forgets about the other doorkeepers, and this one seems to him the only barrier between himself and the law. In the first years he curses his evil fate aloud. Later, as he grows old, he only mutters to himself. He grows childish, and since in his prolonged study of the doorkeeper he has learned to know even the fleas in his fur collar, he begs the very fleas to help him and to persuade the doorkeeper to change his mind. Finally his eyes grow dim and he does not know whether the world is really darkening around him or whether his eyes are only deceiving him. But in the darkness he can now perceive a radiance that streams inextinguishably from the door of the law. now his life is drawing to a close. Before he dies, all that he has experienced during the whole time of his sojourn condenses in his mind into one question, which he has never yet put to the doorkeeper. He beckons the doorkeeper, since he can no longer raise his stiffening body. The doorkeeper has to bend far down to hear him, for the difference in size between them has increased very much to the man's disadvantage. "What do you want to know now?" asks the doorkeeper. "You are insatiable." "Everyone strives to attain the law," answers the man. "How does it come about, then, that in all these years no one has come seeking admittance but me?" The doorkeeper perceives that the man is nearing his end and his hearing is failing, so he bellows in his ear, "No one but you could gain admittance through this door, since this door was intended for you. I am now going to shut it." 194.